else?
Yeah. Just... Won't be long, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, well, anyway. Testing. Testing, yeah. Hello, Neil.
Morning.
How are we?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm very well. I'm just gonna let me just make sure that this works okay. A few technical issues this morning, but what can you do?
Listen, I wouldn't have a clue. So I absolutely tip my hat to you, my friend.
Yeah, well, we are live. So as they say on Big Brother,
Do
don't
not
swear.
swear.
Yeah.
Keep
So
it clean.
just seeing how this one pans out. Won't be a sec. So I'm up in the top corner at the minute because um, obviously there's a delay on the live feed. So I just want to see how this one comes through in a minute. Helps if you go live, doesn't it? There you go. Right, that's fine. So what I want to do, Neil, if you just give me 2 seconds, I just want to obviously welcome everybody to today's conference. Really appreciate everybody coming along to it. In terms of, I think it's only appropriate that I just very, very quickly go through the agenda of the day, which is what I'll be doing. So 1 second, will be a minute. Needs to be in the right place. Right, just share my screen for a second, and we'll just quickly go through the agenda of the day. So the agenda of the day, obviously starting off with Neil, who is the empathy coach, and we will be talking in a few moments' time around breaking the stigma. At 10 o'clock, we've got Russell Treasure joining us from Treasure Your Wellbeing, and we're going to be talking around coping strategies that can help people who are experiencing mental health concerns. We've then got Chris Judge, and Chris is a gentleman who runs talking groups, and he'll be coming along with us and talking to us around what those groups are like to attend and what people can get from them. Then I go live, so I'll be talking about taking responsibility. I'll be sharing with everybody my journey and what's got me to this point in my life. Then we move on to Diane Woolrich, who is from Being True to You, and Diane is a professional counsellor. So she'll be talking around professional services and hopefully breaking some stigma around the way people see counsellors and what actually counsellors can do, and hopefully encourage people to use those services. So that's going to be a really interesting session. We then got Darren J Brookes, who's about to release a book called Dreams to Goals. Very inspiring is Darren, and we're going to, that's going to be a session whereby we're going to look at things that influence our negative thoughts and how we can control them and how we can actually overcome them to actually live a full and happy life, and of course live your dreams. So that's going to be a very interesting session as well, as I'm really looking forward to that. And then finally, when I find my mouse, there it is, we have got Christie Spurling, and Christie runs a youth charity in the Manchester area called N-Gage, and that really will be a great way to end today. A very inspirational individual story, quite emotional, but also very inspiring in terms of what he has experienced in his life, how he's turned his life around, and the great work he is now doing with the youth of Manchester and the impact that is having on their mental health and their ability to really embrace their futures. So that pretty much is today. I'll bring Neil back on. There you are. Before me and Neil start Neil's discussion and we do the first session, I just wanted to bring people's attention to an app that I only discovered recently, and the app is actually called Hub of Hope. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. Neil, have you ever heard of Hub of Hope?
No, I'm looking at it right now though.
So Hub of Hope, basically, it's a free app, and what you do is you put your address, you put your postcode in, and once you do that, it will tell you about all of the professional services that are in your area for mental health. It's a fantastic app. So I've got it here now on my phone, and what I'll just do very, very quickly, and I think this is a great way to start today, because it's something that I think everybody should have and should be able to pass on to people who they are concerned about. So I'm just putting in my postcode now. And when I do that, and what it allows you to do as well is it allows you to filter. So if you've had a bereavement, it allows you to look at bereavement services. If you've got depression, it allows you to look at depression that is in your local area. So I've just searched There you go. I don't know if you can see that, not very well, but you can see there at the top, you've got local and national, and it starts to list all of the professional services that are in your area. And if I press the filter button, and if I go to so peer support group, just click on that and go back, what it now does is it lists all the peer support groups in my area. And there's Warrington Borough Council, UK support group, and you can actually do national as well. So I think as a starter to this conference, I think that's the right way to start. It's a great free service. It's something that you can download to your phone. Obviously, you can access it via the web as well. The Hub of Hope, and I will be promoting that in all of the training and all of the consultancy that I do going forward. So great start to the day. So anyway, that's enough of an intro. We're 3 minutes past 9, so I think that absolutely means, Neil, it's time to speak to you. And for probably the umpteenth time in the last week or two, I'm going to thank you for your time today. All of us are doing this, of course, on our own time, because we're all passionate about helping people and raising the awareness of mental health and what help and support there is out there in the wider society. So Neil, from me again, thank you.
And I'll speak on behalf of all of us to say thank you, Dave, for setting this up. You've done brilliant to pull this together. So and I'm really looking forward to. I'm more looking forward to the rest of the speakers to get my hour out of the way, and then I can start listening to everybody else.
Well, you know what you've got to say.
Yeah.
Well, let's kick off with you then, Neil. So Neil is the empathy coach, and I met Neil about 3 or 4 months ago now. So Neil, I know you pretty well, but obviously the people watching won't. So what I'd like to do to start is if you just want to talk us through what your experience of mental health has been in your life.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Well, I mean, what a journey. So it's quite strange to think where I am now in my life, and particularly where I have been over the last 12 months as well. Actually, I think a lot of people would probably agree with me that the last 12 months has been a real sort of a litmus test or a spotlight on all of our kind of level, sort of mental health levels and levels of resilience, because it's just been so testing, I think, for all of us. The last 12 months has been a real, it has put us all under the microscope. It's put our relationships under the microscope. It's put our career choices under our homes under the microscope. It really has, and it's quite poignant to be having this conversation sort of where we are right now, because 12 months ago I was in quite a different sort of career and business position than where I am right now. But actually, and that's all well and good, but in fairness, what really excites me about today is the opportunity for us to open up and share sort of, like you say, mental health journeys and of course breaking the stigma attached to them. Because I mean, prior to the last sort of 12 months, I guess my mental health journey stuff. Actually, do you know what? Taking it right back, I suppose you could say my mental health journey sort of started when I was around about 14, when sort of in the early 90s, having to come to terms with being a gay kid and being the only gay kid in my school. And I'm not now, obviously. I know of other gay kids that were there when I was there now, but at the time it felt like I was the only one. And it really is anyone that's kind of experienced, that's something that's made them feel a little bit different, or particularly in a time where, I mean, I think it's fantastic the way we're embracing diversity now. I really do. It just feels like everyone is getting so much more on board with it. But 30 years ago, it wasn't happening. And I guess it's almost the start of a journey of resilience. Really, is how do you kind of overcome some of the issues. I mean, I was bullied. I'm not. It's not a sob story. I really enjoyed sort of my teenage years. I had a fantastic group of friends, very supportive parents. So it isn't a sob story. There's a lot of people that have really difficult kind of coming out journeys. I wouldn't say mine was difficult. I think it had its moments, but it is still quite testing. And I guess what was probably more testing for me was getting to sort of 2003, being in my early 20s and having kind of got swept along on a bit of a career pathway, trajectory, whatever you want to call it, from 18, because I didn't really know what I wanted to do. But getting kind of 5 years into that career, and kind of having the spoils, shall we call them, the mortgage and the car, and actually on the surface it looking like, whoa, God, Neil's 23, he's doing really well. Under the surface, things being quite different. And I know that you can relate to this, Dave, and I'm sure a lot of people that are listening to us today can.
Yeah.
And it's one of the hardest realizations to get in your head, that you're struggling when actually everyone around you can't see a reason why you should be struggling. But even worse, you can't really see a reason why you're struggling. So you end up chastising yourself, and you end up berating yourself quietly as well, under the radar, and telling yourself all of the shoulda, woulda, couldas. I shouldn't be feeling like this. I should be able to handle this, and all that kind of stuff. And again, I'm very aware that this is not an unfamiliar story to a lot of people. I guess the purpose in kind of talking about this is around breaking that stigma. It's around lifting the veil on some of that stuff, because a lot of people have all these shoulda, woulda, couldas. And I guess that would be my first sort of tip for the day, is tuning into the voices in your own head, tuning into the self-talk that's going on. Actually, if your self-talk is saying more often than not, I should, I should be feeling differently, I should be able to handle this, I should be over this by now, that might be your first clue that there's potentially something more going on here, if that voice is kicking in.
It's the negative speak, isn't it?
Well, it's the negative speak, but it's the self-criticism as well. I think that's what it is, and it's the unjustified self-criticism. And I remember somebody saying to me once, I've got at some point over the journey, I don't remember when, but I remember it was either a counselor or a coach or someone saying to me, you know, what would you say to your best friend if they were going through this? And it's such a powerful question, because it really does bring sharply into focus that we treat ourselves very differently than we treat other people, and we treat ourselves very differently than the people that we love. And we should love ourselves, and we should be caring for ourselves. So anyway, kind of slight detour there, but around about 2003, I found myself in that very difficult position of on the surface looking like I'm nailing life, and under the surface just feeling trapped, hopeless, lost, swept along with things, and not really and also feeling very ungrateful as well. I think that's the other thing. I remember that distinctly. There was a moment where I was stood in my living room. I mean, I didn't live in a mansion. I lived in a little 2-bed terrace, but it was a nice house. But I remember being stood in my living room in front of my fireplace, and just kind of looking around the room and just going, I feel so trapped. I feel so constrained by all this. I feel like I'm on this roller coaster of life, and I can't get off it now because of what I've kind of built around me, if you like. The scaffolding I've built around me is holding me in this position. And even if I wanted to let it all go and move on to something else or try something else, I just can't now. I am totally trapped. And that was a very overwhelming feeling. Now, it did take a while, but eventually and probably because I was single at the time, I did have a mortgage to pay, I did have responsibilities, and it was more a case of I have to get my head together, because actually the kind of the result of me not, or the impact of me not getting my head together, is I'm going to end up on the street. So I kind of had to get my head around it, and I spoke to my doctor about medication. And I think, again, we're going back probably 15, 16 years now. So there was still a lot of stigma around medication, around antidepressants, and around anti-anxiety medication. You know, a lot of sort of shows and films would joke about Prozac, you know, and people being on things like Prozac and lithium, and like, you know, sort of drunk housewives in American comedy shows were on Prozac, and there was just so much judgment and stigma attached to it that when it was suggested to me, my initial thought was, no, I ain't getting on that. But it was only in having deeper conversations about kind of what it's best used for that that again, some of that stigma was removed, and ultimately my resolve to go on antidepressants was, I knew there were things in my life that needed to change, and I was struggling. I just didn't have the energy or the wherewithal or the capacity mentally to make those changes. And actually, what I'd hoped that anti-anxiety medication and antidepressants would help me with was just to quiet and calm things a bit, so that I could make some of those changes, if that makes sense.
I think, yeah, I mean, I love what you just said there, because I went on a very similar path to you. That, you know, when I was prescribed antidepressants, and, you know, it's interesting, isn't it? Because this personal stigma, you know, the stigma, and we'll talk about this in a minute in terms of our concerns of society's stigma, but then there's also our own stigma, you know, that we've got to battle. I remember when I went, I mean, luckily for me at the time, I was under a hypnotherapist, and I remember going to him, and you know, I've been prescribed him, and I hadn't took any. And I remember saying to him, you know, I don't want to, exactly as you say, I don't want to go on those. You know, it's almost like you feel that it's a failure to go on those. Because I think there's a lot of people in our space that are quite antidepressants. But I think that, you know, that's not for you or I to say. I think everybody's got to make their own choice. And I think that by stigmatizing antidepressants, for some people, that could be the difference between becoming better again or staying where they are. And I remember my hypnotherapist saying to me, look, you know, this isn't professional advice. This is just me and you having a chat. He set the ground rules really well. And he just said to me, you know, if you broke your leg, Dave, would you accept pain relief after the operation? And I said, well, yeah. He said, if, you know, so if something else happened in your life, you'd trust a doctor and you'd take some form of pain relief. Yeah. The problem with you is at the moment is you've just got some things that you've got to work through in your mind. And if your doctor believes this is going to help you in some way or form, why aren't you behaving the way you would normally? And it was a really powerful statement. And I think I went home that night and took my first one, you know, and that's not because he forced me into it or coached me into it. It was just like, why am I acting so differently? Why am I allowing myself to not give myself every possibility of getting better? And I'm sure the same is for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what became quite clear is exactly what you said there around the stigmas that we have ourselves. And I know they come from places, they come from the media, they come from, you know, what we're exposed to and everything. Our stigmas, our judgments, if you like, do develop from somewhere, but we do have them. And I guess one of the reasons why I was so keen to come and have a chat today around all this is that, you know, I feel a little bit like I've broken some of the stigmas myself over the years. I've had to. I think we have to prove these things to ourselves, don't we? We have to try these things out. And I wouldn't be sat here now having this conversation if I was still surrounded by all of those stigmas and all of those judgments. I guess that the impact that I hope this conversation will have is that actually I've already broken some of those stigmas, and I can kind of reassure people that actually it's really helpful. It's certainly not as bad as you think it's going to be, and it can be really helpful, because medication just it really helped. It helped just calm things. It helped quieten things. It helped stop spiraling thoughts, and all of that made it a lot easier then for me to make some changes, some small changes, but some really significant changes in my life that made it a lot easier for me to handle life moving forward. And that was my resolve. I thought, if I'm going on to medication, it's not going to be to dull or to cover up the issues. It's going to be to help me to address the issues, and then hopefully once that's happened, I can come off the medication and we can move forward. And I'm really pleased to say that after around about 18 months, that was what happened. I was able to make some of the changes. I got some coaching. I read some books to kind of give me a different sort of take on thinking and life, and did get to a space where I was able to come out the other side a much stronger person. But perhaps a person with still a few stigmas around things, and still quite a lot of judgment that I didn't realize.
Yeah, but you've got to be kind. I mean, and this is, you know, it's mad how I am now, because, you know, people, you know, there'll be a lot. I'd expect there'll be a lot of colleagues and a lot of people who've known me over the years who may watch this today, and they may see a big difference in me, because I used to be somebody that was really hard on myself, and because I was hard on myself, I was hard on others. you know, and somebody once said to me, I had this big perfect driver, everything can be perfect, and of course nothing ever is. And when you set your bar that high, you know, so now I'm in a lot better place. You know, it's a place of peace, really. I'm very, very kind to myself. I understand that there's going to be bumps in the road, but when those bumps in the road come, and I'll talk about that later in my bit in terms of how I cope in that. But I think what's interesting about yourself, Neil, as well, is that obviously as somebody who obviously, you know, you've not only broke a couple of stigmas, really, because obviously there's big stigmas around being gay, you know, when you were younger. So, you know, you had that as a challenge early in your life, because obviously you knew that, you know, you were gay, and of course when we were a bit younger, it wasn't as it is now. We have moved forward. I'm sure you'd say we've not moved forward enough. We've still got a way to go. But you know, when we were younger, we were nowhere near where we are now. So that for you must have been a really big challenge. And I'm interested to know how much because there'll be people now who are watching this who will identify themselves as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transsexual, whatever it may be. From your perspective, I'm interested to know how that affected your mental health in your earlier years, and how you actually came through that, because I think people will probably be inspired by your path and what you did.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's such an interesting one, because everybody's I think everybody's journey, regardless of what your sexual orientation or preference is, everybody has their own kind of journey, don't they? And you know, it's hormonal, and it's up and down. It's just the joys of being a teenager. I mean, I knew quite early on what my preference was, if you like. And whether or not, I know a lot of people, I mean, like I said to you before, at the time I was the only gay kid in my school. I know now that I wasn't the only gay kid in my school, but that's because since then I know people who I was at school with, who were in my year and everything, who have come out. And I look back and I just think, you know, wow, you know, why didn't you back then? Because I've got to be honest with you, it was very lonely. It was one of the biggest challenges that I had, and I think it's probably something that shifted a bit for young people these days. Is, you know, all my friends in high school were all kind of having like girlfriends and boyfriends and all the stuff that you do in high school, and you kind of all those relationships that you experiment with, and I didn't have any of it, because there was no other sort of out gay person in my school. So that was quite hard, actually, watching everybody else form these new connections, that there was just nobody for me to form those connections with. And it's interesting really looking back, that actually, you know, did it affect my mental health? Yeah, it did affect my mental health. I mean, I used to lie. That's something that, you know, I think, and I felt so much shame for it. But I did when I was younger. I used to lie about having relationships and having experiences and things, but it was more about wanting those things to be true, wanting to feel connected. It wasn't about deception or deceiving anybody. It was about almost giving myself a fantasy life, because the reality wasn't quite kicking in for me. And for years, Dave, I felt so much shame around that, you know, so much shame. And the hard thing was that, you know, I got to my early 20s, and actually I wasn't ashamed of being, you know, inexperienced in relationships at all. I was very conscious that, you know, I had my values, and I had, you know, and I wasn't ashamed of those values. But the problem is that most of my friends thought that I'd had relationships, and it's like, so how do you turn around and say to all these people, actually, I haven't had all these relationships, and I'm in a little bit of a quandary now. And again, you know, it was a real hurdle to overcome. Unfortunately, you know, all my friends and all my family kind of understood. They got it. They did, and I was able to explain that, look, you know, yeah, whilst I have technically lied, let me help you understand the reason behind that. And it's so strange, because it was in that time, that period, where I was thinking, right, you know, kind of need to come clean a little bit here. That actually, all these relationships that I talked about having when I was a teen, and actually when I was a teenager, when I was 17, I can forgive my 17-year-old self for telling a few fibs. Do you know what I mean? Now that I'm an adult, but at the time, God, it was so hard. But it was very much about seeking to understand the reason that lay beneath all of those things. Because actually, before I could have this conversation and truly be myself with my friends and family, I've got to understand what this 17-year-old version of me did, and I've got to forgive him for it.
Yeah.
I've got to, because he didn't mean to get me, this 23-year-old, into this quandary that I'm in now. You know, it was absolutely didn't mean to. And anybody else that perhaps have these false perceptions now needs to understand that. But before they need to understand it, I need to understand, and I need to forgive him. And it really was one of those first experiences for me of self-acceptance and self-forgiveness. And I think that's part. It's such a powerful first step, and it absolutely feeds everything that I do now. I mean, there's other elements that kind of play into where I am now, and I'm sure we'll get to them in the next sort of 10 or 15 minutes. But ultimately, you know, empathy is around seeking to understand, putting aside judgment, putting aside your own perceptions, your own stigmas to everything, putting them to one side and seeking to understand what's really going on. And even at a very basic level, my 23-year-old self looking at my 17-year-old self, and all the stigmas attached to lies, deception, you know, all that kind of stuff. I had to learn how to put that to one side to really understand what 17-year-old me did, to really understand why 17-year-old me perhaps made a few things up, told a few white lies, so that I could forgive 17-year-old me and also not make the same mistakes again.
But it's interesting. I mean, it's interesting as you say that, isn't it, in terms of forgiveness of yourself? Because, you know, you said it a moment ago, everybody's journey is their own journey. You know, your life is your own, you know, and I think that, and I think, again, I'll take your view on this. I do think things are shifting. I think, you know, across, as you say, equality, diversity, even mental health, we're starting to see a movement now in mental health. So things are always progressing in that way. But for me, it's like, and maybe it's, you know, the old-fashioned values. You know, we've got to remember that, you know, in terms of what the old-fashioned values were. And, you know, I think like any change in history, you know, it takes time it probably takes generations for cultures and opinions and everything to shift. And I think, you know, in terms of, you know, the gay community, in terms of mental health, I think we're right in the middle of what is going to be a significant shift in time in these areas. And we're living through it, and we're seeing the progress. And I think what's important, and where I'm leading with this, is I think, you know, everybody needs to understand that, you know, whatever your values and your beliefs are, that it's fine to have those. It's fine to have your own values and beliefs. You know, the world is about diversity. And for me, it's about understanding that other people have different values, they have different beliefs, they have, you know, their own sexual orientations, they have, you know, it's their life. And I'm a great believer, as long as we don't impose on each other, if we respectfully work with each other, you know, just respect, you know, we're going to have differences, and they could be little, they could be small, it doesn't matter. But always show respect, always be that person who's available for other people without judgment. I think that will make a massive difference in terms of younger people today. You know, if they didn't have these ideals that they have to live to, if they were just allowed to be who, you know, just be, and people to accept that, I think, you know, that, and I think the day will come when that happens. That will be a great day for everybody, because, you know, we'll be a lot more tolerant, won't we?
We will, absolutely. And I think that the word to zoom in on, for me, on the back of everything you've just said there, is acceptance. And we talk about, you know, we talk about acceptance and everything that's happening around sort of equality and diversity, and the kind of the movement that's happening right now. It's all underpinned by acceptance, and acceptance isn't. Acceptance, I think, can be quite skewed as a word sometimes, because accept doesn't mean endorse, and accept doesn't mean agree. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Endorse and agree mean those things. Acceptance is different. Acceptance is being in that space of, actually, it might not be my preference, it might not even be something that I fully understand. However, I accept it, and I accept everybody's individual right to feel the way they feel, to go through life the way that they choose to go through life, to allow themselves to be defined by their own preferences, their orientations. You know, a lot of people would say, oh, it's a life choice. Well, you know, I think we managed to break the stigma attached to that now, that actually your sexual orientation isn't a life choice. It is who you are. It is innate in you. It is ingrained in you. But that for me is where this is coming from. And I think, you know, there's a lot being done by organizations, and I'll be honest with you, I go up and down with it, and I might be a little bit controversial in what I'm saying here, that, you know, on the one hand, I think it's a massive leap forward that I see rainbow flags hanging from every organization's, you know, sort of front of house and everything like that. And I think it's organizations sort of way of absolutely saying we accept, and almost we won't tolerate non-acceptance, if that makes sense. I look forward to the day, as a person who has been kind of pretty secure and open about their sexuality for, you know, coming up to 30 years now. I look forward to the day when it's just not an issue, when actually we don't need to hang rainbow flags from the front of buildings to show that we're okay with it, where it just isn't an issue anymore. And, you know, and I hope the day is coming for that. And I know it's certainly how I've chosen to live my life. If I think, you know, I think you're right about kids and about the generations of the future. I'm really lucky that the vast majority of my nieces and nephews and my friends' children, we've never really had the big conversation, if you like. You know, Uncle Neil is just Uncle Neil, and Uncle Neil and Uncle John are just Uncle Neil and Uncle John. And there might well have been that question, perhaps, where, you know, one of my nieces has said to their mum or dad, you know, what's the deal with Uncle Neil and Uncle John? And it's just, well, they're married, and I was like, oh, okay. And it's great that's the sort of the way that they've been brought up, because it's just normal to them. It's not worthy of a rainbow flag. It's not worthy of a pride parade. It's just normal. and that's what I look forward to, I think, those days.
Yeah. And you said something there that really just sparked something in me, in the fact that, you know, we see, I was watching Good Morning Britain this morning, as you do, at 7 o'clock in the morning, and you know, we're still paying tribute to Captain Tom at the moment, which is, you know, and rightly so. And I, you know, on the program today, and I always cringe when this happens, I would say that, you know, 99.9% of this entire nation and world has nothing but admiration for a 99-year-old who raises £32 million. You know, nothing but admiration, very selfless. But they chose to mention some trolls on the internet that were actually saying that it was white supremacy and this, you know, turning it into something that it wasn't. And I don't want to get into that. My point here is that I think the media sometimes, by allowing airtime to these negative voices that, let's be fair, shouldn't really be getting the airtime. Don't get me wrong, I've just said people are allowed the values and the beliefs, and they are. But I think, you know, there comes a tipping point in society where actually the vast majority, 99.9%, believe something. Therefore, this 0.1% or 1% who are trying to get a little bit of, I don't know, airtime or whatever, by giving it to them, you're allowing that to continue. Whereas if actually you ignored it and just kept the focus on what everybody, you know, the 99.9% believe, that surely would help. And it comes back to this bit around rainbow flags. You know, I think they are important, because I do think we're in that transition. I think we both agree. But I agree with you. You know, all of these movements, we will know that we've won the day where we don't need to talk about it anymore.
Talk about it, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And we're on that journey, aren't we? You know, we've just got to get there. So I'm very conscious of time, Neil.
Yes.
Really conscious of time. Before we move on to what you do now and the great work that you do, because, you know, your journey has brought you to be the empathy coach, and of course your life experiences allow you to do what you do, and I know that you're entwine that. And I think what's important for everybody to know today is that none of this is actually scripted.
No.
I've actually, all of the speakers today that I'm interviewing, I've purposely, we've talked generally, but a lot of what Neil has said today, I'm hearing, like, people who are watching this will be hearing for the first time, because that's the way I wanted it to be. But when we spoke the other day, you did say something that I found, I'll use the word brave, and also inspirational, I think, for a lot of people, in the fact that you spoke about a time in your life where obviously you were suffering, you were coming to terms with your mental health. And you told me how you launched that to your family and your friends, how you actually did that, if you recall. And I'll just say group to ping it. I'm sure you already got there. Now, I chose a different route, but when you told me that story, I just found it incredible that you took the decision to do it that way. Do you just want to explain to people how you made those closest to you aware that Neil wasn't as well as people thought Neil was?
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really hard. It's really when you're in that position to because when you're thinking about talking to people, and when you're thinking about telling people what's going on with your life, actually the person that you're first and foremost having that conversation with is yourself, isn't it?
Yeah,
it really
absolutely.
is. I'm sure a lot of people will relate to that sometimes saying it out loud for the first time is it can be a real turning point. It can be a real milestone for you, and getting you into that space. And I think those moments have been the ones that have been the most poignant. And obviously we one of the other things that I kind of see a lot on social media and stuff is all this "it's okay not to be okay," and and talk to somebody and everything like that, and it's so true. And what worries me, or what has worried me in the past, is I think we've seen a bit of a shift over time, and we've seen us move to a space where actually we're more tolerant of these things being talked about, to being more accepting of these things being talked about, to now more encouraging of these things being talked about. And I think there at the times in my life where I've had to kind of face into some of those challenges, they've have been different. I think probably 2003, I'm not even sure if it was tolerated. I think there was, like we talk about stigma, there was still a lot of stigma attached to it. So having conversations and sitting people down and sort of saying, this is the situation, this is where I am, is really important. And getting onto what I call the dark times, Dave, 2014, which of course we talked about, having overcome depression and anxiety, and having trained in lots of different practices in terms of human behavior and everything like that. Met my husband, got married, everything's peachy keen, life is good. And then 2014, anyone who knows it will know that it was a difficult year. Sort of with literally within a couple of days, I got made redundant. The first time the redundancy thing cut. I think everyone's going to get it at some point in their life these days, but it finally caught up to me. I got made redundant, and then 5 days after being made redundant, I got the phone call to say that my younger brother had very suddenly and very unexpectedly passed away. And it was you don't expect something to floor you quite so much by the time you're in your mid-30s. You kind of think that by the time you're in your mid-30s, you've hit your stride, you're getting into things, you've kind of got your friends that you're going to have, you've got your partner that you're going to have, you're probably on the right career trajectory and everything like that. You don't expect that something quite so traumatic can happen to you. And I have come to realize that actually it was a trauma. It was a trauma. And the thing about trauma, which I've learned since experiencing it, is trauma changes the brain. Because actually what trauma does is it calls into question all that which you thought you knew.
Yeah.
All the beliefs, all the sort of systems that support your life, all the scaffolding that you've built around your life, all the things that you believe very much to be true. Trauma destroys all that, and you almost end up starting from scratch. And anybody, I mean, yourself, Dave, you will know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Anyone that's experienced trauma will know what I'm talking about. And actually, the later in your life you experience trauma, the harder that can hit sometimes, because some of that scaffolding and those beliefs have not only been built, they've been in place for a long period of time, and then all of a sudden they're obliterated. And I obviously remember at the time just being completely, it was just it was a whirlwind at the time, because it was so shocking what had happened to Adam. You know, none of us had seen it coming. None of us had foreseen it at all. There was an awful lot of stuff that had to be done because of it and everything like that. And of course, as traumatic as it was for me, I'm sure you can appreciate that it was even more traumatic and devastating for my parents who'd lost their son.
Yeah.
And so at the time, you know, there was an awful lot of, like, I mean, I remember we were talking about sort of self-care in those times. You know, you just kind of get caught up in stuff, and you know, and just helping everybody. And I sort of had to find ways of getting through it. And I remember saying to John the day that it happened, can you just text? Can you just text our friends? And I'll need to speak to a few people, but can you just text some of our friends or phone them and just say, this is what's happened. Neil's okay, but you know, obviously there's a lot going on, so we'll keep in touch. And he did, and that was great, and everyone was really supportive. And understandably, a lot of my friends wanted to see us, wanted to see me, and I just thought, I don't know how I'm going to do, how I'm going to tell this same story like 18 times. And actually, I don't know I'm going to find the time for it at the moment, because we're just so busy, and I'm just literally at my parents' house all the time, and that's that.
Or if I could just interject there, maybe the strength, you know, to tell that story 18 times.
Oh God.
He's reliving it 18 times.
Yeah.
And I think what you're about to say, I just found incredible. So, you know, carry on.
Yeah. And so I said to John, and it was perhaps something that I'd never done before, because I'd never deemed myself important enough to warrant something like this, which I've since found out is rubbish. But anyway, I said to John, I said, will you do me a favor? Will you? Oh God, I'm feeling myself getting emotional.
Yeah.
And I haven't for a long time about this. It's been 7 years. I said to John, I said, will you just ask all of our friends if they can all just get together? It was a Tuesday, that it was a Wednesday that we found out that he passed. That on the Sunday, can you just ask everyone to get together, ask someone else to host. I don't want to host because I've got enough to do. Just see if everybody will get to one place, and I can just see everybody all together. And I remember at the time thinking, oh God, I'm asking a lot of people there. And it's only since I've had conversations with friends afterwards that they've sort of said to me, why do you think that's a lot? Why do you think that, you know, in that situation, well, actually under any situation, if you were struggling with something, why do you think it's a lot to ask for your friends to all come together and be there for you? And it's true, looking back at now, you think actually, what, you know, why did I think that was a lot to ask of people? But I did. And the sad thing is that I asked it because I felt justified. I felt that what had happened to me was bad enough to warrant asking people to do that. And it's only looking back that saying, well, actually, herein lies the issue, doesn't it? That actually I lifted some pressure and some judgment off myself, because I deemed what I was going through almost worthy of that.
Yeah.
You know, it was a sudden bereavement, and I remember distinctly saying to myself at the time, you know, this is an awful thing that's happened to you, Neil, so you can be a little bit selfish.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's only looking back on it that you think, hang on a minute, what makes one experience more worthy of your attention or your care or your self-compassion than another? You know?
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing as well, you know, bereavement, you know, it's interesting because the way you reacted and the way I react couldn't have been more poles apart. You know, I think the fact that you immediately and rightly so invited your closest family and friends into how you were feeling must have been incredibly supportive. I mean, you'd have seen right from the get-go the amount of love and support that there was there, and I'm sure that really helped you. I did the opposite. I shielded. I went into myself, and I kept going into myself, and I didn't want to burden other people. And you know, when I heard you say that, I think, you know what? And don't get me wrong. You know, my past now is in my past, as you said. Made peace with it. We move on. But if we had a time machine, you know, if I was Doc Brown in Back to the Future, and I had a DeLorean today, and I went back to, you know, 16, 17, 18. That what you said, I thought, you know what, that'd have been the right way to do it, Dave. You know, just being open, just being honest, just being transparent, being vulnerable. You know, I had a real problem with being vulnerable, really did. And, you know, I found that just so inspiring. And I think, you know, what's also interesting about what you've just said as well was the emotion and, you know, bereavement, especially in business. You know, you look at company charters and you see that, you know, they have a bereavement policy that normally it's grandparents, parents, kids, brothers and sisters, and that's it. That's your lot. But you and me both know, you know, my best friend who I've grown up with, who I've known for 25, 30 years, if anything happened to him, that would really affect me. And of course, they've got in the policy manuals, you know, some have give you 3 days paid leave, some give you 5, and then they put the bit in there that, you know, at manager's discretion, it might. Well, you're reliant on that manager and the way they see the world. You really are reliant on that. And I think that for me, you know, and we're moving now on to the empathy coach, and it's probably a good lead into that, because I know you do a lot of work around empathy with businesses and people. But I would love the day to come where, you know, it was a case of, I mean, and I'll be honest with you, I did this as a manager. You know, if somebody had a bereavement, I would say to them, don't want to see you until after the funeral. You know, you just go and do what you need to go and do. Don't worry about work. Because what actually happens there by doing it that way, and this is what I used to find, is one, it's the right way to treat that person. It's giving them space to come to terms. And of course, in the way that you've just shown emotion, you know, quite a while later, some people aren't affected immediately. It might be 6 months later. So it's important as a manager that you keep an eye on your people, right, you know, maybe 1-2 years, because this can bite at any time. But, you know, there's that old adage, but hang on, if you did that, if you give people an inch, they'll take a mile. I think it's the opposite. If you give them a mile, they take an inch. They actually want to come back. I remember one of my employees who lost somebody, and I said exactly that. And I said, look, you don't have to phone me every day, but I'll keep checking in with you just to make sure that you're all right. And it was about 3 or 4 days after the bereavement. And the words were, I want to come in, because I'm just surrounded by grief. I need a release. I need to come in. And even though as an employer, I knew that was going to be testing, and, you know, they weren't going to be the most productive, and rightly so. It wasn't about that. Work was going to be good for them. And of course, they did come in, and we kept an eye on them, and we made sure that they were supported. But I do think that, you know, if businesses had a little bit more flexibility in that area, and it's just one area, that would make a massive difference. But that's just me anyway, going for a little moment. But no, this brings it now, you know, back to empathy, because that all of that what I just said links in lovely to empathy. So you are now the empathy coach. So, you know, what have you found? You know, since you've been the empathy coach, how do you try and nurture that into business, and what has been you know, some high level reactions that you've had and positive change that you've seen as a consequence of the great work that you do?
Well, it'll be no secret that kind of my own personal experiences of self-compassion and self-empathy, and just how healing it can be. I've absolutely sort of started me on this journey. I mean, right after losing Adam and losing my job, by a twist of fate, I ended up working with two incredible women, two incredible psychotherapists, who were absolutely committed to bringing some of the more accessible therapeutic techniques to the lay person, if you like, to people who are supporting other people, because there's an awful lot in psychotherapy that can be really helpful, and it's not about making people, you know, unqualified therapists, but it is about saying, actually, there's a couple of little things you can do that can make a big difference, that are things a therapist does. And I ended up working with with these two incredible women who I still work with from time to time now, and are still very, very good friends of mine. But I have to say, they taught me what empathy really was. Because up until that point, I thought I knew. I think I went on my first empathy training program in about 1999 when I first started working in a call center, and somebody told me what empathy was and how important empathy was. And I went, oh yeah, I get that. How wrong could I have been? Because it wasn't until working with therapists and working with therapists that were supporting people with very difficult pasts and problematic behaviors that I really understood what it was, and became absolutely fascinated by the power that it has to change lives. And you know, I could call myself the empathy geek, Dave. I really could, because I kind of feel a little bit like I'm a bit of a geek when it comes to empathy these days. But what I've found was, and after working with these two women for a couple of years, and working with their customers, bearing in mind that their customers weren't contact centers like I'd had previously. They weren't insurance sales teams that I'd worked with previously. They were social workers, and they were paramedics, and they were police officers, and they were teachers, and they were people who were facing into real challenging people every day. And sometimes the only thing that was getting them through was that ability to tune into empathy. Because without that, what we're looking at is the world through our own eyes. And you said something actually quite early on. You said about your, you know, when you were struggling, that actually you had quite high standards for yourself, and they were standards that you held other people to. And we all do this. We have our own standards, our own opinions of what's right and wrong, our own views, our own values. And actually, we don't realize we do it, but we do subconsciously hold everybody else, the world, to those same standards. And actually, what we forget sometimes is that everybody has their own very unique set of standards and values and rules for living, and they could be very different from mine, and therefore I can't hold people to my standards when they have their own. And when I hold people to my standards, that's when I begin to judge. And if we think about this notion of stigma, the stigma that we attach to anything, the stigma that we attach to psychotherapy, the stigma that we attach to antidepressants, the stigma that we attach to problematic behavior, or somebody being angry, or, you know, or criminal behavior, or anything like that. The stigma means disgrace, and it means judgment. And, you know, I saw a post the other day, and I don't want to get political, but I saw, so I'll keep it high level.
Yeah, keep it high level.
So I saw a post the other day that was from a newspaper, thinking about the media. And I do think the media, you know, do sometimes give oxygen to some of these things that otherwise wouldn't have oxygen. But anyway, and the media were reporting on a crime. And the headline that they kind of put on there is, why would anyone do this? And it was said with such accusation, and I couldn't help in my mind but I heard that question, but I heard it very differently. I heard, why would anyone do this? And I think that's the difference sometimes. And one of the things that I work very hard with my clients and with the teams that I support, to start shifting that question away from why would anyone do this to why would anyone do this? Because the thing is, there will be a reason. There will be some kind of positive function that's being served, and just because I don't get it, because it's not in my little standard set of values, doesn't mean it's not in somebody else's. And whilst I judge that behavior and attach that stigma to that behavior, and I couldn't help but think that whoever's done this thing that they were reporting on has got problems, needs help, is not behaving in a healthy and well-adjusted way. But whilst we abhor that person, whilst we judge that person, whilst we say, why would anyone do something so horrible, is that person going to come forward and say, I think I need help? No, that person's going to stay in the shadows. And actually you look at this thing that was reported on and think, if we don't get this person some help, God knows where they're headed to on their journey. But until we can get some of that stigma and some of that judgment under control, I worry about what's going to happen. And you're absolutely right in what you were saying about how organizations deal with this. And I think, you have higher levels of compassion than probably some leaders, and therefore you would look at somebody who, who's Brad Reeves, I don't want to see you until after the funeral. And that's so great, because it's so warm and it's so compassionate. And actually they will come back, Dave, because they'll come back because they've got a trusted relationship with you, and they won't take the piss because they've got a trusted relationship with you, and you won't worry about them taking the piss because you've got a trusted relationship with them. Do you know what I mean?
I do, but I mean, I look back now, and you'd have done the same in terms of, your depression and your anxiety, the same with me. And that example I give there is the best of me, and of course we all have we're not always perfect. And things like that was me. That was absolutely me. But I lost myself, absolutely lost myself in terms of the way I was as a manager. I mean, I can learn so much more. If I had my time again, I'd be a very, very different manager, because when you're on the hamster wheel of business, you start to become, and again, it's how you react to things that you're taught, or the status quo, or whatever it may be. And I look back now, and in terms of underperformance. And because for me, I had a really good work ethic, and for me, I'd go in every day 100 miles an hour and away I go. As you say, very difficult for me to accept anything less than 100% from my people. So straight away, I would question as a manager that, well, is this person right for the business? Because that's the way I'd grown as a person, and it was very damaging. I can see that now, because we were all too quick. Somebody's late 3 days running. Oh well, they need a disciplinary.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get
and I was getting, don't get me wrong, and I think a lot of it, and I think it's important that I'm honest. I've done a lot of reflecting, and I'll be honest about that now. I was on that hamster wheel. You see it and go, oh, that's unacceptable. They're taking the what. It's disciplinary. But actually, through my own life and through my own acceptance of where I've been and the learnings that I've had, the real question there is, what's happening? What's making that person late 3 days? Let's have a conversation.
Why? Let's find out why. What's going on?
Exactly. And this is the thing, we've got to see the human, because I think, nobody wants to be late for work. Nobody wants to underperform. Nobody wants to waste the opportunities that they're given. So when these little indicators come, your word empathy, your word understanding what is going on is just so important, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And this is the point, a life lesson that was really important to me many years ago, and there may well be people on the line that are familiar with Stephen Covey's book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, book that's been around a long time, and I read it a long time ago. But actually, one of the things that really jumped out at me with that was his notion of seek first to understand and then to be understood. And it's such a powerful lesson, because when we go into any situation or any interaction with just our agenda, with just what we want to get out of it, or with just how we see the situation, we run the risk of getting it so wrong, and not just making the situation worse, but potentially just losing that person, that relationship, that situation for good. When we go into an interaction and we seek first to understand what is going on, why are you doing this, what's happening for you, then we are in a much better place to respond in the right way. And I guess that's one facet of empathy. Empathy is hard, Dave. It's really easy for us to empathize with people when we agree with how they feel. It's really easy for us to empathize with people when we like them. When we don't agree with them, when it isn't how we would handle things against our unique set of standards, or if we don't really like a person, empathy doesn't come naturally. And that's why what I do when I work with individuals, I help them understand what their natural barriers to empathy are, and they're very relevant and very valid barriers to empathy are. but and then how to overcome those, how to put them to one side, because it's almost like, and a lot of people say, well, I'm just letting people off the hook, and it's like, are you, or are you actually letting yourself off the hook?
Well, actually,
are you actually allowing yourself to move forward?
Well, to grow on both sides.
And
you're letting the person to grow, and you're letting yourself grow. And I think, you know, it's interesting because, you know, as you read a lot of books, you start to learn so much more about human behavior, mind, all of these type of things. And it's important, isn't it, that empathy is not sympathy. I mean, that's something that I've learned, you know, and again, you know, somebody else's problems are their problems. You're there to support them. It's, you know, the moment sympathy comes in, actually it's counterintuitive, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because it's pity. Actually, what sympathy does is, sympathy is, I'm so far removed from what's going on with you. Empathy is, how am I connected to what's going on for you? That's the difference, rather than there being that divide between us. And usually it's the emotion that allows us to connect, because even if I haven't been through the same experience that you've been through, I have felt great sadness, I have felt great pain, I have felt great anger, and that is a way that I can potentially relate. And there's loads and loads of stuff around actually the tangible and practical displaying of empathy, and that's what I work with. But it all comes back to, until we can get our heads around the judgment and the stigma, and letting some of that go, so that we can truly understand what's happening. And it starts with self. I don't know how any of us can empathize with others if we can't first empathize and be compassionate towards ourselves. And that's certainly part of the lesson that I've learned. It wasn't until I could actually really be compassionate and empathic towards myself that I had the chance at doing that with others.
You're absolutely spot on. You know, I mean, and I think, you know, I'm looking at the time, you know, that's flown by. We couldn't, and we always say this, Neil, me and you could speak for hours. But you're right, and I think you know, it's great the way that is. I think, you know, some of the things you've said today, I think people will take inspiration from. I think they'll take a steer from. I love this conversation around empathy. You know, that we've just had. But this bit about kindness to yourself, I think, is a great way to end this, in the fact that, you know, it starts with you. And I think you've said that a couple of times. It starts with us. We've got to be kinder to ourselves. We've got to, and bring people in. And I think, you know, that bit around what you did, you know, at a time that was really hard for you, you know, to bring in that circle of people who absolutely would want to be there for you. That immediate sense of relief. You're not going to, and I go back to what I said, which you picked up on with you, that to tell a negative experience 18 times is in effect reliving it 18 times. And I think, you know, the fact that you allowed yourself to do that just once probably helped, you know, in terms of the grieving process. And that support that you got, and I can only imagine, you know, that, you know, I mean, Alison Rothwell has actually commented as you've been speaking. I think, you know, Alison, and her words when we were talking about that was, I will never forget what you did, and it was so the right thing to do. So that was Alison's comment as you were speaking.
Well, she was one of the people that was in that back garden.
I'm sure she was. Well, I guessed that when it came up. But, you know, she's absolutely right. So for me, if people take away from this talk nothing more than, you know, when you're going through the most challenging times in your life, bring people in. Don't shut yourself down. Bring people in. This bit around empathy that you spoke
and
about.
open your mind. I haven't even had the chance to talk about, actually, you know, on the back of bereavement, I suddenly opened my mind to mindfulness and meditation and yoga, and again, we've got to move on. I can't do it.
Well, actually, on that, because I don't think you've ever met, on that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually admit Russell, because he's our next speaker. So hopefully he's going to come on in a second. Here he comes. Hopefully he'll unmute, because that's actually where we're going next. There he is.
Brilliant.
Hello, Russell.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
This is Neil Lewis. I don't think you've ever met. Neil, meet Russell.
Hi, Russell.
And he's actually just completely unscripted.
Segued.
Started to go, oh, mindfulness. And I went, oh, well, funny enough, that's where we're going next, which is marvelous. So before we move to Russell, Neil, again, from me to you, thank you very much for your time. As always, an inspirational conversation. We'll see each other again in the morning, because we've got another appointment in the morning. But Neil, from everybody who will watch this, whether it be live or later, I think, you know, without question today, you have certainly contributed to Time to Change, Time to Talk as a topic. I think people will will have got so much from you. Continue to be the inspiration that you are, and thanks again for your time.
No, it's my pleasure, and I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of the speakers. I'm going to log off and log on. See you soon. Good luck, Russell.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Right, morning, Russell. How are you?
Morning, David. I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, well, this is my second hour now. You know, by the end of the day, I'm sure I'm going to need a very nice single malt whiskey and a nap, but we'll carry on. So, ladies and gentlemen, meet Russell Treasure. Russell has a company called Treasure Your Wellbeing. Met Russell probably about 6 or 7 months ago now for the first time. Very kindly accepted me on LinkedIn, and I've become a big admirer of the work that Russell does in our local community, and the man that you are, Russell. Let's be fair. You know, you're very you're a great guy. You get what you see with Russell, and I like that. It's fantastic. So, Russell, let's move to you. This next hour is going to be around coping strategies, but I think what's important, we've all had a journey that has brought us to the work that we now do and the people that we now are. And I think, you know, in order to get people to understand a little bit about you, you know, the first question is, you know, what has been your experience as a person around mental health, and what that's taught you, and what's brought you to where you are today. So over to you, my friend.
Thanks, David. I think mental health wasn't really a thing when I was younger. I was born in 1963. So growing up, going through the usual, you know, child, teenage angst, all that sort of thing, you just kind of accepted it and got on with it. And, you know, you kind of looked if you'd done something wrong because you might get a, as my parents used to call it, a backhander and things like that. So leading up to probably about 2000s onwards, I wasn't really aware of what was going on in terms of mental health. It wasn't a thing. You know, I think, you know, the older generation had a kind of a few terms for it, and also a few answers, you know, a few solutions like man up, or you know, pick yourself up, get on with it, and all that sort of thing. But I first encountered my probably biggest challenge I've had in my life when 2008 came and the financial crash started to affect my business.
Right.
I say business, it was businesses. You know, I was in a few things like property, car hire, car insurance, lots of things in different pies. And I went from, in 2008, being what I would call a reasonably successful business. I had all the toys, you know, flash cars, big house, holidays in the Maldives, you know, not to brag, just to show people how, you know, how things changed for me from being a mechanic's son, 5 kids, very, you know, rarely had any money spare, pontins for holidays, you know, all that sort of thing. You know, never had any kind of treats or anything, but going to suddenly having loads of money. And so I went out and I blew it, basically. All the money that came in, I spent. I had 2 Lamborghinis. I mean, who needs 2 Lamborghinis, you know? A couple of Bentleys, and Aston Martin, lots of Lotuses. I did motorsport, so I was in motorsport from about 2001, racing Lotuses. And all this money was coming in, it was great, but it was all going out, and I didn't have a plan B. And 2008 came along, and the financial crash, as people sometimes describe it, took the, you know, the legs out from under my businesses and me personally. And I knew probably by about the end of that year that I was in trouble. My business went from being, I mean, not my quoting figures, but we're bringing in about 40 grand a month. And by the end of that year, we had some 0 months, literally. Houses were dropping in value, rents were dropping, people couldn't afford to buy, you know, luxuries, and people were very cautious. And I don't know if you remember, but people kept money in their pocket. So we were very quickly in trouble. And I started to get that feeling, that sense that I wasn't going to come back from it in 2008. And I'd started drinking, so I was doing a couple of bottles of red wine every night, not sleeping, the usual stuff, staying at my computer screen at 1 o'clock in the morning, hoping for a miracle. You know, that feeling you get, you know, in your chest, looking down at the ground as I was walking around. I mean, I had a 7-acre woodland that we lived in, and not literally in the woods, but in a house in the woods, and with deer and all sorts of wildlife, birds and all that. But I couldn't see it because all I could see was this reflection in front of me, a screen replaying a video of all my troubles, all my challenges. Not breathing correctly, you know, the drinking, the eating. Eventually went to the doctor and got some tablets. I can't remember what they were, probably diazepam or something similar. Didn't like that, didn't enjoy the experience, so I stopped taking them. And by 2009, I was fighting. You know, I was in full fight or flight mode or chimp mode. You know, we're both aware of the book, The Chimp Paradox, which you know, now is looking back, I could have really used it back then. And I was in trouble mentally, physically, relationship wise, money wise, and staring down the kind of, as people say sometimes, staring into the abyss. Knowing that pretty soon everything was going to go. But I kept fighting, you know, the old thing people say sometimes, never give up, never give up, never give up. And I kind of got into a mindset of hoping for a miracle whilst trying to fend off predators and the inland revenue and, you know, people basically coming along and saying, you need to borrow some money. Well, one of the probably things I wouldn't do if I had a chance to do again would be borrow money off my family. You know, that borrowed money, which I eventually paid back, but at the time I shouldn't have really done it. I should have accepted it. This is your fate. Let's get on with, you know, dealing with the next chapter. But as humans, you know, we try and hold on to the things we've got. You know, if we've achieved something, the big house or the flash car or whatever, you try and keep hold of it, don't you? And I very quickly found that if I carried on, I was going to be very ill or worse. And it culminated in a walk down the railway line on the day that I went to bankruptcy court because I'd received some advice from a friend of a friend who'd been there, and he said, I'm sorry, mate, there's only one thing you can do, and that's go bankrupt. House, seven figures. And with nothing coming in, it was obvious. That guy opened my eyes, you know, he said, I know where you are, because I've been there, and you've got to go bankrupt, because if you don't, you can spend the rest of your life chased by banks and people for this money. So I did accept finally that it had to go, and bankruptcy means literally you end up with nothing. And in 2011, at the beginning, I went to bankruptcy court, and that night, if memory serves correctly, because my mind has, you know, wiped out quite a lot of details in that period, and the alcohol didn't help either. I recall correctly, it was that day I quietly put my phone down on my desk in the office in the house and snuck out the house and walked down to the railway line. And I guess I didn't make any attempt to take my own life, but I wanted to find out whether I wanted to or not. You know, did I still want to be around? Because you know, when you're in that place and you've upset lots of people, you've let lots of people down, and you know, lots of people are chasing you for things, for money mainly, you feel like the world and the people around you would be better off without you there. That's the thing that, for me, was the override. I'll never get out of this. I mean, I was very wrong in that respect, but I wasn't to know it at the time. Things will never be okay again. And the people around me would be better off if I was no longer here. So I spent an hour walking up the side of the line. I was in Preston and watched a few trains go by, and eventually decided to go back home. My partner was frantic. We've been together 17 years, and I think she had an idea where my mind was. and she was obviously relieved to see me back. But that night, we sat outside the house, and we had a good chat, and I had a good cry. I mean, you know, what people would probably have called in past times a nervous breakdown. And we just said, I can't do this anymore. Yeah. If I keep trying to keep this thing going, this business and this house, this lifestyle, I am going to be really ill or worse. And she knew where I'd be. So we agreed that we would separate because she wanted to carry on. See, I'd borne the brunt of all the fighting for a couple of years, and she'd been protected from it. So she wasn't really aware. I'd kept it from her. And I regret that now, because in any situation like that, you should be upfront and say, right at the beginning, listen, we could be in trouble here. Yeah. And she carried on with it. And I went and stayed in a friend's spare room.
Right.
So I had a black bin liner full of clothes, no car, no money, no job. It was like a reset, though.
Yeah.
And one of the best things that happened to me in between the two things happening, i.e. me realising that I was in trouble and eventually being bankrupt, was that I met this lady near Warrington who said, you need to come and see me. So we had a chat. Turns out she was a counsellor, and I said, who's called Jenny? I said, Jenny, I'm really sorry, I haven't got any money, I can't even pay you. She said, it doesn't matter. It's one of the most generous, kind-hearted things that could have happened to me at the time, because nobody else hardly wanted to know me. Yeah. And so I went over. My dad gave me an old car he had on the drive, and I went over and saw her. And she spent 3 hours with me doing her job, counselling, which mainly was about what you've done in the past is gone. Take a learning from it, but let it go now. Stop being the person you can be again now, instead of the person that you thought you were, and i.e. down, useless, rubbish, no good at business, no good with money, crap at relationships, drinking too much. All those descriptions that were going around in my head at the time, she gave me a way to move on from that. Yeah. But the absolute best thing was that every Friday night she ran a mindfulness class. It was kind of meditation, relaxation, mindfulness, a chat with her, with a group of us, 10, 15 people every Friday night, 8 o'clock, Oasis. I couldn't wait every week for that 8 o'clock to come around on Friday. And we learned meditation and mindfulness, and we made new friends, and it was just a fantastic thing that happened to me. And that's why I do what I do now.
So, I mean, it's interesting there, because later on we've got Diane with us, who is actually a counsellor. That's what her profession is. Just a quick question on that. Had the offer not have come, obviously the gratitude you've got, I think you said her name was Jenny, must be huge. But had that offer not come, would you have gone to a counsellor? Or would you have tried to reach out to a counsellor, do you think?
I think at the time, I didn't have any support network.
Right.
Even so, that's what, 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Even in the past 10 years, I think it's become much more prevalent, and it's become much more accepted to ask for help. Back then, apart from going to the GP, in those 2 or 3 years of what I would call my biggest learning period, some people would call it hell, but I'm actually glad it happened now. I can look back and say, although it wasn't pleasant at the time, I'm glad it happened, because I'm sat here talking to you, doing what I love doing. But I would not have reached out to a counsellor. I would not have reached out to any form of mental health help. Hospital, I wouldn't. Now if somebody's talking to me and they say I'm struggling, and I say, well, are you really struggling? Do you need something right now? I'd advise them to go to the GP or A&E or whatever, whatever it takes to signpost somebody on. Yeah. Back then, I wouldn't have even asked. That's the question, because you didn't. No. You just got on with it and did what you could.
It's interesting, the similarities between me and you, because you mentioned there about, your wife at the time probably knew what was going on was worried about you. And I think there was a period there where, you know, my wife knew what was, you know, was absolutely in the knowledge of what was going on with me. And I know that every time I left for work in the morning, she didn't know if I was coming back. You know, because that's where I was as well. So, you know, and the strain that, you know, you talk about the mental health of ourselves, but, you know, and not that we want to do it. Nobody wants to impact negatively on their family or their wives, partners' mental health. But, you know, it's a reality, isn't it? You know, that who we connect with, both good and bad, will have a significant impact, won't it?
Absolutely. I think, you know, I look back now and I had some friends who, you know, looked after me afterwards. These people came up and pressed 100 quid in my hand and said, I know you're struggling, you know, here's 100 quid. And some of my friends did that. However, even that very close group of friends, I would never have gone to them and said, really struggling here, you know, what can we do? My dad wouldn't asked him. My partner at the time, she used to bang it out to me. And one of the things I remember her saying once was, I feel frustrated because I don't feel like I can do anything for you. I can't help you. I think it's true. You know, I felt that nobody could do anything apart from somebody coming along with a big checkbook, which is one of the miracles. I used to imagine somebody coming along and saying, Russ, I've just won the lottery. I know you're in trouble. Here's £1 million.
Lovely.
I used to hope that would happen, you know.
Yeah.
So I feel like I was almost completely on my own up to the point when I went bankrupt and lost everything. Some really good friends came along and helped me out.
Yeah.
Up to that point, so maybe for 2 years plus, I didn't ask for or receive any help at all.
I think, and again, you know, at this time, you know, we where we are, COVID-19 and what's going on in Britain and the wider world, I think, you know, there's a lot of inspiration there in the fact that, you know, here's somebody who had to start again, as you rightly said, you know, who was severely impacted financially. And we know what finance, I mean, it's one of the top 5, isn't it, things that influences in life is our finances. And, you know, the fact that you're here, the fact that now, you know, you've grown, you now do what you do, I think it's a real beacon of hope for people that maybe have found themselves unemployed at this time, that in the same way that, you know, your career was panned out the same way mine was. You know, I was on a trajectory. I never saw myself leaving Ford, and I didn't, you know, and when that happened, it was crisis time. It really was. And it takes a lot to get over that. But, you know, the fact that you are sat there now, you've been, as, you know, back to basics, for want of a better word, and you're now here, you know, you've turned it around. There's got to be inspirational for people who are going to watch this.
Well, because, you know, I'm involved in the men's offload program with the Rugby League, and one of the great things about that program is that the presenters, the coaches, tell a story. So, you know, we get an hour and a half, and we tell a story, and then we go through a specific, you know, as you know, my subject is mindfulness.
Yeah.
So I stand up and I learn to tell that story that I've just told you, albeit stretched out a bit, in front of 30 or 40 guys. And I think that is absolutely critical that we speak to people as soon as possible, because I've seen so many people. I think there's been over 300 people gone through the offload system now. And I think that the ability to speak to somebody without judgment, very important. You don't want people looking at you going, "Well, what an idiot." You know, you want people who listen and say, I've been where you are and I've come out the other side. So I think I hope my story by saying, listen, I had it all, I lost it all, but now I'm a lot more content and my life's more simple. You know, everything's easier because of that happening. Now I'm grateful that it happened.
Yeah, same with me. We spoke about this. Yeah, exactly with me. I mean, you know, and you know, I think that's where we met. I come and did a presentation to your offload group, and I know the work that you do with that, which is fantastic. But you're absolutely right. You know, I look back now on my journey, and you'll agree with me, as much as you would never want anybody to have to go to where we've been, that, you know, I say, you know, my mission now is to help as many people not get to the place that I got to. But for those of us who have lived that, we do come out better the other side, and it's a mad thing to say, and you know, and that's true. I think the interesting thing as well, you know, that you said, you know, when you were talking about, oh God, remind me now, me thread's gone. What did you say? You said something about oh, that was it, yeah. When you were talking about finances, obviously I come from a world of work that is very bonus led, very commission led.
Yeah.
And, you know, and I've been guilty of this, in the fact that when you've got a proportion of your, you know, when you've got a small salary, big commission structures, you can set yourself up for real problems in the fact that you set yourself up at a level of income that is dependent on that bonus. And I think this COVID-19, suddenly, you know, there's issues there. And you know, I used to always, and you know, and I've been always this way inclined, that, you know, when I was in those jobs and those roles, I always set myself up to live on my basic plus 500 quid. That was it. I knew more often than not I'd earn more than £500 bonus, but if I set myself up at that level, if the worst thing happened, I should be okay. But I know that a lot of people, you know, don't do that. And again, you know, I thought when you said that, you know, that's just a bit of advice that I wanted to give, you know, to people out there who are on commission structures, etc. You know, always try and make sure if you're going into those type of industries that you don't live on that bonus, because as COVID-19 has showed, once that's no longer there, it can be big problems. But anyway, we come back to, because you've just hinted at mindfulness, but before we do, you've also talked about offload there as well, which I didn't expect. This is again not scripted, but you know, talking, you know, time to change, time to talk. I think what I'm hearing from you is very similar to me. I found it very hard to talk, and I'm getting from you that you did as well.
Yeah, definitely. Before I got into this stuff, I was more into, you know, the ego, the money, the house, the cars. It felt like a kick, because it was all about showing off.
Yeah.
You know, it was about, I look at this flash car. You know, I'm not proud of it, but I can happily say now that I used to drive around in this orange Lamborghini and wonder if people were looking at me. And I used to look to see if people were looking at me. And if you're on that kind of level of ego, though you're not any better than anybody else, you've just got like expensive toys. But when you are on that level of ego, even though I like to think that I was still a decent bloke and I helped as many people as I could, it's kind of a huge fall to get back down to being stood there at the end of your drive with a bin liner with your clothes in. And I could never have spoken to anybody about that at the time, because I hadn't been trained. I hadn't received that experience. I went from being a mechanic's son in a family of 5 kids with no money to one day waking up and having the flash house, flash cars, holidays, and all that. And then a few years later, you know, maybe 10 years later, waking up again with nothing.
Yeah.
So being able to speak about that, I would look back and say, you know, I wish somebody had come along and said, just sit down there, mate, and tell me everything.
And I think that's a really important point, because I think we spoke about this, you know, when we've had conversations, that, you know, the talking messages, the hashtags, it's okay to be okay, Britain Get Talking, all of that. And of course, a lot of what we're talking about now, you know, it's right that that's there, and it's right that it keeps it in the mainstream. But for those who suffer, the last thing you want to do is talk, you know. And that bit that you just said there at the end, which is you wish somebody would have said, come here, talk to me. And there's a lot of people at the moment who are that you see who are trying to almost run before we walk, in the fact that they want to make big changes. You know, change people's perceptions. And I'm a great believer, and I'd be interested to see one of my passions at the moment is, well, not passions, it's now what I do. First aid for mental health, very, very important. Giving people awareness. My family, loving family, would run through brick walls for me. But was there awareness of the signs and symptoms there to actually have identified what actually was happening with me? No, not to the level it is now. The same way that I didn't know, because I didn't see it as depression as it was. I would hope that you'd agree with me that actually, awareness and giving people the knowledge of what these conditions are, how it affects you, how you can spot the signs and the symptoms, will take a bit of onus off the person who's suffering, and actually will create a society whereby we can recognise in each other there's something wrong with Russell. And I can be that person for you where I say, Russell, do you want to talk?
Absolutely agree. I think that if you've got somebody who's a trusted friend who will ask you, are you okay? And you say, I'm fine. Then we'll ask you again, are you okay? This is one of the things that people use these days. It's a standard thing, always ask twice.
Yeah.
Because the first reaction, especially from a bloke, is, I'm fine. I don't want anybody to think that I'm struggling at the moment. I've got to give this air of confidence, and everything's fine and nothing bothers me. I'm the provider, and all those kind of old-fashioned views. But now, and especially with a lot of the, we're both involved in a lot of the men's groups around the area, encouraging men to speak, but women as well. I think men need it dragging out of them more. If somebody contacts me, what I want to do is listen to them. I'm not going to try and fix them. I know that a lot of people in the area are aware that I am there just to listen to them talk if they want. And I'm not going to say, well, I think you should do this, and I think you should do that, and why did you do that, and blah, blah, blah. It's just about listening. And the more people we can persuade to speak up when they are struggling, then I think, there's no scientific basis, it's just my opinion. I think that mental health will improve dramatically if only people have people to talk to, or rather, people who will listen without judgment.
I think, now, and again, from my perspective, I'd be interested to hear your perspective. Me now looking back, I probably would have talked now with the knowledge I've now got, knowing where I've been, knowing that the support was there, because again, we talk ourselves out of talking. That's what we do when we're suffering. With the educated mind, with the wise mind, you would probably now have been a lot more open, back in the day. And if there's this piece around awareness again, and would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if we can teach people to be aware of when they're feeling down, rather than just saying, this is normal. I've been sad all my life, or I've been angry all my life, so it's normal. I don't need to do anything about it, because I kind of get happy every now and then. Something goes right for me, but in general, things go wrong for me. And that is a widely held view that we can't change our minds. And I think that the more people who would become aware of books like The Chimp Paradox, and aware of groups that are out there at the moment helping people all over the country, not just in our area, that it will change the paradigm. I've got to keep this to myself. Stick up the lip, man up, whatever. It will change the paradigm, and it will get people speaking.
Absolutely. So you've already linked in with mindfulness, and obviously the groups that remind me, it was Jane, wasn't it? Was it Jane? Was it Jane? The lady that helped you, the counsellor? Jenny, sorry. So Jenny, we'll give a plug to Jenny. Jenny, you did the counselling, and of course and that was your introduction to mindfulness. Before we actually talk about what that meant for you, I think from my perspective, was that the only coping strategy that you attempted, or was there other coping strategies that that you've also done. We'll get to mindfulness in bulk in a sec, but was there any other coping strategies that you use other than mindfulness?
Well, back then it was alcohol. That was my coping strategy. It didn't do me any good, apart from emptying my bank a little bit faster. I always found that when I was occupied doing something I really enjoyed, then I wasn't thinking about my challenges. So, for example, in motorsport, I somehow managed to drag it out and keep doing it, even though I knew everything was going wrong. Once you get into that, sort of, you're loading the car up on a Friday with all the spares and tools, and then you go to the circuit and you practice and you have to connect with everybody, and you can find something. And today that might mean just walking out in nature or chatting to a friend. I'm a big advocate of the 5 ways to wellbeing, which I know a lot of people are. I didn't invent it or anything, but the 5 ways to wellbeing are a fantastic way.
So do you just want to go through those 5, because some people might be going, what are the five stages?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the acronym CLANG is the best way to remember it, and I hope I don't trip myself up now by not remembering it. C is for connect, so that might mean picking the phone up. I do that now with some of my old friends. Every weekend, I'll pick the phone up and just call somebody and say, how are you doing? So connect is a great thing. Always to learn, which means just learn something new. French, knitting, whatever it might be, Celtic pottery, baking, all these sort of things. Try and give your mind something to get its teeth into, to learn something. A is for activity, so perform some sort of physical activity. Get your heart pumping a bit. Get out in the fresh air. I don't know about most people, but I always feel better when I've gone out the house. One of the things when we're working with companies is to say, walk away from the computer once an hour. Get outside, just breathe some fresh air in. Or take up cycling or anything, walking, running, whatever it might be. And of course, as restrictions are lifted, we'll be able to get back to my favourite things, badminton. That's what I always find with badminton, that when you're focused on that one thing for an hour, nothing else matters.
No.
N is for noticing. Well, that's mindfulness, really. So we'll talk about that in a little while. And G is for giving. Now, when you give to other people, and by give, I mean anything from volunteering for a charity to helping somebody cross the road who needs some shopping, just give of yourself. But the really important thing about that is not to expect anything in return. I'm just giving. I don't want them to do something back. I'm not going to give them some of my time and say, well, what have they done for me? So it might be that you go to your local food bank, or you become a listening friend for somebody who's lonely. There's loads of charities out there, and in our particular area, we've got Warrington Voluntary Action, and we can get hold of them, pick the phone up or email them, and they've got so many volunteering opportunities that you can always help. I personally, I go and pick up stuff from the supermarkets for Friends of Medicide Food Bank in Warrington, and before we got clamped down on, I was going to the Salvation Army doing breakfasts 3 days a week for the homeless, and that's been stopped unfortunately now. I'm sure we'll get back to it as soon as we can. So anything like that, and something, the best feeling I get in my life is when I'm driving away from having done something like that. It just gives you this warm, fuzzy feeling. Absolutely love it.
It's that bit about maturity, isn't it? I mean, if you reflect it back to, we've just come through Christmas, haven't we? So, if you reflect on Christmas, when you're a kid, it's all about getting your presents, but then as you mature through life, and you turn into good old Santa, it's that look on somebody else's face, isn't it? That for me now, the older you get, and if that isn't the way people feel, then something's not going quite right. But it's the same, isn't it? That giving to somebody without wanting something back.
Yeah.
I mean, I read something over Christmas that, you know, in terms of Secret Santas and, you know, again, we're an absorbing society now where we, you know, you look at, I mean, when we have birthday parties for the kids, you know, their birthdays like is bigger than my Christmas used to be. You know, you've got friends giving them toys that are 20, 30 quid. And I'm sure they don't expect anything in return, but, you know, just because of the way we are, there is that obligation. You do feel this obligation. And, you know, you say about, you know, this image, you don't want to give the image that, you know, you can buy me a £30 present for my kid, but I can only afford 10 for you. And it creates this, you know, the pressures of life, really, isn't it? So I think, you know, what you've just said there in terms of giving, absolutely. But I think this bit about without wanting to receive anything back, or without that person feeling as if they need to, is so critical. So that I think, you know, didn't expect us to go there, but, you know, good that we did, because I think people get it. So mindfulness then, because I know that is the thing that you're incredibly passionate about, and you know, I've been onto some of your mindfulness sessions as well. Let's start from the beginning. So when I started to unravel, and when I started to learn, going back to what you said a minute ago, I needed to learn about my mind. I needed to learn what was going on. Mindfulness, didn't know what it was, but I had an image of what I thought it was. So for anybody who has never, ever really studied mindfulness, but just know the word, maybe dispel the myth, because a lot of people think it's tree hugging and yoga and that's it. So if you just want to explain, as as somebody who's done it for many years, what is mindfulness, Russell?
Okay. Well, let me tell you what it isn't, and that is sitting on the floor cross-legged with your fingers like this saying in an orange robe.
I'm doing it wrong.
It's not that, but it can be. Mindfulness for every day. Mindfulness came over to the West very recently, last century, and it originated in Buddhism, so in the Far East, 600-800 years ago. But it had to be adapted for you know, the West, and so that's then brought it up, I think, to America in about the 70s, and then more latterly over to the UK. I've been practicing it now for about, say, 10 years probably. I'm teaching it for 8 years, practicing it for about 10. And for me, mindfulness is the ability to be able to observe what our mind is doing. So if I'm feeling angry and my shoulders have got tense because I'm getting ready to do something, fight or flight, and I notice that. Now, my favourite word in mindfulness is noticing. We've got to start off by noticing. Why do I feel sad? Why do I feel angry or frustrated or jealous or afraid? You know, what's going on? Because if we can first get to be a friend to our mind and start to observe it, a great book that can teach us this stuff is The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. It's the first book I read on this stuff, and Jenny actually recommended it to me many years ago. And what we do then is we become a kind of a master or a friend to our chimp. So the chimp, coming from the chimp paradox, is the fight or flight system, you know, based in the amygdala and the deep in the brain. And it used to help us run away from things. Now, it used to be useful, and it still is sometimes, but it used to be useful a lot. So it saved us from being eaten by a predator 2 million years ago, before we started walking on our back legs. Today, it's still active and it still works almost exactly the same, except for it's not for being eaten by a predator. It could be running away from a fast car to get out of the way to avoid being run over. It could be running away from a group of drunken louts that have just fallen out of the pub. Very rare occurrences. However, small things happen. If lots of small things happen in a row, or something big comes along like COVID, we tend to go into chimp mode. And the blood supply goes to this part of the brain, or the amygdala. And we have our shoulders up and we grit our teeth and we're looking around for perceived danger because this part of the brain has taken over. So what we can do is become friends with that part of the brain, friends with our chimp. Mine's called Charlie. And I have a conversation with Charlie which might go along these lines. So I notice that I'm stressed. I'm in a stress situation, fight or flight, my shoulders are up and I'm gritting my teeth. I might have said something horrible to somebody. And I noticed that, and I said, why? You know, why are you like this? Well, it's because I've only got 10 quid left in the bank. And that means that I could be in trouble.
Yeah.
Shouldn't think I might die because I've got no money in the bank. It goes straight to survival. It goes straight to I might die. And it gets us ready to run away a fight. So if I notice this, I can ask myself the question of why. And then I try to apply an answer without judgment. So mindfulness is very much not judging yourself or other people. If I say, if you said to me now, I don't like your hair, I might want to defend myself by saying, no, I don't like yours. That's my chimp. My human's in charge and the blood supply's gone to the front here, prefrontal cortex. I might say, everybody's entitled to their opinion. So using mindfulness, I might have a different outcome. Instead of an angry or fearful response, a fight or flight, you know, degrading my relationship with somebody, friend or relative, somebody in another car, road rage, somebody in the supermarket, I have a calm, logical, rational experience.
Yeah.
So using mindfulness as a daily practice, me noticing yourself can help us have less fight or flight situations and more calm solutions. So mention the practice, 10 minutes a day, that's all it needs. More if you can. There's an old saying, everybody should meditate for half an hour a day. If you haven't got time, you should do an hour. Okay? All I'm asking for is 10 minutes. Also, as we go through the day, we might mindfully walk. We might feel each footstep on the ground.
Yeah.
It takes our mind out of worrying about the past and the future. But we can have our mind in the present moment more often, not worrying about what's happened. Why did that happen? Why did she do that? Why did he say that? Why did I do that? Or worrying about a future construct.
Yeah.
What if that goes wrong? What if that doesn't happen for me? What if my kids don't get good grades because of COVID? The more time we can spend in the present moment, the easier our life becomes. We've still got a plan and we've still got to learn. Memory equals learning. Don't do it again. Imagination equals future planning. But don't worry about it because, if you plan something, chances are it won't go exactly as you want it anyway. So spending more time in the present moment.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I think this is why the practice has really benefited me, because I was somebody who just basically steamrolled through life. I wasn't kind to myself. I didn't spend time, as you say, just acknowledging what was going on in my life, what was the real meaning of what was going on in my life. How did I wish to react to it? Rather than just reacting spontaneously to things, have a little think about your behavior, what you're doing. And and I found that like now, not that I need to put context into this. I'm a shower man, I'm not a bath man, or I have been, but actually I now take at least one bath a week, because to just lie in the bath, just me and my thoughts, I find really good. It helps me. I'm doing more of those type of things. I mean, you talked about meditating, and something that I read through my learnings was there's the art of meditating, but then there's meditation, and those two things, just because you do yoga doesn't mean that you're cleansing your mind. Yoga is an act. It can get you to where you wish to be, but it's not necessarily. So I think there's a distinction there, isn't there, between what is an act of meditating, but what is actual meditation. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think that mindfulness is a lifestyle. It's not something that we practice on a mat today. Yoga is fantastic. There's usually a bit of meditation at the end, 5-10 minutes meditation, and I love that because I do a little bit of yoga. And I think that if you split mindfulness into two main areas, one would be a practice every day. It might be the meditation, that might be the 10 minutes. Going to sleep, meditating to sleep, because we get better sleep. I could talk for an hour on sleep alone, but we'll leave that The other is in day-to-day life, what can we do when we notice that we are, because the practice is making us calm in general.
Yeah,
it's making
absolutely.
us less reactive. But when we're doing it, brushing our teeth or eating our food, or walking in nature, listening to birds and things like that, then we spend less time worrying about past and future events.
Yeah.
Well, we can practice and improve every day.
Yeah. I can't remember if it was one of your sessions where I heard this for the first time, and you'll know if it was because you probably say it a lot if you do. But for me, everything that you just described there, walking, all of these different things, it's that moment of just being. Nobody wants anything from you at this moment in time. You know, when I'm in that bath, I'm in the bath. I can't go and answer the door because I'm in the bath and there's other people who do it. So at this moment in time, it's just me on my own to just be. And I never did that. That little bit of a moment where, you know, for the next half an hour to 45 minutes, it's me and my mind, and I'm just going to work on myself for 45 minutes. And it's amazing how much that has impacted my life.
Yeah, that's a great practice once a week. Try and pick something else for each day as well. You know, make sure, you know, I put it in my diary, and I do a meditation first thing in the morning before I even get out of bed. That's just me. I'm just here just for me, so that the rest of my day will be a little bit calmer. I might go to sleep. I'll do it. I'll pick something like walking the dogs. You know, very lucky you can walk out of here and be in the countryside, but just the act of doing these things for me, you know, I'm not doing this for anybody else. I'm looking after myself, because self-care, you know, to coin an old cliche, is not selfish. And we need to have our batteries full so that we can help other people. We can't help other people if we're running on empty. So we need to put time aside for ourselves, and that is so important.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's like me last night. Because you're right, it is an everyday principle. I just have at least one bath a week. But like last night, we needed milk, and I decided to walk to the shop, and it was I mean, the stars last night, to the point where I'm looking and go, that's a planet, and gets me app out, and it was Mars, and and you know, people might think, oh, Dave, where are you going with this? But actually, we should appreciate the world we live in. You know, it's a miracle that we're here. You know, and a lot of the time we just plunder through life in a mind full of thoughts and, you know, racing away, whereas actually just for one moment, like last night, walking to the shop, looking up at the stars and just marveling in it, really. It's amazing how that makes you feel, because it does relax you, and it gives you perspective that, you know, it's a big world, it's a big galaxy, and we can maximize our time here, can't we, to great effect, but we've got to choose to do that. You know, it's about self-discipline, isn't it? That we choose to connect with ourselves so that we live a better life, but also we're better for the people around us.
Yeah, absolutely. And I find that the thing that people struggle with the most is remembering to do it. So remembering to feel the brush and the taste of the toothpaste when you're brushing your teeth. Remembering that when you eat your food, you savor each mouthful. You know, remember when you're walking out to see the birds and things, rather than thinking you know, we think 30 to 60,000 thoughts every day. 90% are repetitive. So we've got to get out of our minds. It's a human disease. And people come to me all the time saying, I'm overthinking things, thinking too much. Well, that's what your brain does. It's keeping you alive. What we need to do is try and find a way to step back, have where you're not worrying about what's happened and what might happen.
Yeah. And it's about, obviously, again, this bit around control, isn't it? I used to try to control things that weren't mine to control, if that makes sense. You know, rather than just concentrate what is under my influence of control, and just concentrate on that. I used to allow myself to get blinded by grander plans or whatever it may be, and that was having a massive detrimental impact on the relationships that I was having, and also me as an individual. So I think, again, mindfulness is good for that, because you do practice self-control, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's good to have a goal and a dream and a vision. And there's a great Japanese called Ikigai, and that teaches us to try and do at least one thing every day that we enjoy, but still have the vision. But what happens if the vision, the dream doesn't come true?
Yeah.
You know, what if I haven't got massive villa on the Maldives when I'm 70? What about between now and then? You know, let's practice enjoying every moment between now and then. So there's nothing wrong with having a dream, but don't get too wrapped up in whether it happens or not.
Yeah. Well, you talk about mindfulness practice, and I'll share another one of mine. And we've still got 9 minutes or so. And what I'd like to do, Russell, in a minute, is this bit about sleep that you said you could talk for an hour for. I was on a call with you where you rattled off some things that people can do to get a better night's sleep. And as much as we can't do the meditation piece on that, just some of the practices that were around that, I think would be quite interesting. But what I do now, and I've really simplified my life. And what I do is at night, I don't even know my wife knows that I do this, but I've got this mantra now that if I can go to bed better than the person that woke up, you talk about long-term goals. Any goal that we set for the future can only be better if we are growing. If we are noticing ourselves that we are getting better, whether that be professionally, we might have learned a new skill, or personally, I might have done something today for the first time with my kids that I've never done before, but see the value in it, and I celebrate that in myself. By having that check-in every night to acknowledge my growth, to show, to say to myself, you did that really well. But equally, what are the couple of things, as you say, where I could have maybe handled things a little bit better? But by having that as a constant now in my life really does benefit me. And that's another thing that I do, which would, come under being mindful of my thoughts, my feelings, and what I do. But, you touched on sleep, which again can really help somebody in terms of balance in the life. Can you just rattle off some of the techniques that you would promote around good sleep?
I'll try and be quick on this stuff, because I say I could do it for hours and hours. But for me, sleep is about what you put into your body and what you put into your mind. So without going into too much detail, let's say caffeine. Try and go decaf, because caffeine's got a half-life of 8 hours. I've gone completely decaf for years now. Alcohol, I've managed to kick the habit. I know it's it is useful for some people, but at some point, try and not put the alcohol in your body. Don't eat too late, because we actually start falling into sleep at about 6 or 7 o'clock, and we don't realise it. So we're putting this stuff into our body, which is actually going to wake us up, because it's digesting food, or it's got alcohol, which knocks us out, but doesn't allow our brains to go into deep sleep. What do we put into our minds? Well, a few of my favourite things to try and not do is horror shows on telly at night, the news, EastEnders, Coronation Street, Emmerdale, well, America's 21 Worst Murderers, all that stuff. Cut it out. Watch David Attenborough, or How I Met Your Mother, or something like that. And so all this crap that we're putting into our minds is taking it into sleep. Couple of things for the bedroom: keep it cool. Make sure your curtains are fully drawn. Get rid of the telly out the bedroom. And here's the biggest one, and I don't think many people can do this, but I'm setting it as a challenge. Do not take your mobile phone into the bedroom. Blue screen emits nearly the same wavelength as blue sky. And then we look at Facebook and Twitter and all the other stuff that people look at. Just stop. And people say, and they use it as an alarm clock. An alarm clock. But whatever you do, try and leave your phone outside the bedroom, because it's really affecting people's sleep. And 3 o'clock wee syndrome. I'm 58. 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Need a wee, don't you? So you wake up, you put the big light on, you stub your toe, and then you wash your hands. You've woken up again, so you lie there wide awake, and 5 minutes before your alarm clock goes off, you fall into a deep sleep, and you think, oh, okay, I was just about to get a good night's sleep. The whole night's kind of gone down the pan. So try and practice mindfulness into sleep. And I've got, as you've seen, I've got a few good videos, and there's loads of stuff out there on apps. Some of the really good apps like Calm and Headspace, listen to a bedtime story by Stephen Fry or whatever, and it gets your mind switched off from past and future events. You're letting bed staring at the ceiling, worrying about what's happened or what might happen. Try and do something to distract your mind and trick your mind into not thinking about what's happened and what might happen.
No,
Loads of stuff on that, loads of stuff.
Brilliant. Yeah, and one of the things that struck a chord with me was this bit of, if you're awake in the middle of the night, get up, but don't reward yourself. So don't go up, don't go downstairs, make yourself a cup of tea, put the telly on. Somebody said to me, do something, rather than reward yourself. Punish is probably the wrong word, but if you did the ironing, who wants to do the ironing at 2 o'clock in the morning? So things like that. And I think this bit about not having your phone in bed. I think I did a blog or a vlog or something where it might have been an article where I said, how many people interact with their phone before their partner every day or their kids? I mean, just think of that. You've got a life, you've got a partner, you've got kids, and the first thing you do in the morning is, oh, what's going on in somebody else's life on Facebook? It's just like, oh, why would you do that? But anyway, Russell, I said it to Neil earlier on, and I'll say it to you. Me and you could sit here for the full 8 hours and chat away. Yeah. But I think this conversation, one, in terms of your own, your own life experiences, how you've coped with them. I found the bit around the counsellor very interesting, and of course the pearls of wisdom around mindfulness and what that can actually do. I think we're living proof that as a coping strategy, and you can only speak for you, I can only speak for me. I do believe that that mindfulness as a discipline has had a significant impact on my rehabilitation and will continue to do so. And I think all I would say is it works for us. It might not work for all, but there are so many different coping strategies out there. And I think in closing, I'm sure you'd agree with me that if you recognize, if you notice in yourself that things aren't right, out there somewhere will be a coping strategy that will have a profound difference on your life.
Absolutely, yeah. Go out and find.
Well, Chris Judge, don't you?
Yeah.
Chris. Yeah. Look, he's about to come in, so before I'm sure you'll want to say hello to him because he's coming next. There he comes.
Yeah, just quickly.
The man himself.
Out the way.
Yeah. Can you hear us, Chris? Here he comes.
Here he Thanks for having me on, Dave.
It's an absolute pleasure, Russell. Are you there, Chris?
I am. Hello.
Yeah. Hey, Chris.
Yeah, Russell's just done his hour. I'm now into hour 3.
I've just been watching. I can't believe you put me after Russell. There's no need for that.
Absolutely. Russell, have a great day. Thanks again for your time. I'll catch you.
See you there, guys.
Take care, Russell.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All the best.
Thanks. Bye.
Hello, Chris.
Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm very, very well indeed. So for those people who are watching live or those who will watch this later down the track, this is Chris Judge. And Chris runs a company or charity, I think it would be the right phrase, would it?
Community interest company.
Community interest company, my apologies. Right. Directions for Men. And, obviously got a lot of class with a picture of Eric Cantona behind him. So, that's an immediate thumbs up. But yeah, Chris, Directions for Men. So Chris, first of all, thank you for giving up your time today and being a part of this. We've had the empathy coach who's talked about the importance of empathy and breaking stigmas. We've had Russell who's given us an insight into his life, what brought him to where he is today, and of course how coping strategies can help. And now we move on to talking groups, supporting people through talking groups, which of course is what you do to great effect. So to start off, just so that people get to know a bit about you, do you want to just tell everybody about your experience in terms of how mental health has impacted your life and what brought you to the point where you are in terms of launching Directions for Men and where you are now?
Of course, well, mate. It's a bit of a story, but I'll start from the beginning if that's all right.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm one of those guys, I suppose, that never had a light bulb moment where I thought I'm suffering from mental health issues or I'm mentally ill. I think this is something that I've experienced throughout my life. And I suppose I always knew that there was an issue that I was struggling with. And it goes, you know, for me, it goes right back to a quite traumatic childhood. You know, my first memory is of my mum being put into the back of an ambulance after trying to take her own life. That's the first thing that I can visualize in my mind, and me being sat behind the ambulance in my auntie's van at the time. So my childhood really is kind of characterized by very serious mental health issues on my mum's part, and you know, I learned in later life that goes back to some horrific things that she was subjected to as a child, and the fact that her father died when she was, you know, 17, 18, quite young. So serious mental health and anxiety problems, which she used alcohol to try and cope with the anxiety and get herself out every single day. Repeated suicide attempts as a result of kind of heavy drinking and still not being able to overcome the demons that she was experiencing. And then from the age of 7, you know, it kind of took a turn for the worse, really. My mum got in a very abusive relationship with a man who was physically and psychologically abusive. They were both alcohol dependent, so it was a really kind of toxic relationship right from the off. And that kind of then progressed to, you know, me being examined by police medical examiners and finding 140 different injuries on my body and having to testify by video link and that kind of thing. Experience time in care, which, you know, for any child that's been taken into care, and I don't care, you know, who you are, it's the worst experience you have ever been through in your life. You can come from an abusive home with alcoholic parents and a really abusive stepdad, but still being taken out of that situation and put in care is the worst thing that can happen to you as a child. And I still say that to this day. It was the most terrifying thing I experienced, because although that home life was toxic and terrible, it was my home life and it was what I knew and it was what I understood. So carrying on through that really up until my teens, when I finally got to 16 and managed to leave home and carry, I suppose, the baggage of all that with me through adulthood up into my late 30s, really suffering from anxiety and panic attacks, you know, in relationships that weren't particularly happy for me. So that's one massive element of why this is really important to me. Despite all that experience, I still managed to carve out a pretty good career as a probation officer and a senior probation officer, and then working in drug and alcohol. So my experiences have really shaped who I am, because I did go into caring professions as an adult. You know, I went into probation because I wanted to make a difference, and I specialised in drug and alcohol treatment whilst I was a probation officer, and then ended up working in a drug and alcohol charity. So I suppose I retained myself in that world, hoping that I could maybe make a difference to people who were struggling with drug and alcohol dependence and maybe stop some of their kids going through what I went through. So I suppose that was a main driver to my career. Now, I've since had my own battles, like I say, with anxiety and panic disorder, which was diagnosed about 12 years ago. And at that time, I really didn't have anywhere that I could go and talk about it. I didn't speak to my wife. I didn't speak to my family. I went to the doctors, and the options I was given was this tablet right now that'll make you feel better, or you can wait 6 months for counselling. Well, what's anyone going to do in that situation? You're going to take the tablet, aren't you? Yeah. So that was that's probably one of the my personal experience on why Directions to Men was always really important to me. But that message kind of got driven home 2 years ago. 2 years ago last week, actually, was the anniversary when a family member of mine took his own life. And it was the most devastating experience for my family. Personally, for me, it was difficult because it was his family that took me in quite often when Mum was going into hospital or experiencing bad times. So I lived with him for a fair amount of time. We knew that he'd been having difficulties over a period of years. I mean, really, it went back to his mum dying and not really being able to cope with that. But we never thought it got to the stage where he had no other option but to take his own life. You know, quite often it's the typical thing, Dave. You know, he's the guy who was smiling, laughing, playing practical jokes, and acting the goat, as my nanny used to say. And so that, you know, my experience, my background in terms of training and work, and then what happened to John Paul, is an amalgamation of those three things that really kind of drove me to establish a place where men could go and talk about what it is that they're struggling with.
I mean, you know, I've said this is, you know, this is the third presentation today. You know, none of this is scripted. We purposely didn't talk about what you were going to talk about because I wanted to be like the viewer. And even though we know each other, and, you know, I've been in your company now for quite a few hours, and I've never heard you tell that story in that way. And I, you know, just listening to you, I can only imagine what people are going to be feeling as you've said that. And this is what today's all about. It's about understanding that these things are real. These things happen to people. Yeah. And as much as it shapes your life, you know, there's positive outcomes, isn't there? I mean, and we're going to go on to directions for men in a second, but, you know, you just by your very existence and where you've took your life from and to, you know, there'll be people out there today who are suffering some of the things that you've said. You know, alcohol addiction, you talked about child abuse, you know, you've talked about, you know, suicide impacting your family. You yourself suffer from panic disorders. You know, that's a lot of things to impact one individual in life. But here you are, a beacon of hope and for people, and that's what today's about. You know, it's about giving people these type of stories. Yeah. In terms of all of what you just said there, before we go on to directions for men, how easy did you find it? Because this today, you know, is the power of small talking. You know, and we know you do that on a grand scale in terms of directions for men. But when you were actually going through these things yourself, how easy did you find it to be, you know, open about how you were feeling at that time?
I didn't. I'm being completely honest, mate. I am absolutely in awe of every man that walks through our door at Directions for Men, because I did not talk about it. Didn't talk a bit about it to my wife. I didn't even talk about it to my mum. And my mum goes through it. She suffers anxiety and panic. She knows how it feels. Didn't even speak to my mum about it. Didn't speak to mates about it. And that's because I didn't really feel like I had a place in an environment where I could speak about it, I suppose. You know, it's that traditional masculine thing, I suppose, that you should be able to sort your own problems out, really. You shouldn't burden other people with what you're going through. Just snap yourself out of it and get over it. But it took me 12 years to overcome the worst of my anxiety. And I think that is in the main because I didn't speak about it. I really do. I really think because I kept it all internally. I let my wife know little snippets. You know, I'm having a bad day today. I'm feeling really anxious, but never why, never how anxious, never how it felt, what I was experiencing. And I certainly didn't explore at that stage the reasons why I was suffering from anxiety.
And I've been on calls with you where you talk very passionately and rightly so about what is a man. Yeah. What is a man, and you do it brilliantly well. And I expect that you know, some of the reasons why you held back was because you yourself live by some of those stereotypical views of what a man is. So, you know, in terms of what you know, I'm not going to steal your thunder. You know, you describe what a man is supposed to be really well. What is that?
So that's the societal expectations of what a man is, essentially, is someone who is strong, yep, who can fight their way out of problems with people if they've got problems with people, argue their way out, shout their way out, overbear other people. They are self-sufficient. They certainly should never ask for help to solve problems. They should not ever show emotions. And the biggest one, I suppose, is they should be the breadwinner, the keeper, and this is one of the biggest traits when you come out of the research, they should be heterosexual.
Yeah.
You know, and they're all the traits and expectations that are put on boys actually from a very, very young age. And actually, not only passed down to boys from the men in their lives, but also passed down from the women and girls in their lives as well.
I think you're absolutely spot on, and everything that you've just said, kept me where I was as well. It is, and in hindsight now, would you have changed the way you approached those difficulties at the time?
Oh gosh, yeah, yeah. So there's a few things that have changed my life, I suppose, Dave. And one, funnily enough, was an article in the Guardian written by a woman who is the child of alcohol dependent parents, and she talks about some of her experience and some of the traits of children of alcohol dependent parents, and that kind of changed my life a little bit. And then exploring me thinking about myself and why I feel the way I feel, understanding how those relationships have impacted on me, how that upbringing has impacted me as an adult, absolutely changed my life. And then having the openness to talk about it. Yeah. All of those things have changed my life completely. My anxiety attacks are very few and far between, and nowhere near as severe and serious as they were. I was calling ambulances out because I was thinking I was having heart attacks. Yeah. So yeah, exploring myself, understanding that I'm not alone, and talking about it were the three things that made a huge difference in my life.
Yeah, and I think as men, I mean, and I think it's important to say that even though you run Directions for Men, and we'll talk about why mental health for men is a real concern to you and to society in a minute. But we both absolutely respect the fact that mental health doesn't discriminate, does it? It's any gender, it's any religion, it's everybody. It just happens to be that your company is very much looking at provisions for men, but obviously you yourself, I know, acknowledge that women are just as important in terms of education and awareness.
Listen, Directions for Men is not about kind of gender warfare or men suffer more than women. We all suffer, and we all suffer in very different ways. The difference only is that men are less likely to talk about it. Men are less likely to seek help. And there's loads of research about the number of referrals to mental health services and the number of men that take their own lives that are known to mental health services in 2 years before, So I'm stating fact there.
Yeah.
And men need to feel able to have these conversations. And when John Paul took his own life, you start looking at suicide and doing a bit of work around it. And you do realize that first thing comes into your mind, and it's the one that's the headline grabber all the time. 3/4 of suicides are men. 1 man every 2 hours takes his own life. But there is so much more than suicide. Men make up 86% of the street homeless population. Men make up 95% of the prison population. Men are twice as likely to be victims of violent crime than women. Men are much less likely to be referred to mental health services than women. 25% of men self-harm. So there's a lot more to it than just suicide. And men not talking, men not seeking help, and men feeling that they have to battle through these things alone is causing much bigger societal problems, I think.
I mean, what do you say to that? Well, you're absolutely right. And it's interesting because you talk about, and I go, and obviously I'm on a bit later, and I'll talk about my journey later on. But just pulling out of what you said, as you were talking there, I go back to the birth of my son, and postnatal care is very heavily weighted. And I'm not this, and it's right that the care is there. Is heavily weighted to the mother and the baby. So when you get the visits, very rare, how's dad? And I was on my knees. I was having flashbacks that I'll talk about in detail later. I was post the birth of my son, I was in a terrible place in terms of my mental health. Yeah. But nobody professionally saw fit to do something for dad, and I'm talking to a lady who provides care, for for mothers who have bad birthing experience, etc. And she's put me in touch with another gentleman. And hopefully what we're going to be doing at some point is in our local community something for men postnatal, which I think is huge.
You've been put in touch with Kieran?
No, this guy is his name is Mark Williams. He's actually he's been in that space for over 10 years. I mean, he's actually sent me one of his studies. It's an unbelievable read. So I am certainly he's certainly the expert. But again, for me, somebody who's gone through that, nobody prepares a father for a traumatic birth in prenatal classes. Once a traumatic birth has happened, nobody checks in on dad. You know, I didn't get a phone call from my doctor. I believe you've just gone through a horrific experience. The wife's notes are updated. The husband's isn't. And you know, again, so that's just one example of what you talk about in terms of, you know, you said about a man's got to have it all together. He's got to be this, he's got to be that. Well, actually, no, I was not that. And I think, you know, we've got to look, not just necessarily, as you quite rightly say, at suicide. It's eating disorders, it's alcohol addiction, it's postnatal depression, it's all of these things. We need to open it up and take a look at it. So I think
think about that experience where you feel like you've got the weight of the world on your shoulders because you've got to try and look after yourself and be self-sufficient. Add a baby to be responsible for into that mix. Oh my gosh, the anxiety and the fear that goes through you when you've got responsibility for a little human being. Rockets. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I'm going back to that time, and you know, and I'm just like, I'm shuddering as we're talking about it. But anyway, back to the great work that you do. So we've touched on, you know, your life and why you do what you do, and I love the honesty in terms of, you know, if we could go back, we probably change the way in which we approach certain things, and I think everybody who goes through these experiences probably reflect in the same way. But anyway, Directions for Men. Explain to me first, we'll go into what it does in a minute, but explain to me first, what is Directions for Men?
So I always try and describe this in just a couple of sentences, Dave. Right. So essentially, Directions for Men creates places where men can come and talk about what it is that they're going through. Hear from other men who might be sharing their experiences or have shared their experience, learn from them how they cope with difficulties, and really just look after each other and look out for each other. That is it. It's a space where we talk and we help each other through our tough times, and that's it, really.
And I'm coming to a town in Northwich soon.
Fingers crossed, absolutely.
We're hoping to get a Directions for Men up and running, aren't we, in Northwich, and do some work in the local community here. But I mean, in terms of where you already are, you know, how many groups are there now for Directions for Men? So
we were up to 10 groups before COVID, and it really kicked us in the backside, really, I suppose, towards the beginning of last year. So I was delivering a lot of those 10 groups myself, which was causing no end of problem, not least the fact that my wife was saying she never saw me. So we've tried to build up slower this time. And actually what we're trying to do is to train a group of men to facilitate those groups wherever we start to establish new groups. So currently we've got a group in Warrington on a Wednesday evening. Yesterday we launched our group in Wigan on a Wednesday evening. And then on a Thursday, we do a group in Old Trafford and a group in Sale. And then all our groups are also supported by Zoom online as well. So we have online groups on Wednesday, Thursday afternoon, Friday night, and we have a bit of a quiz on a Sunday afternoon as well, just to try and take the edge off what might have been a tough weekend for some of the guys.
Yeah. And it's fair to say that, you know, other talking groups are right over the country. I mean, you know of quite a few, don't you, that are in different parts of Britain?
Yeah, I link in with a fantastic group of guys. You know, just in Warrington, we've got 3 or 4 talking groups for men. You know, there's Talk About It Mate in Salford. There's Men Here in Preston. There's Man Gang in Southampton, who is, you know, Andy, who runs Man Gang. He's just amazing. There's Get Curious on the South Coast. There's Andy's Man Club, who are national and massive. So there's a huge number of groups sprouting up now to support men through talking and supporting each other, and it's amazing to see. And I would urge, you know, men, if there are groups near you, try different groups. Your Directions for Men won't be for every man. Andy's Man Club won't be for every man. Try different things, and see what works best for you.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you caught the launch of today's conference, but one of the first things that I did was brought to people's attention an app called Hub of Hope. Hub of Hope. My apologies, Hub of Hope. And needless to say, Directions for Men is listed.
Yeah.
I've just done it now. So I've just basically gone onto that app as Chris has been talking. And like I said earlier, you can actually filter it. Let me get it onto the camera. There you go. And I've just selected peer support groups and my postcode. And because the closest Directions for Men is, I'm guessing, Warrington from here, it's telling me it's 11.78 miles away. But that is Christie's Directions for Men. Very, very soon it'll be point something of a mile away, but we'll come back to that. But yeah, and I think this is really important because, obviously we're not expecting people from London or Scotland or Wales to travel all the way to the northwest to, albeit one day, Chris, that's the dream. Directions for Men could be everywhere. But there are provisions in and around the country, and Hub of Hope is a great place to go to see similar groups as Chris's that you can go to and seek what would you say, help, collaboration, hope, inspiration. The list is endless, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's a great choice of words there, Dave. I've got nothing to add to that. Yeah, hope, inspiration, just an opportunity to talk and know that you're not on your own. That's the biggest thing that I think fellas get from the groups. We visibly see the shoulders of men lift as they unburden themselves of everything that is in their mind, everything that they're struggling with, suffering with. And you see them, kind of lift up physically. It's the most beautiful, amazing, awe-inspiring thing that happens in our groups. It's an amazing thing to see.
Yeah. So and I think at this time, let's do this properly. The award-winning Directions for Men, Chris. So was it 24, 48 hours ago you got an award for the work that you're doing?
Yeah, Friday night we were at an online. So this is the typical. I get nominated for an award, and last year they have a big ceremony, black tie, dinner, drinks, reception. I get nominated for the award, and I've got to sit on bloody Zoom for an hour with my suit jacket and my shirt and tie, and wearing my pajama bottoms,
drinking your own beer.
Yeah, it was a wonderful evening. Arranged by Community Rewards, which are actually a Northwich based organisation, and some just wonderful charities and organisations doing sterling work in the community, especially over the last 12 months, which has been a really difficult time for a lot of people. And we won a Charity of the Year for charities with under 25 volunteers, which was mind-blowing, really. It was fantastic.
No, and absolutely deserved, Chris. No question about it. So if I'm a man today and I'm, I've acknowledged in myself that, I'm not quite coping for whatever reason. Could be alcohol, it could be depression, it could be anxiety, whatever it may be.
Mm-hmm.
And I go on to Hub of Hope and I find my local talking peer support group. What should I expect? So because a lot of the time we always say, don't we, the first step is the hardest, the hour before the dawn is the darkest, and the rest of it, and all these kind of phrases that we say, and it's all about getting them in them rooms, isn't it? I mean, it's all about, getting them there. What would you say to anybody today who is watching this, either live or later, that is acknowledging that in themselves, is hearing about talking groups, maybe they've never even thought of attending one or know they exist?
Yeah.
What should they expect when they walk into a Directions for Men event?
So I always say that in Directions for Men, the first 20 seconds is the most important. So we meet for an hour and a half normally, but the first 20 seconds is the most important. You'll get a smile, a friendly face, and a warm welcome. That's the most important thing that you'll get. You used to get a handshake and a brew, but unfortunately COVID's put that to bed for now. But you will at least get a smile, a friendly face, and a welcome. You'll get a group of guys who are able to listen, to empathize, and to support you through whatever it is you're experiencing. We don't give loads of advice. We don't try and fix people. We're not therapists. We're not counselors. We're not psychologists. We're a group of men who are trying to talk through what they're experiencing and support other men as well. Yeah. And, you know, that step through that door will probably be one of the hardest things you ever do, but hopefully it will have a big impact on you when you do finally take that step. And I suppose, Dave, at this point, what I'd really acknowledge is how difficult that first step is. So, you know, if men are struggling, or if women are struggling because they've got a man in their life who is suffering, what I would say is call us, email us, direct messages on Facebook, and we will always try and speak to you in advance. And, you know, at least we could walk outside and accompany you into the room that first time. We can walk in with you side by side. We won't make you do anything alone. And the final thing, I suppose, is that we don't shine spotlights on people. You know, we've had men that have come for 6 weeks and just sat and listened. If you're sitting there listening to other guys talking and you're taking something from that, that's absolutely fine. And, you know, you can talk whenever you feel ready and comfortable to talk.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And in Russell's session a minute ago, we talked about, you know, the 5 paths to well-being, or that, you know, what you can do. And of course, active is one of them, you know, exercise is one of them. It's not just talking groups that you promote, is it?
No, so we do walking football as well, which is the most frustrating sport you'll ever play in your life. There's nothing worse than seeing a football trickle past your feet and knowing that you can't run after it. Being active is really, so, you know, this is where I've got a little bit of a problem with research, Dave, I suppose.
Okay.
The research will tell you that the only way to engage men is by building an activity and talking around an activity. It's just not true. You know, men will talk if you give them a space to talk. You might get 20 men rather than 100 men, but you'll still get men that are there to talk. And not all men like sport. But what we do try, so, you know, the talking groups will always be the foundation of Directions to Men. It'll always be the center of what we do. But we do want to acknowledge that men want to participate in things. You know, we know that if you're helping men feel healthy physically, it's going to help them feel healthy mentally as well. So we do things like walking football, which is a great sport, even for people who might not be fit. You know, we've got guys who've got knee injuries and ankle injuries and might not have done any exercise for a long time. But it's a really great inclusive sport. We've got guys that have gone out and played golf together. We've got guys that have gone metal detecting together. You know, we're encouraging guys to go and walk, cycle, run. You know, we're part of the movement program in Warrington, which is the men's suicide prevention program. There's a really fantastic active Strava group where, you know, you've got 400 or 500 activities every month taking place. So we're really looking to build those activities back up post-COVID, really, and encourage men to get out, be active, connect with other men, take notice of the world around you, and you know, learn and give back as well, which I don't know if you can do that while you're playing walking football. You might be able to swear and cuss a little bit, but we're really going to try and encourage men to do that. But we don't want it to just be based around sport.
Absolutely.
You know, it's got to be about poetry, art, photography, metal detecting, anything that men want to get involved in.
And I'm guessing that's led by the people who attend.
Yeah.
You know, so if they suddenly turn around, as you rightly said there, and said, why don't we do X? And 4 or 5 of the men said, yeah, it's a common interest, let's go and do it. You know, it's a good thing, isn't it?
That is where that's kind of a measure of success, that, Dave, I think.
Yeah.
You get a group of guys in the group that arrange something independently and meet up themselves. You know, I'll know that we've won when a guy who is struggling can text a lad that he's met in Directions and go, I'm really struggling today, mate. Can we go for a coffee? That's an ultimate win for me. That.
Yeah, and you touched there on movement, and you know we both take a very keen interest in, and that's our good friend Ian, isn't it?
Yeah,
Ian McClure, who you know, one day, you know, if we do this again, Ian might be on the next one. I invite Ian to come along, but you know, does great work in Warrington. Again, there'll be other, you know, community projects around the country with this. But I think I think what brings us together more than anything is this collaboration piece. You know, you've just mentioned their movement, and as the founder of Directions for Men, as the leader of Directions for Men, you're proud to be associated with other things that raise awareness, aren't you?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Like I say, Directions for Men won't be for every man. We don't have all the answers. No single organization or person does. So it's really important for me that I build a network around me of supportive organizations and other groups that I can send men to. You know, we work really closely with Warrington Wolves, and they've got their offload program on a Tuesday. We work really closely with Tony, who runs an organization called N-Gage, Jay Deacon, who does men's walks on Sunday.
Right, yeah.
And all those groups that I spoke about before, they're all groups where I've spoken to the men who've established those groups. We collaborate, we talk to each other. I don't think we do anything alone. Directions Men does not run any group without the support of other organizations. So I'm really proud of that. And collaboration, I put this yesterday, and collaboration is the key to success for me.
Yeah. I mean, I'm seeing, as somebody new who's starting out to try and do my own bit of good in the world, I think I'm seeing a real difference between those who are absolute collaborators and those who, for whatever reason, want to go and sail solo.
Well, egos get in the way sometimes, don't they, mate? And people have an idea, they're passionate about it, they care about it, they think that their solution is the solution, and they want to run off and do it. And there's sometimes there's a bit of protectionism. They don't want to share with other people in case they steal it. And sometimes there's just they don't have time or the inclination to engage too much with other people because they think that their way is the right way. And if it works for them, fantastic. But for me, collaboration is success. You've got to work with other organizations and people if you're going to make a real difference. If we're going to tackle as many men as possible, then I need you, Dave, talking about Directions to Men, and you want me talking about Automotive Minds. That's the way we go.
Coming to a radio program near you soon, in a kind of way.
It's the only way forward. It's the only way forward.
Absolutely.
It's just so important that I think that collaboration is at the forefront of everyone's mind. I've come from the drug and alcohol world where charities don't collaborate anymore; they compete, and it's just destroying it. It's destroying it.
Yeah. You touched on something. I can't remember when it was. I think it might have been an email you sent, or it might have been one of the times we've been together on Zoom. Not just the men. The impact that Directions for Men have on their support networks, and the feedback that you get. So, in the spirit of sharing, what impact does Directions for Men have on people who are not necessarily in that room, the wider support network?
So, this is really interesting. If you look at a couple of things that I've looked at, so one is if you look at our Facebook, there's an almost equal gender split between men and women that follow our Facebook page. It's almost 50-50. It's probably slightly skewed towards men, like 51% to 49%. So, and I would say again, probably 50% of the men that come to our groups come because their wife, mother, sister, daughter has pointed them our way and sent them into our groups and asked them to come. So for me, and this is why I always say that, Directions for Men isn't about gender warfare. It's not about men are suffering more than women. It's just that men are suffering differently from women, I think. And it's so important that we engage with women as well and ask women to support the men in their lives because they're suffering too. When the man in their life is struggling, they're suffering. They don't know where to turn or how to get help, and quite often when they try and get help, it's not available, certainly not available immediately. And we have had messages from women saying, I've got my husband back, you've saved my marriage. I don't know what you've done, but I feel like I'm talking to the man I met 15 years ago. And that always brings a bit of a tear to my eye first, but then always puts a massive smile on my face because it's never, ever just the men that are struggling. It impacts on their whole family, friends, workplaces, children, everybody. I think there's a crazy stat about every suicide affects directly somewhere in the region of 70 people or something like that, I think. So that just shows you that the kind of the impact on the community of men struggling.
No, absolutely. And, you know, I there's a couple of things since I've come to realize, you know, what went on with me, and you know, working through my reality, and you know, a couple of things there. Work, you know, how many times do you hear the phrase leave work at the door, leave home at the door? And that's just not possible, is it? Everything in our lives, we carry everything in our lives into every room, into every connection that we have. We can't just go, oh well, there you go, I'm going to leave that here. It just doesn't work that way. And it's about being kinder to ourselves with those type of things. And I think the second one there was this piece around the feedback you get from partners. I mean, you know, if I reflect on myself, you know, my wife knew in the September, because I broke down in the September, that we had a problem. Foolishly, you know, and I think we both say this now, foolishly, through concern for employment, concern for, you know, the stigma that we felt it may show. And at that point, you know, this career direction wasn't in my mind. It was just solely I was what I was, and I was suffering. This was, you know, nowhere in my subconscious at that time. And for a period of, you know, 4 months, we tried to make the best of it, but we did it on our own.
Yeah.
And I can only imagine, you know, not that, you know, now I reflect on it and I think, you know, what did I do to my wife at that time?
Yeah.
You know, for my wife to not have a support network, for my wife to think that she was my only support network, you know, and I regret that. You know, I sit here now and, you know, as you were saying that, and I think about it and I think, you know, what was that time? It was probably more than 4 months actually. What was that time like for her? I can only imagine, to be honest. And I remember when, you know, we brought parents into it, and that was I'm sure a help at that point, because at least then, from my perspective, I wasn't, you know, Neil said this earlier on in Neil's part, you know, I wasn't, lying's the wrong word, I wasn't putting the mask on anymore to some of my closest family, and of course Kate then had that as a bit of a support structure. But I remember when, you know, I came out to my friends. I remember when I came out to parents of friends of my children. And that must have meant the world to Kate at that point, because all of a sudden, and I can remember on the parents' call saying, you know, praising Kate for what she'd done, but also steering that she needs your help.
Yeah.
Because she's dealing with me every day and the reality of me every day, but she needs your help.
Yeah.
And I think that was, you know, so yeah, without question, the fact that you support men,
yeah,
through your talking groups, had I have took that route in one kind of way, you'd have shared my reality with my wife, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? You know, because she knew I was coming to a support group.
Yeah.
I don't want to really use the word burden, because I know that I'm not that to my wife, and
the pressure off.
It's the pressure, yeah, exactly. You know, I'd have relieved that little bit of pressure, and you know, just for that hour that I was in your talking group would allow her to just go, whew,
yeah,
because she'd know I was safe. She'd know I was with people that were going through similar things as me, and I think that, you know, that's where I just went when you were talking about that. Had I have had my time again, had I have known of direction to men, had I have had the hub of hope and got led to you, not only would I have got from your group, but also what would that have done for the mental health and well-being of my wife?
This is why we've still got so much work to do, Dave, because there are hundreds of thousands of men out there struggling just as much as we struggled in the past, who still won't be looking for help. You know, men do not look for help until something catastrophic happens in their life, and then they either implode or they explode. You know, and that, you know, we hear this term rock bottom all the time, don't we? That catastrophic time is where men think, I can't do this by myself, I need help. Well, if you could have just, you'd have known something wasn't right, if you could have just kind of nipped that in the bud 6 months earlier or 12 months earlier and looked for help then, it might have stopped it getting to that catastrophic point. And I'd really think we need to work on encouraging men to look for help sooner and really be much more aware about feelings, what feelings are, why they're feeling down, why they're struggling, what's going on in life, and explore that a little bit. And that, that for me is the battle. I'm going to go. Do you mind if I jump on my soapbox a little minute?
Crack on.
I won't keep you too long, I promise. Men receive the same messages about what it is to be a man that they've been receiving for hundreds of years. It hasn't changed.
No.
In the last 50 years, there have been wonderful, wonderful strides towards equality in the Black community, in the LGBTQ plus community, and even there have been women's empowerment movements that have really sought to empower all those communities to kind of reach for the stars and aspire for greater things. In some circumstances, just aspire for acceptance by other people in the world. But quite often they're lifting each other up as communities and asking them to strive further than they've ever strived before. Men have never had that. We've never had a movement for men which talks about actually what should masculinity look like in the future? How do we lift men up? How do we encourage? Our boys are performing much worse in school and exams than girls. That tells you how early there is an impact on what masculinity should be and what men should be like. We've got to encourage those boys to strive for success in schools. We've got to encourage our men that to open up, to talk, to seek help, that being vulnerable is okay, that showing emotions fine, that you can't do it all by yourself, that you can't always be completely self-sufficient. And we've got to encourage men to talk about these things. And that's, that's what I want directions for men to be. And that's what I want all these other men's groups in the country to be, is for that movement of men that tells us what masculinity should be like in the 21st century and how we should be adapting our lives to meet the needs of the women in our lives and the children in our lives, because we can't keep doing what we've always done. We've got to change that 400-year-old message if we're going to thrive in the 21st century and beyond.
Yeah, I say everything you're saying just makes complete perfect sense. Again, not wishing to steal your thunder, how many seconds is it between suicides currently?
So one man every 2 hours takes his own life. One man every 2 hours, 12 men every single day, just in this country.
Yeah.
Worldwide it's horrific.
Yeah.
One man every 2 hours, 12 men every single day. And that is hundreds of family members, friends, loved ones, carers. Just can't be right, that, can it?
No.
95, there's 90,000 men in prison. Like I say, 86% of the street homeless population are men. That can't be okay. Why do we just accept that? Why does nobody talk about in a society that's almost 50-50 split in genders between men and women? Why do we accept that 85%, 86% of people living on the streets are men and 95% of people in prison are men? How is that okay? I don't understand how we don't talk about stuff like that more.
Yeah.
The suicide rate is always the headline grabber, and that's because it is so devastating how many men take their own life. But I don't understand how as a society we accept the other elements as well. I don't get it.
And it's the understanding piece. When I was talking to Neil earlier on, you're right. It's about, well, you talked about getting to rock bottom, and those 12 men that you're talking about today, unfortunately, they chose, the world would be better off without them. That's where they got to. That was their reality. But what got them to that place? We need to understand how can we prevent it? How can we spot it? And you know that one of the things that I'm passionate about is first aid for mental health awareness, you know, educating people around the signs, the triggers, what actually goes on. You know, from somebody who, you know, does great work in terms of the talking groups, that is just another pathway for increasing people's knowledge around these topics. From your perspective, how important is business in creating a society where mental health is at the forefront, and not just business as well, the education system? Because, you know, I look at it from the point of view of, you know, if every single certainly colleges and above, secondary schools in, you know, probably 14, maybe 15-year-olds, middle of secondary school and above, I think it should be a part of the curriculum. I think it should be, look, you know, we're going to talk to you about, you know, mental health and actually looking after yourself. We know that one of the first stressful times for a teenager is GCSEs. We know that. So actually to prepare them to understand their emotions at that stage. And of course, we've got social media, peer pressure, people are becoming sexually active at that age. So there's all of these pressures that come to actually give them the education of these conditions and how they can be more mindful of it and move it on. But then also in business, you know, we spend most people spend 8 hours a day in their employers. You can have the best social support network in the world, but if you're surrounded 8 hours a day by people who don't understand, or, you know, you don't feel you can approach, or they don't understand, or they can't see the reality of what's going on in front of them, you know, really, it's going to lead more people to get to that end that we want to prevent. So how big I mean, I've gone on my soapbox a little bit there, so forgive me. But you know, from your perspective, as I say that, and I don't think I've ever said that to you before, what's your reaction to that?
For me, we need to encourage everybody to have conversations about mental health all the time. So I would say, and in terms of young people, we need to encourage parents to be open and have conversations about mental health. I think we need to more than encourage education settings to have those conversations. Really honest and open conversations about mental health, though, you know, not kind of, I don't know what they're kind of, I'm trying to think of a word that is about, you know, not about granular detail and putting it in a bit of a very clinical setting. This is what depression is. This is what anxiety is. Just talking about feelings and the feelings that you'll experience every single day. And the fact that every single feeling you have is temporary. No feeling lasts forever. There's got, and it's got to be part of the curriculum. It's got to be part of that PHSE. I don't even know if they call it that anymore. Personal health and social education. It's got to be part of that curriculum to help people look after themselves and help young people understand what emotions are, especially boys. You know, and I'm talking from a men's perspective. Obviously, we've got to help boys understand what emotions are and what it feels like, and how, and explore if they've had those emotions in the past, and be able to name. So many men that come to our groups that can't even name what it is that they're feeling because they don't really understand what emotions are. And then how to seek help. I think you're absolutely right. For me, though, the workplace is massive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because as an, you know, I worked in what I think is a caring sector, and the amount of people that were having really poor conversations about mental health, even in those sectors, is alarming.
Yeah.
The amount of people that would avoid talking about mental health, the amount of managers that would respond negatively to people saying they were stressed or anxious or feeling down or overloaded and overworked was scary. And there is so much that employers can do about that. And it's dead. It's, you know, this is the thing for me, is it's so simple to provide some training to your staff to help them understand how to have a mental health conversation, how to be empathic, how to listen, how to build wellbeing action plans around people to support them, how to have conversations about how, you know, individuals can, you know, 5 ways to wellbeing. Any manager or leader in a business can have that conversation in 5 minutes and encourage people to do things that will help keep themselves well. And we just don't have that at the moment. And I think absolutely essential that businesses really engage with the mental health, much like they engage with, workplace assessments, display screen equipment assessments. That's every single day that they're doing them. Mental health, I think, is even more important than whether you're taping down a wire on the floor to stop people tripping over it.
Exactly. I mean, for me, for each location to have, the go-to person, that person who's been educated to a level to have a, respectful, empathetic conversation with somebody, understand where to signpost people to offer support in every business, for me is paramount. And something you said a minute ago, and yes, we're doing this on a time to change, time to talk day, and I reflect on that as you said it, and it's right that we do this. But I think what you do and what I do is we try and keep this at the forefront every single day. I see your post, you see my post, and what I like about Directions for Men, and I'd like to think I do the same thing, is it's not about it's not about the brand, it's about the message. Your brand naturally positions itself because of the content that you put out there, and I'm very mindful of that I just want to give people things to think about. And if through me trying, and it's like this today, by me doing what we're doing today, by you doing what you're doing today, if this makes somebody want to speak to me on a one-to-one and look to do something, then fine. But that wasn't our motivation today. Our motivation today was, right, we're going to do these sections. We're going to have a wide range of topics that we're going to discuss. And hopefully at the end of the day, people who've watched it will know a little bit more about services. They'll know a little bit more about what it feels like to live with these conditions, and we will just take away a few of the barriers that allow people to go and express themselves. I mean, Neil, the empathy coach, says in the comments here that, obviously, and we'd both agree this, that the first point of call is the person who is experiencing mental health, concern. They have to take responsibility for it. They have to, but then equally, they need to have that confidence that they can go out and talk about it. And I think coming back to industry, you've got to create a culture that allows people to do that without fear and without prejudice. That's the bit for me. I was speaking to a business a while back who was, delighted that they had counselling services on offer. That was their pathway. But then when I asked them, well, how many people use it? Nobody. I said, well, have you not considered why that could be? And of course, eventually they got there, that because even though the service was there, people didn't believe in the confidentiality. People didn't believe that, that they could go and use it because, again, fear, stigma, I'll lose my job, etc. I mean, I saw a stat that I think it's something like 1 in 10, 2 in 10 people who disclose a mental health condition in the UK will either be demoted, disciplined, or dismissed within 6 months.
Horrific.
Now, as long as we've got statistics like that, if your company is not set a foundation, if they haven't put in their policy manual, this is what we're going to do to support you. We're not going to sack you. We're not going to judge you. We're going to help you. Until that is in place in writing, the moment that goes in, for me, that's the moment that people will be honest. And then I hear people say, well, yeah, but then it's like, we're going to be opening the floodgates. No, because going back to what I said a moment ago, if actually, rather than work depleting my mental health, it had the culture and it had the environment, it had the support mechanisms that could only improve my mental health, I'm going to go there more often. I'm not going to be absent. I'm going to see it as a good place to be. I'm going to want to go in. And then because you're helping me, I'm probably going to work harder because I've got more respect for you. My productivity is going to go up. I'm going to be happier with the customers. And then, of course, we know where that leads to. The company will get stronger, better. It'll be an employer of choice. It'll be where it needs to be. And this is where we need to get to. We need to see it for what it is, that this actually benefits business. Yeah. It doesn't hinder it.
I couldn't agree more. In terms of productivity, in terms of staff retention, in terms of absenteeism, a supportive, engaging work environment will have a massive positive impact on the mental health of everybody. And that includes the managers and leadership of those organizations as well, because the leadership need a place to go when they're struggling as well. And if you can have a whole workplace package which contains a variety of things. It's not just about having 8 sessions of counselling that you can then through an employee assistance program. It's being able to have conversations every single day about how are you feeling? Is everything okay? Can I support you in any way? And, you know, if you can have those strong, positive and empathic conversations, you'll have a much more positive work environment, a much healthier workforce, and I would imagine a much wealthier organisation, both financially and in terms of its human resource as well.
We're singing off the same, aren't we? So, you know, we've got a couple of minutes left, Chris. What's the future for Directions for Men? You know, what's the next big thing? What do you want to, where do you want to see this go in the next couple of years?
I suppose, you know, I always say Directions to Men, the goal is about reaching as many men as possible. It's about as many men as possible knowing that we exist, as many men as possible knowing what we do, and as many men as possible coming on and engaging into our groups, whether it's face-to-face, online, or whether it's guys telephoning us or sending us messages. And for me, that means expanding the number of groups that we offer. You know,
Northwich.
Northwich. I was at 100% back in Northwich again, but again across Greater Manchester as well. There'll be more groups coming out across Greater Manchester. So Greater Manchester and Cheshire are the big areas that I want to tackle. I will just encourage as many men as possible and as many wonderful women as possible to go and find us on social media and look at what we're doing and what we're putting out there and contact us if you need us.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, just to further help Chris, you know, myself, because I obviously want to work alongside you in the local community, but, you know, Russell talked in his session around the art of giving, and what Chris is always looking for is businesses who are willing to offer space, you know, to give back to their community. All we're looking for is a room that can house up to 20 potentially. Wouldn't mind donating a couple of tea bags and a bit of coffee. We're not asking for much, but, you know, equally, you know, to be a part of this movement, you again think of that from a brand perspective, that, you know, you're getting involved with, you know, a great community project like Directions for Men, that we can actually open these groups up around the country. And we're the same for Mangang and the rest, won't it, Chris? They're always looking for venues. They're always looking for places to go. And we'd ask everybody, you know, if you know of someone, if you've got a boardroom somewhere, or you're a hotel or whatever it may be, that little gift of an hour, 2 hours a week for a little bit of space and for tea and coffee that's probably going to cost £2, it would mean the world, wouldn't it, Chris?
It would mean the absolute world. And if you can add a custard cream into it, you've got a friend for life.
Now don't push.
That you know, having the space where men can come and meet and talk is the ultimate. So yeah, if there's anyone out there that can support us with that, any businesses out there that want to put someone forward to facilitate groups,
absolutely,
that would be absolutely amazing. Yeah, get in touch.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been through that myself. So, you know, even though I've got a bit of background in learning and development, I spent, was it four Happy Thursdays? Yeah, four Happy Thursdays, meeting some like-minded people. Brendan was on mine. I remember Brendan. Yeah. So Brendan, who started in Wigan yesterday, he was on mine. And you know, Chris, you know, make sure that you've got all the tools that you need to really make an impact on people that need you. So, by all accounts, JRH Media is questioning where the custard cream come from. Surely it should be chocolate digestives, is what they're saying.
He's wrong. I know, James. You're wrong, James.
Happy days. But no, look, Chris, you know, we've hit 12 o'clock. You're a busy man. Fantastic hour. You know, the empathy coach just said, thank you so much, Chris, inspiring. He wants to be connected, so we'll get you to, because he lives in Warrington. And he's actually said, as you've been talking, that, you know, he'd be proud to be associated with what you do in Warrington and get involved. So happy days there. You know, I'm sure that we can get that connection happening, and we can. I think we're creating an army almost of like-minded people who really want to do things for the right reasons. So, Chris, as always, keep doing what you're doing. I look forward to getting through this lockdown, and I know me and you are going to be doing some great projects in the future. But on behalf of everybody, thanks for being so open. Thanks for being so honest. And on behalf of all of the people who use Direction for Men and all those that are still to come, thank you for being there. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, mate. I really appreciate it. Lovely talking to you this morning. I was gone really quick.
It has, always does, doesn't it? Cheers, Chris. Take
Cheers,
care.
mate.
All the best.
Bye.
So that brings to a close this morning's session. We are going to be starting again at 1 o'clock, where I will be being interviewed at 1 by a lady called Pam Allen. I hope you can join us for that. We've got myself, Diane Woolrich, who is a professional counsellor. We've also got Darren J Brookes, who's going to be talking to us about managing negative impacts on us, influences on us, quite pertinent at this time in terms of lockdown. And then, you know, the grand finale, the inspirational Christie Spurling will be joining us at 4 o'clock. So hopefully you can dip in and out of the session this afternoon. But for now, go and grab yourself a sandwich. I'm going to go and get myself a bit of refueling, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. So welcome now to the afternoon session. I'll put my microphone on actually, aren't I? Let's do that. It's always a good start. To the Time to Change, Time to Talk conference. What I'll do now is just quickly whip you through this afternoon. So it's starting with myself. I'm going to be joined in a moment by Pam Allen, an associate of mine, who's going to be interviewing myself around taking responsibility, my journey with mental health over the course of the last few years. We've then got Diane Woolrich at 2 o'clock, and Diane is a professional counsellor and will also be joining us and he is going to be talking about professional services. We've then got Darren J Brookes, who will also be joining us, and he is going to be talking about negative influences, how we can better understand them, and how we can quieten them in our minds and move forward. very pertinent at this time with COVID-19. And then finally, we've got Christie Spurling, my apologies, Christie Spurling at 4 o'clock. And I'm sure that you'll find that a very inspirational story, an incredible life he has led, and what he's now doing in the Greater Manchester area is absolutely superb. So that's where we're going. That's the journey that we're on. So what I want to do now is I'm just going to bring Pam into the room, and we will start the afternoon session. So here we go. Bring Pam in. Hello, Pam. How are you?
Apologies. I am with you. Hi.
It's all right. Are you okay?
All there. Yeah, absolutely fine. Sorry, my phone just went off. My husband decided to ring me from the garden. so I've switched it off onto silent, and it shouldn't go off again. Hi.
How are we? You okay?
Absolutely fine. Thank you so much for asking me to join you in the Time to Change, Time to Talk conference. It's really kind of you to invite me along. So thank you.
No, not at all. It's my absolute pleasure, and thank you for agreeing to do this for me. Do appreciate it. We're about to see what your talk host style is all about, Pam.
Well, we have to start somewhere, so why not today?
Yeah, we do. We all have to start somewhere. So in terms of obviously today I've been interviewing everybody, so this is now me under the microscope, my time. So right, I'm over to you. Ask away.
Brilliant. So obviously, Dave, we have known each other for a little while now. I think we met sort of October, November time. Yep. And I remember receiving the call from our great friend Gareth, who introduced us, saying, Pam, you've got to speak to this guy. He's great. You need to go and find out about him. He'll be fantastic for you and your network. And I remember ringing you and having this amazing phone call. And I suppose the first thing I would like everybody who's listening in to experience a little bit about who David is and what your sort of mission is, etc. But just tell us to start with a little bit about you, David, background and how we've got to where we are now.
Okay, so in terms of myself, Warrington lad, born and bred, lived there majority of my life, now living in Northwich, 2 wonderful little children, Aaron, who is 7, nearly 8, and Grace, who is now 5. Catherine, my wife, has been an absolute pillar of strength for me over the last few years. And yeah, so I mean, in terms of myself, everybody who's ever met me probably has a view of who I am, and some of that is accurate, but also some has probably been a perception that I've probably not I've probably added to over the years. Some of the traits that I've had are good traits. You know, very committed, very loyal to my friends, very focused on goals and what I do. And you know, I've been very fortunate. You know, I had a great upbringing, you know, tremendous supportive family, given me opportunities which I've taken, and yeah, it led to a really good career, fantastic career. You know, I was probably somebody that people would look at and go, you know, he's doing all right, is Dave. You know, a nice house, nice wife, lovely 2 kids, going on very good holidays, you know, good career, getting promoted every couple of years or so, you know, everything really going very, very well. But unfortunately, for myself, I was affected by certain things in my life that led to a big decline in my well-being, and the way I responded to that again didn't help me in terms of coming through it, and it led me into a very, very deep depression and suicide, and that's pretty much very, very high level me as an individual. I think that a lot of people were surprised when they found out about me suffering to the extent that I was, because again, they had this perception because of my traits, because of who I am, and some of those traits, we'll probably get to that later, but some of those traits I used to very poor effect as I was struggling. Some of my traits, like I say, they determine the reliable one, somewhere to go to. People don't worry about people like me. They see an image, they see an outward confidence. I mean, I'm an Elvis impersonator in my spare time, and a lot of people do. And if you're going to stand up on stage and wiggle your tush and all of that kind of stuff, people think, oh, this guy's got
how
more
could
confidence.
He be depressed? How is that even possible? Because it's that whole persona. Sometimes people have their best face, don't they? And that's the face that everybody else sees. But actually what's going on is a completely different story.
Yeah, and when I launched the business back in August, there was a couple of comments that I got from former colleagues, and there was one gentleman that I worked with for probably about 3 or 4, well, all told, probably about 6 or 7 years. A guy called Martin Dillo, who I worked very closely with for 3 or 4 years, and he talked about, can't exactly remember the post, it's just come to me now, but he talked about bravado, he talked about abundance of confidence. And he said very similar to what you said, that, but behind all of that, there is a person that clearly I wasn't showing and people weren't seeing. And like I say, I probably dialed up those traits to mask what was going on.
Yeah, and I think sometimes they say that they talk about the swan, don't they? That you look serene because you're managing to manage everything, but actually underneath you're pedaling like hell just to survive and keep going. So from a history point of view then, Dave, I mean, was there any sort of were you, anyone even looking for this? Was had it happened in the family before? Had you even experienced any sort of depression before?
Well, no. I mean, in terms of my family history, there's no history that I'm aware of. But again, even though I'm now far more tuned into recognizing certain things in people, that's not to say that there aren't members of my own family that have suffered some sort of condition over the years. But am I aware of it? No, I'm not. So I'd have to say no. But I think for me, it was 7 years of traumatic events coming one after the other.
So it wasn't one particular day or something that knocked you on that. It was just a succession of bang, 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 bang.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, you've seen this slide before, and I'm a great believer in image tells 1,000 words. So on that topic, when I find it, there you go. So if I actually share this with the people who are watching watching this, they'll get a flavour. So that should now be on screen, Pam. Can everybody see that?
On screen. It's just not in slide mode at the moment, but we can definitely see it.
Yeah. So that basically was the timeline. From when I accepted the fact that I was experiencing depression, and when I started to open up about it, a part of my recovery, for want of a better word, was that I needed to really understand what had happened. What had happened that had got me to this point where the only way out was me not being here. And when I did that exercise, I sat down one day and I did that exercise, and I think the first thing that happened was, as it says there, my nan passing in 2011, and I lost my other nan in 1994. And actually, when I lost my first nan, I think there was signs there that I don't cope well, especially with bereavement, because I got alopecia when my nan died. My hair was coming out in clumps. I remember shouting my mum and showing her all my hair in the bath. And there's photographs of me at that time where I mean, I used to have. When you talk about Elvis, God, I had more hair than you'd shake a stick at. But when my nan passed away, my hair completely changed. Like I say, it fell out, and it's still. I mean, my wife always says, I always tell when there's something wrong with you because you've got a bit of hair on your pillow in the morning. So that's still probably something there. But you know, when my nan passed in 2011, again, because I was an adult, I was a kid in '94. When I was an adult, these traits of mine that you know, focus on a task, focus on a purpose, you know, suppress your emotion, don't show people your vulnerability, take the lead. You know, these are the type of things that I was doing.
And did that come from your family, do you think? Had that been something that you've been taught? Is that just a natural way that you are as a person?
So I don't know. I think it's like everything, isn't it, Pam? You know, over time you become who you are, or you have certain ways, you know, for your socialization, through the experiences that you have. And like I say, in life, some of these qualities have served me really well. There's no question about it. You know, this high energy levels, high strong work ethic, very principled. You know, it's in a lot of cases it served me well. But actually, once my mental health started to decline, it didn't. You know, it was ramped up to a point where, you know, there's a phrase that, you know, hurt people, and I think that's right. You know, I was becoming an extreme version of myself. I mean, I remember when Elvis in his latter years became a caricature of Elvis. You know, he was giving scarves out every 2 minutes, and he was acting. He'd stopped being Elvis.
Yes.
He'd stopped being Elvis. He started acting Elvis, and it was the same with me. I'd lost focus with me, and I was acting me. And when you're acting, you lose your authenticity. You lose the ability to really connect with people in a deep and meaningful way. And I think that was happening, especially in my working life. That was definitely sad. I mean, and to an extent in my home life, you know, Kate was seeing a change in the husband that she knew. You know, there was no question about that. But I hadn't seen it for what it was. I was in denial. I was in, you know, almost victim mode, for want of a better phrase. And because I hadn't accepted, and because I wasn't willing to give and be vulnerable and to tell, it was really creating inconsistencies, I think, and that absolutely was starting to hinder me. But you know, I go back to 2011. I'd have handled losing my nan, and I would have done. I think there's no question about that. You know, I'd have got through it, and you know, those traits that I speak about in terms of organising the funeral, doing the eulogy, and all of those type of things, that in some way preventing me from really grieving as I should have done.
Yeah, because you had things to do, and that's really common, isn't it, with when somebody loses someone, because they're so busy up to the funeral, because you've got to arrange this, you've got to write this, etc. And it's quite often not till weeks after the funeral that actually the grief really sort of sets in, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and like I say, I didn't deal with that. And would I have dealt with it? Yeah, probably would. But then, you know, in 2013, you know, Aaron came along, and that I only realise now how bad the birthing experience affected me.
It can be a very harrowing experience for guys, can't it? Because it's not, you know, it's seeing even in a normal birth, it's seeing your wife in pain, in a situation that you cannot actually do anything at all. And you're almost like a little bit of a spare part, aren't you? Because there's nothing other than you know, stroking hands and fevered brows. That's in a normal birth, isn't it? So to go with what you had.
Yeah, I mean, we were probably minutes away from losing him, and like I say, that 10-15 minute period in my life was probably the most horrific 15 minutes in terms of an experience I'm ever likely to have. And you know, it's interesting because, well, first of all, I was talking to Chris about this earlier on, in terms of, you know, whether it be prenatal or postnatal, not an awful lot of effort goes into dads. And that's not to say that what goes into the mothers and the baby should be diluted. It shouldn't. That's right. That's good, and that should be protected. But actually, I think there is you know, there's things that can actually happen to support fathers, especially those that, you know, go through that type of experience. Because, you know, when you think about it, everything that happened in that birthing room went on my wife's medical record, which allowed professional services to do something about. To my knowledge, my medical record wasn't updated with that experience, and I think that's something that maybe could be looked at. But like I say, I relived it. You know, I relived that, and you know, when I was, you know, the nightmares and the reliving of it, you know, the outcome wasn't the outcome that we got. The outcome was, you know, cradling Aaron, stillborn, Kate. So tough.
Yeah, absolutely. Because also you have that thing of being the brave one and being the strong one as well, isn't it? There's that whole thing, and that's where these sort of the charities there are small charities, aren't there, that are trying to do work in this field. But yeah, it is the most harrowing experience.
And you know, as much as that upsets me now, you know, it's not. It's upsetting because it puts the image in, but that image is gone. It's only when I speak about it does it come back. I mean, you know, everything's fine now. But that really, for me, my nan passing was the first thing, but you know, the birth of Aaron was absolutely the first real trigger. Then, of course, the change of job and what goes with that. Then my dad, you know, my dad suddenly discovered that he needed a triple heart bypass. You know, and when you, I think every child goes through it, but again, you know, this is now the fourth event in 3 or 4 years.
It's a lot.
You know, to sit down with somebody that you love and they're going through worst case scenario, which of course you have to do, and of course statistically, you know, these operations go well these days. But you know, to sit there and your dad telling you where this pension is and bank account passwords
and lasting power of attorneys and all that stuff.
All that, and you know, you realise the role that you would have to play if the worst thing happened. And you know, I remember that experience at the time, and you know, as much as I was there again, not dealing with my emotions, but really trying to look after my mum and trying to, you know, and every time when we went into the ICU, and you know, you can see your dad there with all the tubes and what have you. In body, I was supporting my mum, but in my head was just wild thought process of it. If this goes wrong, Dave, and you know, it just battering you away. So actually, by the time, you know, your dad comes out the other side and everything's okay, the images of what life would be like if that did happen stay with you. Really, really tough. Then Grace came along. She was born tongue-tied, which meant that Aaron's neck was damaged in his birth.
Right.
So he's had to have an operation. He's got another one due in about 3 weeks. And then, you know, Grace had to. So within, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks, both my children I'm seeing go under anaesthetic in the hospital, which again is not what you want to see. And then, you know, in 2016, a colleague of mine was diagnosed and passed with motor neuron disease. Terrible disease to see take a hold of somebody. Awful. And again, you know, work pressures are work pressures, but you know, the next 3 things: Tony passing, then the dealership closure, then Carl passing as well. These 3 things, I was putting my people first. I was making sure that my staff grieved in the right way, that we did things right. We supported the families. In Carl's case, myself, my service manager and my HR manager, we were the funeral drivers on the day because, you know, we wanted to support the family. So we did. And this is what I mean. Even though I'd lost myself, there was certain elements of me that were still very much alive. And that part of me was very much alive, that, you know, in these times where people needed me, I was strong and I could do that. But as much as I was doing that for others, I wasn't doing it for myself. I was just allowing myself to get further and further into this depression. And like I say, in the middle of those 2 passings was closing a dealership. And, you know, as a head of business, you're there to be shot at, you know, and I get that. You know, people are, when they're losing the job, they go through a series of emotions, one of them being anger, one of them being blame, and all the rest of it. And I lost some friendships because of that. You know,
you were a target, weren't you, for them to get rid of their emotion at that point in time?
Yeah, and because of confidentiality, you don't really go into what you're actually trying to do to support them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, again, maybe was I too task focused, and did I not allow enough of my emotion to come out? Because again, one of those individuals who had managed for a few years, and again, this depression. I mean, without question, one individual that I worked with who I had nothing but respect for. When I went into the motor industry in 2002, I worked I worked alongside him. I managed him eventually. He was somebody that came to my wedding. Had nothing but respect for. But our relationship really did start to diminish because so much was going wrong in my, in my personal life and these big events. The one thing that I think, the one thing I know was good. I was very competent in the automotive industry. I know it very well. Me at my best is very, very good. But because I wasn't at my best, I was acting at my best. And what I was doing is, because work was something that I knew that I had and I was doing well, I was ramping it up to a point where I was almost needing more success and more perfection in work to counteract what was going on elsewhere in me.
Yeah. Okay.
And that creates problems because, somebody said to me in 2018 that my big perfect driver was out of control, that I was aiming for perfection in my working life. And of course, there's only one thing you can be when you aim for perfection, and that's disappointed. And so, I was, like I say, and because I was acting, I was very, very inconsistent in there. And then of course we've got in fact, I'll turn this off. You need to remind me that I've got this on. I'm off and running, and
you're fine. Don't you worry.
Here's me chatting away. Let me just bring you back.
I am back on here. I can see myself.
Can you?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
You're not sharing now. No, you're fine.
There you go. So I'm back. So by the time we get to 2017 and the Manchester bombing happens, it was just like, dearie me. And again, we to cope with two, you're seeing your nieces, you're seeing your nephews, you're seeing the hurt, you're seeing your mother-in-law, your father-in-law, you're seeing your wife, you're seeing, and for whatever reason, I decided that I was going to be this pillar of strength. And I remember at that time, I think I dropped Grace off at school at nursery, and I phoned my HR manager, Sharon, and I remember crying to Sharon in that, and that was a release. But I wasn't releasing. I wasn't releasing to Kate. I wasn't releasing to my family.
But you could release to this person.
On that occasion,
yeah,
I released to that person. And I think, and it was just a moment.
Yeah.
But I bottled so much up over that 7 years, to the point where, like I say, these traits were actually destroying me. And it got to the point then where obviously I part company with Ford, which was a bereavement in itself. I mean, I was doing well. If there was one constant that I thought I was ever going to have in my life, it was working for Ford. People used to say, cut you open, it'll say trust Ford. That's what it was.
And that was because the dealership had closed.
It basically it's because of my inconsistency. So it was a parting of the waves, really. I mean, I think the company and I decided that I'd come to the end of my time. It was best if I moved on, but to expand my career. But I've spoken to some of the people in that company since I came out, and I think it's clear that they didn't really see that this was what was also going on the same way that I didn't. And I think had we both have known, what I know about those individuals is that they would have moved heaven and earth for me. I know they would. I worked with them for such a long time. We had really good bonds, but they didn't understand it. They didn't see it, and because they'd seen this resilient person for so many years, if they'd have peeled a couple of layers off, I didn't allow them to peel a couple of layers off. I think maybe that would have turned out differently. And it's and I think we've talked. A couple of the guys today have talked about hindsight, and if I'd have
absolutely,
if we'd have opened up at the time, but look, that's life. That's in the past, and we move on. So really, really difficult, really, really difficult times.
So at this point, is it Kate, your wife? Yes,
Mhm.
Kate. Had she, like you said to us, she'd noticed a change, started to notice a change, and but so had she tried to start talking to you about this, or was she fearful about what would happen if she opened the box? Do you think, or what was going on with her and in you at this time?
Again, I just think that, you know, some of the qualities, these qualities that I have that Kate saw in me early on were still there. The problem was that you know, anybody who suffers these conditions, what was happening was that maybe I wasn't as available to Kate as I could have been.
Okay.
You know, this bit about victim mode, this bit around, you know, because you're attacking yourself.
Yeah.
The moment somebody puts a mirror up, well, there's something else attacking you, and it's very difficult because you're already attacking yourself. So you know, you have this natural defense mechanism that then starts to kick in. So I was becoming, and I know this, you know, I was very difficult to live with, incredibly difficult to live with, and you know, Kate, to her credit, you know, I always say that the marriage vows that Kate took, by God did she mean them, because I think, you know, a lesser person would have jumped ship, quite frankly. But I think, you know, she's always had that belief of the person that I am. I don't think, you know, I don't think anybody expected it to be what it was, and what was actually fueling it, and the hurt that I was feeling. But yeah, I mean, did she? Probably, absolutely. I'm sure there were times where she was absolutely doing that. I know that some of my colleagues were putting mirrors up. I don't think they knew what they were putting a mirror up to.
Okay.
But I do think they were trying to. But if you are not ready for that, and if you are not accepting of that, then actually all that's going to happen is a breakdown in communication in a relationship, because you yourself are not in that frame of mind to actually see what is actually taking place here.
Yeah.
You're defending your position. You're trying to hold on to something that you're losing.
No, that makes perfect sense. So you've got this, you're going through these stages. Some things have started to be noticed. So what was it that got you to that point where actually I've had enough?
Pancakes.
Okay.
You
Wasn't the answer I was expecting.
You weren't expecting that.
Not at all.
Yeah, no. I mean, and you know, before I answer that, and I think I've said this to you before now, is this bit about, you know, people say that that they will, you know, that they would like to think that they would notice if this was happening to somebody close to them, you know, and I hear that a lot. And what I just want to do is, and you, I think you've seen this before, but I think it's important for people that are watching this to see this, because this will tell you a lot about the reality of the situation of somebody who is suffering, and it's the mask.
Right, at the moment, I've got your flow chart on my screen.
It should change.
I will tell you if it changes.
Should change. Can you see the mask?
No, not at the moment.
Hang on. Right, it will come, I think.
Okay.
I think you're slightly behind. Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. Carry on anyway.
Actually, I'll tell you what I've done. I better press the wrong one. If at first you don't succeed,
just have another go.
But
there we go. Oh, I have seen this, and this really did. When you did the presentation and I saw this is the bit that really stuck with me, because I absolutely understood what you were saying.
Right. So you can now see this.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. So this is the mask. This is the power of the mask. All of those photographs are taken between 2017 and 18, where I would say I was already at breaking point at that point. But you look at that face.
Oh, you'd never know.
You never know.
No, not
and that is the power of the mask. This photo over here, so this one, which is me and my kids here. I know that the very next day, I'm probably going to be separating from my employer. So the house that I am actually facing at that point, where's the mortgage going to be paid, and all of that. But you know, all at the bottom left is my friends, my close circle of friends that were at that gathering.
Yeah,
they wouldn't have a clue.
No,
they wouldn't have had a clue that was happening. And that's because, like I say, that's the power of the mask. That, you know, the power of the mask is that you get up to work in the morning. Let me just shut this down so I can see you again, Pam.
I can see you.
Yeah, you know, you get up in the morning. You put the mask on for your wife and kids.
Yeah.
You then get in your car. You cry all the way to work and park up round the corner from work and compose yourself, and you get in there and you put the mask on again, get back in your car, same again, emotion, letting it come out on your own. Not the place to be in a car when you're feeling like that.
Not at all.
You come home, you try and put the mask on again for your wife and your kids. Everybody goes to sleep, and you're lucky if you get 3 hours sleep yourself. You're up, you're awake, you're in a mind of,
and then your head's going
absolute negativity.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, and that was the reality. So people who think that they would naturally know, they wouldn't. However, if they take the time to learn about the conditions, if they learn about, you know, what are the signs, and actually, rather than catastrophize, do like a catastrophe analysis where, you know, so for example, I'm not sure that Kate ever thought this, but, you know, she'd be forgiven if she did. You know, from a Kate perspective, you know, she, based on where I was, the lack of attention that was given Kate, you know, she'd have been forgiven for thinking I was having an affair.
Yeah.
You know, as I look back now, not that I had any time to have one, but, you know, but that is the reality. You know,
your mind was sort of slightly elsewhere, and she couldn't quite put a finger on why.
Yeah, and you know, her natural thought, it could have done. I don't know if it ever did. I don't think I've ever asked her, to be honest. But, you know, but it could have done. And but of course that wasn't. It couldn't have been further from the truth. So I think it's about that ability to, you know, rather than think that, you know, is it divorce? Is it an affair? Is it, you know, they've lost their edge in work or whatever it may be? Rather than go to these places, if people just slow down a little bit and go, well, actually, hang on, is it something else? Is that person that we know is the great employee, the great dad, the great husband, you know, that person that we truly know is there? Is it something else at the minute that is creating this? Do we need to just talk a little bit more? Do we need to understand a little bit more? And I think that's what I've grown to learn about myself, that I need to be more open. But equally, you know, what I'm trying to do now is educate other people on how they can do that, so that actually, you know, it encourages people like me who became quite insular to open up. Because, you know, we talk about time to talk, you know, time to change and talk. You know, a common theme today from those who have experienced mental health concerns is the last thing the sufferer wants to do is talk. And that's the problem with these strap lines, is the fact that, you know, we're it's almost like the onus. Well, it depends really. The onus is on everybody. Time to talk is a two-way thing. Communication is a two-way thing. But some people could actually look at it and put the onus on the person who is suffering, as opposed to the support network around. And I think what we've got to encourage people to be open and honest, but equally we've got to educate people to spot when something might not be right.
And I should imagine that one of the reasons that they're worried about talking is that once they start, they won't be able to stop, because it'll all come. And you know, and actually, is it fair for me to do that to this person who actually, you know, is, you know, the next door neighbour, or the person who, yeah. So I can imagine that. But also, we've talked quite often is that if we suspect that maybe something gone, we ask someone how they are, they'll answer us, and then we'll ask them again. And I think that has really come across to me.
Yeah, it's the natural response, isn't it? Yeah, I'm fine. You know, and you've got to see through that. There's a reason why you're asking. When you hear the word fine, forget that word.
Straight away, I go, no.
Yeah, think of the reason why you're asking. You know, something's telling you there. But yeah, you know, you're right. I mean, in terms of myself, you know, I wasn't opening up, because you get to a point where you attack yourself on such a grand scale. You then start to isolate yourself, and every time you even consider opening up, you talk yourself out of it, because it's like, well, why? Exactly. I think you said it a minute ago. Why do I want to burden somebody, or why do who'd want to listen to me? And
well, that's it's
all
all the inside conversation.
Absolutely, all of that starts to play on your mind. So you don't, and because you're not releasing, it gets worse. It gets worse. You become more and more isolated. My mum and dad were trying to ring me. I just let it go to voicemail. I was isolating myself, and that's what I was doing, and it was becoming harder and harder to function. And hindsight, I say, is a wonderful thing. But for people who are suffering, and there's reasons why we don't. The reasons why we don't open up is because of we're worried. I mean, I look at it from my point of view. What do I need to be worried about? I mean, I know how much my mum and dad love me. I know I've got a great brother. I know that I've got great friends, wife. What do I need to worry about in terms of opening up to? But there's this inbuilt, and Chris Judge from Directions for Men says it's a man thing, and it could be a man thing. And I take your view. I'm sure you have similar. I'm sure that you have similar ways of looking at things as well, Pam. But in terms, you've almost, well, we were anyway, and I'm sure my dad even more to an extent, and his dad before him to a more extent. This image of what a man is supposed to be.
And that's what I think I was sort of going on when you said, we talked about the maternity. I think you have to be the strong one, the person who is in control, and because everybody else needs you, and therefore you can't let them down.
Yeah, and I just assumed this role in my life of I was the support, but who's supporting me? And I wasn't allowing myself to get the help and assistance that I needed. And like I said a moment ago, which took you aback, pancakes.
I love pancakes.
Of all things. But it was just one morning. It was one Sunday morning. I was just making pancakes, and I think I might have hinted to Kate that maybe I'd given a little bit of a chink in my armor to Kate that there was something I needed to talk about. I think that's what happened. And this Sunday morning was that morning where she walked into the kitchen. I'm making pancakes for the kids for the breakfast, and what she finds is me just gone. Completely gone. Which must have been really hard for Kate, to see that. And of course, I'm absolutely rambling. The world be better off without me. I'm a terrible dad. I'm a terrible husband. I'm a terrible friend. I'm a terrible, I've been look at the pressure I've put on the family in terms of the effects of my employments have been in that point in time, and everything just came to the surface. And I think it became very, very clear at that point to me, and more importantly to Kate, that this ain't right.
This is not a small thing now.
This is not something that you're going to be able to unwind on your own. And I think it's important to say at that point that anybody who suffers a condition, it is for you to own. Nobody else can own it. It's your responsibility. But support is very, very important. You can have an abundance of support and love, but if you yourself are not going to do the hard graft, it ain't going to get you.
Suppose it's like alcohol and drugs and any of those sorts of things. If you don't come to the point that actually, okay, the only person who's going to deal with this is now me.
Yes.
And it's great having those as people, but anything that you need to work on personally, if you're not committed, it's never going to happen, is it?
No, it's not. And you've got to do that. You've got to take that step, and from there you can start to rebuild. And, we tried to do that. And again, through Stigma, I was very reluctant to open up to my employers about, me and Neil talked earlier on about, antidepressants that came later, and the stigma that you attach to them, even though they're there to help you. So you've got to overcome those things. But like I say, myself and Kate decided that we were going to try and manage it together as husband and wife. We kept it in, but then, it wasn't working. There there was times where I was feeling better, but then it culminated in a moment where, you know, there I was, and it's the moment of suicide. And again, I mean, I talk about the birth of my son being the worst experience, and I do think it was, but this comes a very close second. And that then moments where, you know, and Russell opened up about his earlier on, where, you know, you're about to just end it all, and it's a really, for those who've experienced it, and, you know, my whole purpose now is I don't want anybody to experience it. You know, I want to play my part in being open and honest like I am now, but also encouraging people to seek help earlier, the help that I never, you know, sought earlier, and be better. But in that moment, you're scared one minute, you're at peace the next, because in a moment it's all going to be over. It's just, you know, the way I describe it a lot of the time is, if you can imagine a snow globe, you know, the snow has got that heavy that you can't now see the image. That's gone.
Oh,
you know, it's just constant snow now. And if you actually whirl the water at the same time with that amount of snow, you can imagine what the brain is doing. It's absolutely all over the place. And, you know, you'll do it, you know, the messages of just do it, just do it, just do it, just do it. You know,
and was that in your mind the moment you woke up that morning?
No.
Okay.
No. It was, I mean, I felt low, you know, I felt low most mornings, but no, it was, you know, I couldn't actually tell you what it was. I'd got into this habit of my car was my safe place where I could just let it go. And so you know, me, you know, in floods of tears, shaking, driving a car at 70 miles an hour down the motorway, that had become the norm since probably 2016. You know, they were becoming more and more frequent, but that's probably where it started.
Yeah.
So that habit, for want of a better phrase, was already clearly there. But this particular morning, I just had enough. You know, it was like, enough's enough. You know, I couldn't see a way out. I couldn't see. I'd got to that place in my mind where to do this now would benefit the lives of my family and my friends.
Mm-hmm. That was it, wasn't it? That's just what you
that
felt.
was it. You know, that's exactly where I was. This is it. You know, by doing this, it's the best way I can serve the people I care about.
Yeah. They'll all be better off.
Yeah. And that's where it was. You know, and I think you might have heard me say this before. You know, this bit around, you know, you hear sometimes that people describe suicide as a selfish act. Well, let me tell you, there was nothing selfish about my mind that day. You know, the overriding thing in my head, where my brain had got me to, was, no, actually, this would be a good thing for people and for you. So there's nothing selfish in that, because you actually do. You're that far down the road that you genuinely believe that this is the right outcome. This is going to benefit people. And of course, post that event, that's when we started to really open up. You know, I took some time off work, which was important. You know, we let my parents and my mother and my father-in-law in, which was great comfort for Kate. I mean, I look back now on that period where we were doing it ourselves, and yeah, really tough for me to think about, you know, the effects to Kate's mental health that have had.
Pressure.
You know, she had a husband there that she was trying to sail solo in terms of helping, and of course have two young kids as well around the house. So yeah, I look back on that now, and again, you know, in hindsight, you know, anybody out there who is thinking that, you know, you as a small family unit, go and try and do this on your own, I'd appeal to them not to. I'd say no. You know, Neil earlier on was talking about how he dealt with his bereavement of his brother's passing. And what you find is that all of this negativity, all of these assumptions that your mind is giving you, the moment you open, you just see the love, you see the support, you actually start to see, and I mention It's a Wonderful Life a lot of the time, you know, with George Bailey, you know,
Yes.
it's that moment that, you know, if you're not here, this is, you know, what, it's not about money, it's not about the house you live in, the job that you've got, this, that, the other. Life is about people, it's about connection, it's about,
absolutely is.
you know, the impact that you make on other people. And, you know, you start to realize the positive impact that you make. And that was important. And, you know, again, through talking therapies, through, you know, we're talking to Dan in a minute around counselling, I think it's so important that, you know, the more help and support people get, the better. But society have got to, like we've already said, create a foundation on which people can do that without fear of judgment.
And I think that has moved on a little bit. I think people are a little bit more, I mean, certainly more open in speaking to them, but I'm sure that there's still that fear that if I open up, does that, you know, particularly around work, will that make me vulnerable to redundancy? Will they all think, you know, will I lose the opportunity to be promoted? Yeah. All those worries must stop people actually opening up sooner than now. So do you think at this point then, so you were driving, you obviously had it in your head that that's what you're going to do. Am I right to say that this thing that's actually stopped you on that day was actually thinking about your kids? Yeah. And was I seem to remember you telling me about that, and then that was the thing that stopped you.
Yeah.
And was that the moment you took responsibility to do it, to sort something out?
Well, I'll be honest with you. If there's one thing that I'm always going to be grateful for Audi for, is the way the cars are designed. Because I'd picked my bridge, I'd picked my moment. I could see it. I was on my way. My foot was flat to the floor. I'm going. But certain Audis have a virtual cockpit.
Okay.
And what it allows is for photographs. You know, so if the last person on your phone was, unfortunately for me, it was Kate, my wife, and attached to Kate in my phone is a photograph of her and the kids. So as I'm going, I look down to my virtual cockpit and there is a picture of Kate and the kids.
Okay.
Had I not looked down,
you'd have kept going.
Within 10 seconds. I mean, who's to say if you know, I would have passed away or not? But there's no question about it. The incident would have happened.
Yeah.
But that picture quickly was like, whoa, you know, and it made me pull over. And I'll be forever grateful for that. And maybe that's why, you know, fate played its part, that, you know, I worked for Audi at that time, because that was what was supposed to happen. I don't know, but yeah, that's what it was. It just prevented me from doing it. And of course, then you put the phone call into my wife, who, you know, and we often go to the doctors for the first time, and we really then start to deal with it.
And what was, you know, when you walked into that doctor's office that first time and sat down in the chair and it opened up, what was the response? What happened in that room? Because obviously that's one of the fears, isn't it? How am I going to be? What's going to happen when I actually do this?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think at that point, I'd already had the pancake moment, and now here come this one, and I think that was the moment of absolute responsibility. We talk about take responsibility, and that was the point where, you know, the rational mind started to kick in. I want to be here for my kids. I want to be here for my family, my wife, and, you know. So when I went in, so the barrier had been took down to an extent. So when I went into that doctor's surgery that day, I think I opened the door and just started crying. So there was no hello, Mr. Cain, hello, doctor, how are you? It was just boom. He must have thought, whoa, what's going on here?
Yeah.
And of course he settled me down and we had a chat, and you know, I just laid it on the line in terms of what had happened, you know, that day. At this point, I hadn't done enough thought processes to really think about all of these triggers and how I've behaved over the years. But there was a couple that I could tell him about, Aaron being one. I mean, I was very clear that was a trigger at that time. And of course, he told me straight away, there's no question, you know, you are suffering, you know, depression, and you need help. You cannot do this without help. So there, you know, and to a degree, there's a relief in that, because you know you've started
you're on this road
step.
now.
Yeah, you took a step. You know, that step is always going to be the hardest. Whatever it is, talking to your wife, you go into a support group, whatever it is. That once you've accepted this is what is happening, and you take that step, you now stand a far greater chance of coming through it than if you didn't do that. You know, and that's what I think we've all got to do. So yeah, that was a really important moment for me to go in there, to open up to a doctor. And of course, you know, the more you learn about these conditions, they're perfectly normal. You know, the amount of people today, I mean, we wished it wasn't the case, but the amount of people today that are suffering eating disorders, alcohol addiction, depression, anxiety, contemplating suicide, you know, these are thought processes that large quantities of the world's population will experience in their lifetime.
Some point in their time, absolutely.
Yeah. And we've got to be, you know, going back to Neil, show empathy and actually show some understanding and want to connect on a deeper level. You know, I think I said to you that, you know, we talk about Britain get talking, and I have this phrase of, you know, Britain get feeling, hearing and seeing. You know, the more we feel the aura of people, the more we listen to the tone of voice, the more we see that what's coming out of the mouth is being betrayed by the body language. The body language is telling me something completely different. Mm-hmm. The more we connect on that level, the more we can actually help each other to come through any issue that we may be experiencing at that time and be stronger for it. And that's just, you know, important that we do that. And through my studies, through my recovery, what I've done to now get to a point where, you know, and I think I said this to you a couple of weeks ago, I think the man that you met virtually, as it's always been, I'm looking forward to our brew one day.
I am definitely looking forward to that, yeah.
But you know, I know, and I think you also said the same thing, that the virtual person that you met 7 months ago, I'm a completely different individual.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I'm getting better all the time.
So,
you know,
so if you were to describe life right now, how would you describe it?
It's really good. You know, and again, it's odd for somebody who's always been driven, for somebody who's always been hard on themselves, really. You know, I'm just living day by day. I'm just living, you know, a day by day existence, and there's a freedom in that. You know, I'm not setting myself silly goals. I'm just concentrating on the here and now, being better every day. You know, and I've never felt this way, and I've just got, I believe, you know, there's the saying that good things happen to good people. The same way that hurt people, good things happen to good people, and I'm just putting faith in the fact that, you know, I think now I'm better than I've ever been. I think I'm far more. I respect the man that I was before this happened to me, and you know, I've made peace with the fact that even though some of the things that I was doing when I was suffering here and now, you know, I could regret that, but actually it was the reality of the situation. I would certainly apologize to anybody who was affected by that, and sincerely mean it, because, you know, at my core, I care for people. I think that people see that in me. You know, I'd do anything for anybody. And like I say, certain actions through that time, it would always come to the surface at times, but then it would go away again because of the inconsistency. But no, I mean, for me now today, living day to day, and it started with the recovery, and you know, one of the biggest things that I did, because I had it tough, and people now have got it tough because the NHS has got the COVID to deal with. So these support services, in an ideal world, the NHS would love to have mental health services to give the population in droves, but at the moment their priorities are elsewhere. So it's important that people are aware through the Hub of Hope app that I've spoke about a couple of times today, that, you know, they need to understand there's lots of people out there that have lived experience that, like me, want to help them, and they need to reach out, and they need to do that. And you know what I did very early on, because I didn't have my wife thinks I'm a superstar, and the fact that everything, me getting back to where I am now, has been driven pretty much solely by me. Mm-hmm. I went on a crusade of learning, you know, studying the mind, studying how this could have happened, a lot of hard graft, making peace with things that have been affecting me all my life, that I'd never really forgiven, that I was holding on to, that was not serving me very well. I've done loads of things in the last, you know, 12 months that I'd have never dreamed of doing. You know, people that wrongly held accountable for things in my life. I've phoned them up and apologized to them for the man that, and even though they probably they never realized that I was sitting there thinking,
oblivious.
You did this to me, but that's where I was, and I felt it was important to me to just phone them up, and even though they may have not had any idea that that's the way I was feeling, that I'm sorry, you know, it's not serving me to feel this way, and actually you didn't create it. What I'd labelled to you, it actually wasn't reality. It was me. And this is this responsibility piece. And there's a lovely moment, and I think in any talk that I ever do, in anything that I ever do on this new journey, I think this will always be something that I talk about, is Apollo 13, which I think you've heard before. And you know, it's not Houston, we have a problem either. There's a great moment in Apollo 13, a phenomenal moment. And this was something that really, when I decided to really deal with what was going on and come back, for some reason, this just hit me one day. And it's the moment where you've got mission control, you've got Ed Harris, who's Gene Kranz in real life, who's heading up the mission, and chaos is going on around him. So in my mind, chaos is going on in my mind. In NASA, chaos is going on around this space shuttle. People are thinking about the negatives. What can't they do? What's wrong with the aircraft? Oh my God, this is going to be the worst disaster this country has faced in X amount of years. Everybody's focus, the way my mind was focused, was negative.
Yeah.
And then Gene Kranz stands up in mission control and goes, gentlemen, can we look at this from a position of status? What is good on the aircraft? And that one sentence got them thinking about the art of the possible, got them to appreciate what they could do, what made them a great team, what they could work with. And of course, we know that it got them home. And it was the same with me. Dave, you know, in there is the man that you are. You know, you've got an abundance of qualities. Yes, you've lost your way a little bit, but you know at your core, there's so much to celebrate. Let's start there. Let's show yourself a bit of gratitude. Let's really hone in on what makes you. And when I started to do that, you know, it became very apparent to me that one of the biggest KPIs that I've always enjoyed in business is developing people.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, if you look on my LinkedIn, you know, you look at my endorsements, a lot of people talk about me as a coach, as a trainer, as somebody who gave them confidence to go and have fantastic careers. And that their careers are not a reflection on me, it's a reflection on their hard work. But I played a small part in giving them belief at a time in their life. And that's important to me. And that's where this new direction came from. I thought, you know what? I can do a lot of good, being open, being honest. It's a calculated risk. You know, I say this all the time. I'm out there for the world to see. You know, if this project didn't work, it'll be a test of society and stigma. Could I get a job? Because even though I've got loads of qualities and I know I'm good at what I do and I'm better than I've ever been, so actually I'd probably be better now than I've ever been in any job that I got, would the fact that, you know, I've openly said this has been a reality for me, could that affect me? You know, and that was a calculated risk. But if I was going to do this, then I needed to be honest. And for me to do good, I needed to be relatable. I needed people to see the man, all the rawness of me. And because for me, by being this way, it makes people listen. It makes people go, this is really interesting. You know, a couple of people, I'll thank Michael, one of the people in the chat, Michael has said, well done, Dave, open and honest. That's got to be where people like me start, because if people can see that you're authentic, that you've got integrity, they'll listen. And if they're listening, that's where you can do the good work around awareness. And that's why I went where I went.
I think when I've referred you to people, that's the thing that I've talked about. Yes, you can get somebody to do your mental health training, but they haven't lived it. Where when you get Dave, he gets it because he's lived it. And therefore he comes from a place of knowledge. And that is it's just much more engaging. It's not a book then, it's a whole experience, isn't it? Of a course or anything like that.
Yeah. And, you know, it's interesting because literally 3 weeks before my suicide, I was actually, believe it or not, on an awareness for mental health course. It's laughable, isn't it? And actually, I didn't reflect on this at the time. I reflected on this after. And I won't say, you know, too much about that, other than for me, there was no connection between the person doing the training and the people in the room.
Exactly.
It was slides. It wasn't and I think what I do is I lay myself bare, and actually I care about the people in that room leaving that room with the ability and the know-how to recognize their own emotions and feelings, but more importantly, be that first step potentially in helping somebody else that they love and care for to take an exit sooner rather than later, to actually be able to help. As you say, forget the "I'm fine." No, why are you asking? Stay there. It will come. And I think because I truly can, I'm not saying that other people who train don't, but I can only talk for me. I absolutely care. You know, if I went into a room of 16 people, I'd want and again, this big perfect driver maybe, but you know, I would want all 16 to get something out of that, which takes them closer to understanding, awareness, and the ability to help others. And I'm finding that I'm doing that really well. You know, people are engaging with me. I know that I've already made a difference. And if I had to wrap up this chapter of my life and go back into business tomorrow, I could always look back with satisfaction knowing that actually for the time that I've done this already, I've made a real significant impact on some people, and it's made a big difference in their lives.
Absolutely. I'm conscious that we've only got a couple
Absolutely.
of minutes, Dave. So
Yeah.
I suppose we'll leave this in. Obviously, we've talked about how you've developed personally, but just so at home now. Obviously, you said you weren't really present. I know you've told me on how different life now is and how more present you are. And I remember you telling me about Christmas, and you said I was there. I actually was a dad and was present the whole of Christmas this year. So you want to talk about a little bit of that, and that's how we'll leave.
Yeah. I mean, I won't show the picture. If somebody ever wants to see it, then I might post it maybe on one of my channels. But yeah, I mean, when you're going through these through depression or other conditions that affect the way you see the world, you remember the picture that I showed you of me with my kids blackened out feeding a giraffe.
Yeah.
But then me
the other way,
with the other way around.
Yeah.
And that image was all about, I was there in body, I wasn't there in spirit. So even though I'm there with my kids doing what for the observer, oh, isn't that nice, a dad there with his kids at the park or whatever it may be, the shell was there, the mind was elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's where I am, I'm not giving my kids what they need. I'm not giving them my undivided attention, my love, my support. I'm not being the dad that I want to be. And that was the reality. So yeah, this Christmas, I mean, dearie me, you know, I shut down for 2 weeks. I didn't have to worry about registrations for the first time in my professional career for over 18 years. Didn't have to worry about year-end registrations.
Yeah, of course.
And it was wonderful. You know, I was reading my son, you know, the Christmas Saurus every night before he went to bed. And, you know, and what I'm seeing in myself, and I know that Kate's seeing it, is I'm having more cuddles. I'm making more time. You know, I can see that my children are liking being around the dad more than they did. And it's lovely. It's lovely. It's lovely to feel that way. So yeah, the fact that now that I'm at a point where, like I say, every day I take each day as it comes, and I try my best now to invest all of my energy into the person that I'm with, not allow my brain to go elsewhere. No, Dave, you're here. You're having this conversation. So have this conversation. So me and Kate now we'll pause the telly. If we want to talk to each other, we'll pause the telly and we'll have a conversation. You know, which we weren't doing before. Eyes on the telly, supposedly listening, but not listening. Yeah, exactly. So these are the things that I'm doing, Pam, and it's great. And you know, hopefully people have enjoyed the fact that I've been honest today, and they're seeing in me somebody that they can resonate with. It'd be an honour to work with, whether it be individuals, companies, to play my part. But yeah, life's good, Pam. Life is good.
That is fantastic to hear, Dave. Thank you so much for asking me to be part of this hour with you. It's been an absolute delight. I always love hearing your story. So thank you so much. Have an amazing rest of the conference, and I will see you very soon.
Well, before you go,
there's lovely Diane.
There's the lovely Diane.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
So yeah, we're just wrapping up, but I thought you'd want to say hello.
We do. My best friend. Diane has pulled me out a few corners of, moments of woe myself. So she is a great friend and support to me as well. So that's lovely. I will love you and leave you.
Thank you, Pam.
Great. Have a great afternoon. See you later.
Right, thanks for that.
All the best.
Thanks for that, Pam. Well, thanks
there you go.
that.
Hello, Diane. How are you?
I'm not so bad, thanks. How are you? How's it going?
Yeah, well, so far so good. We've had some lovely comments come in from the chat. Obviously, those people who are able to join us live, getting involved. And of course, like we've said, this will go out afterwards. It'll be there for people of you long after the event has took place. Yeah, it's been really interesting. And Neil Lewis, who he's clapping away there, so he's happy. And there's a few. Yeah, it's been good. It's been a really good day. I think the fact that the topics have been so diverse and everybody's been so honest, I'd like to think that the people who are listening, watching, taking part, there's just so much they could get from this. And putting myself back to where I was, if I'd have watched the first however many hours we've had now, I without question, it would have made me really look at myself and set a pathway towards getting better. So it's going to continue with you, Diane, isn't it? It's going to continue with you.
Hope so.
So this is Diane Woolrich, for those who don't know Diane. And I thought what was important to me today was that, and I'll just set the scene for why it was important to have Diane here today. As a first aid for mental health trainer, as an instructor, I'm very clear on where people like myself, Chris at the talking group this morning, he said it, where people like us stop and where professionals come in. And I felt it was really important that we had a professional counsellor as part of today's agenda, so that we could actually discuss that bridge, and that we can actually make sure that people see counselling in the right light, and really hopefully get more people taking that step of approaching people like yourself, because that's what it's all about. You do what you do because you care about people, and I know that's going to come through in this chat. What is there to be worried about? If you're meeting somebody who has took a profession that is all around care and help, then there's no real reason why you wouldn't want to go and speak to that person. So enough of the hopefully that set the scene, Diane, as why you were absolutely my first point of call to come on today. But before we do, like everybody, I think it's important that people get to know Diane, get to know what your life experiences have been, and what brought you to the point of probably up to the point where you've decided that you wish to launch your company, which name is Being True to You, isn't it? So do you want to just map through that?
There's a few things there. I just want to thank you for asking me to be included. Really, it's a real privilege, and it's a privilege for me because of getting the message across and breaking down the barriers of counselling and breaking the stigma down. That's the first bit I really
absolutely
like to bring out. So for me, it's my business called Being True to You, counselling and hypnotherapy. As the name says, really, it's for you to be true to yourself. And once you're able to be true to yourself and acknowledge yourself, you can go and live the life that's for you, not for anybody else.
Yeah.
So I picked the name because that's me also. That's me being true to myself. So what took me to counselling many years ago was I was in an abusive relationship. I was a victim of domestic violence, okay. Which is at the time I was wondering, how did that happen to me? I was a young professional woman with my own. It was my house, and it's how quickly these things creep up on you. So I ended up not working for a few months, and my GP referred me to a counsellor. And that's where it began, I guess, really. So for me,
You've actually experienced it as somebody on the other side of the room. I won't say desk because that's a barrier. The other side of the room. But obviously, before, do you want to just talk about, because I read your website, what your career was prior to becoming a counsellor?
Sure, well, it all comes in, you see. So I was off work. I say a young professional woman. I was working for the NHS in the operating theatre. Had a young 25 own house, so I carried on working. And the counselling for me, it unleashed something. I thought, God, this is something that I could do. This is something I want to do. And having the healing effects of that therapeutic relationship of the counselling process that spurred me on to go and do it. So whilst I was working in the operating theatre, I was studying, training to be a therapist, and I went to volunteer for Minds, the mental health charity.
Yeah.
And I'd been there for about 10 years on and off, and having children as well as working in the NHS. Yeah, but again, really, so for being true to me, I always wanted my own practice. So children grown up, finance is a bit different, so off I've gone and got my own practice. So this is me being true to myself and me helping clients be true to themselves.
Yeah, and again, you know, this is why I've enjoyed putting this together, because, you know, all of us, you know, in our own capacity have just got this desire to help people, you know, through our lived experience, through our calling. To, you know, it's great to, I mean, as much as, I mean, I've learned something about you that I didn't know, you know, and I've said this, this is the 4th time today I'm going to say it. None of this is scripted. So I've actually learned a bit about you today that I didn't know about, which, you know, and I thank you for being so open and honest about it as part of this today. But in terms of yourself then, you're now doing what you've always wanted to do, or that you had the calling to do. Before we get on to that, just in a more wider perspective, time to change, time to talk, talking in general. What's your take on that? Not necessarily as a counsellor, just in general, that, you know, the strap lines that are out there, you know, time to talk, and you know, and the importance of talking. How do you think society should be looking at these things? Who's the onus on? Is it on the person who's suffering? Is it on society? Is it on employers? How do you see talking? It's very easy to say it's time to talk, but what does that really truly look like? What would you like to see happen in society at a wider level?
Oh God,
talking wise.
Haven't we got on the spot? I think we haven't got long enough.
Oh, okay.
But for me, it does begin with talking. That simple of trusting someone that you can trusting someone that you can share that with. But it's finding that person.
Yeah. And
it's also that internal, the judgments. We hear it all the time, don't we? You know, if you're struggling a bit, you're weak, you're pathetic, you're a weirdo, you're a nutter, you're a psycho. You know, and men especially really, you know, grow a pair, and all those negative things stop us from actually saying how we feel, because it's pretty scary to say that I'm struggling.
Absolutely.
But it's the message is, you know, starts with a start a conversation. As simple as that is what it is. But in that, it's the fear for other people, you know, for that person to actually say it and to acknowledge it.
Yeah. And also the fear on the individual who's worried, isn't it? Because, you know, through the instructor course, this giving people the confidence to start a conversation with somebody that they're worried about, it is really important, isn't it? That people have, because again, where my wife's concerned, my parents, etc. You love your family, you love the people around you. You know what? Because you're concerned about something, there's nothing to be. That shouldn't be a concern in terms of starting the conversation. You know, because you're coming from a place of good, aren't you? You're coming from a place of care, and it's giving people the tools and the confidence to, if they recognise in others that they're struggling in some way, to, you know, to offer the hand, isn't it, and to try and help them in some way.
But that's a two-way thing as well. If that it's if I open you up, if I say something that I may not manage, I may not cope with, I may struggle with myself. So sometimes with it's difficult. It's you know, especially when a wife has you know, is a mother and a worker, and opening it up, it's saying it, and then what the consequence of that. You're going to what you share, and what does she do with that? And then of course so that's her agenda, and for you is that you're, you know, your role in the house, that you're the you're the man, and you're the breadwinner, and you're the protector. So acknowledging that you're struggling.
Yeah. And I think luckily now, I think, society's changing, isn't it? Because, I think the traditional home setup now is vastly diluted now. You tend to find that, there's a lot more parity, isn't there, in terms of earnings, and so I think a lot of relationships now are probably a little bit more leveler than perhaps they once was in terms of breadwinning and things like that, which is a good thing from a mental health perspective.
Sure, we hope so, but
yeah.
it's again, it's just what we've picked up, what we've learned from, as we've grown up, and what we've picked up from society and people that are significant to us.
No, absolutely. So in terms of back to yourself, being true to you, we spoke very, very briefly, I think it was early in the week, and I talked to you about car salesmen. So I was, of course, once a car salesman back in 2002. And when people hear the words car salesman, very, very quickly, they have an image of what a car salesman is. There's certainly trust issues a lot of the time that people, and it's wrong, by the way. I've worked in that industry for many years, and whilst some people will be a great fit for any stereotype, the vast majority are nowhere near the stereotype. They're actually very, very good at what they do, very presentable, honest people that just want to have conversations with people and help them buy a car. But there'll always be, like I say, some people who will live up to that stereotype. And it got me thinking, and I said to you, it'd be interesting to get your views today in terms of, as a counsellor, how do you believe that some people may perceive the role of a counsellor? Not necessarily Diane, a counsellor. What does that image, do you think, have in society from a stereotypical view?
Sort of like twin. It's a bit like twin set and pearls, isn't it? Someone that's, a very middle class woman who's, her life is wonderful. They've got, they're all, their life is perfect. They've got no worries at all. They sit there all calm and, sort of soft and gentle and fluffy. I don't know. That's sort of, and then of course there's the we say the male version, the man with the cardigan and the leather elbows. I think that was my husband's, his story. So sort of a very middle class sort of person who is their life is wonderful. They've really got it sorted.
Yeah, and of course there is a class structure. We know there's a class structure, so the likelihood is there from a I'm a working class background. Working class might look at a counsellor and go, how can they help me?
Sure.
What have they got in common? They're in a different class to me, because as you've just said it there. But I think what's quite interesting, and I didn't know that's where we were going to go today in this conversation, but your opening to this interview was Diane. Yes, counsellors are people. First and foremost, you're a person. You have a history. You have, you cut, you bleed, and all the rest of it. Yes, you've got a job to do. And I think that was really important, because, stereotypes are just that. They're a belief system. Very few are true. And like Diane, there'll be lots of counsellors. There'll be some that would fit the stereotype. I've got no doubt about it. I think you'd agree with me on that. There'll be some out there that would surely must fit the stereotype, but they will probably be the minority. The vast majority will be people who've got lived life experience, who've been called to a profession, but also are a human being at the core.
Sure, and I'd say actually the twin set and pearls counsellor has got lived experience, and there is they too are human. They're human.
But it's how they. What I mean, of course they are. It's how they come across, isn't it? I mean, what I'm saying is not everybody. Some people, and this is the same for everybody in life. We warm to people, or we don't warm to people, don't we? And I think again, it's about fit, isn't it?
I'd definitely say that. Really, it's so that counsellor may not be the right person for you, but that's not to say the counsellor's not going to work.
Correct.
It's just that one is just not for you, because we're humans, aren't we? We gel with different people, and we're all different.
Yeah, and it was important today for us to break any barrier or a stigma of, well, this is what a counsellor is. You know, so from your perspective, if somebody was watching this now and they felt that, you know, they were at the moment, they were having challenges in their life that perhaps they need to do something about, but look at counselling as almost failure, which some people will say, well, if I go to a counsellor, I'm admitting that I can't cope, which is very harsh, and he's actually wrong. You know, we all have challenges, and we should embrace them and look to come through the other side by using whichever means possible. What would you say to them? You know, what could you say to them that would make them go, well, actually, no, let me tell you why you should come and see me or one of my colleagues.
Sure, why come and see me? Come and see me because I'm going to meet you as an equal. I'm going to meet you as one person meeting another person. That my life isn't all hunky-dory roses, and you know, I mean, and I also feel nervous. So it's like I'm meeting you as an equal, as a person. That would, yeah, my honesty. But it's come and see me because it's coming to see me is not weak. Coming to see me is brave.
Absolutely.
And it's coming to see me because together we can work out all that stuff that's going on. That you've got, it's a safe place that you can come and tell me. You don't have to look after me. You don't have to, like in the same way if you told your partner, you'd feel bad for telling them, and then they'd be worried about you. But you don't have to worry about me because I'm all right.
Mm.
And yeah, I'm saying, and just taking that, it's the courage to begin. But I don't know, it's just like, just a starting point.
Yeah. And as you're saying that, you're right. You know, the fact that, you know, you are external at that point to their existence at that point. You know, you're a new contact, aren't you? Mm. And what, of course, bound by confidentiality, what goes on in that room stays in that room. So it's a safe place. It's for them to really speak to somebody who's not going to judge them, who's going to respect their privacy, but also help them to actually work through their problems. So it's almost a sanctuary, isn't it?
Most definitely is. And especially the judgment that I won't judge you, and you can say whatever it is, and not to worry about whatever it is. And because we have the shames and these preconceptions. What will she think of me if I say this? But that will only come with trust, you know, coming in and coming back. So having that trust of you trust me to share that.
Yeah, and that's that connection piece again, isn't it? Mm-hmm. You know, some counsellors, it's about the fit, you know, and it's important they find the right fit. And, you know, from your perspective as well, you know, it's not, and I know you do, you know, you respect that. You know, if somebody came along to you and for whatever reason, it wasn't the right fit, you know, you're of that presence of mind that you accept that, but you would actually, without question, tell them to don't lose confidence in the counselling service, as counselling as a strategy for getting better. You know, you would say, well, look, there might not be a connection here, I might not be right fit, but that's just this, the actual servicing side and this journey that you want to go on, you would promote that they carry on doing that.
I would, but I'd also do something else.
Okay, that's what it's all about.
I would take that to supervision, because that might be real information. So that a person may come to me and say they're having difficulty with relationships. And I may feel that in the relationship that I have with that person.
Yeah.
So what is that? And if my thought is, what's that? What's going on for that? So I take that to supervision and share that with somebody that would not be that they would be able to identify them. You know, it's all confidential, that they wouldn't be able to identify that person. But then that would inform me that I could then share sensitively with that person of what's really going on. So the idea is for me to help that person to live a better life.
Yeah.
And if I'm feeling that, that's for me to work out.
Yeah.
And then share very sensitively. The idea is to empower that person to live a better life. So if they're doing something that they have got no idea, but people are just not warming to them, not going away, you know, not staying with them, that may be really useful information.
No, absolutely. And I think, you know, every day's a learning day, isn't it? You know, what you're saying there is that gives you the opportunity to grow as well, because, you know, you're trying to work for how you could best help not only that individual, but future ones to come, which is great. Yeah, no, fantastic. So somebody's taking or is thinking of taking that brave step, as you quite rightly say, to come and see Diane. What does that first session feel like, would you say? What can they expect when they come in to see you?
What can they expect? Well, I say they expect to meet a human being, to meet another person.
Yeah.
And it's my job to offer myself as that to the person, so they feel safe enough to divulge. But then it's not to come in and they've got to give me everything straight away. So they just as they go at that, we work together at their pace. Yeah. So that first session is that me telling them about the counselling process, that I don't resolve any of the problems for them, that I believe that they have the inner resources to resolve their own difficulties. And it's together that we find the solutions that's right for them. It's ultimately, they know what's hurting, and they know how to they know how to correct it. They know what to do. Yeah. But it's having the courage to share the uncomfortableness. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah. It's creating that environment, isn't it? And you know, in order to do that, you know, I'd expect that it sounds like very, very slow but deliberate in the fact that, you know, you're giving that person that opportunity to first, because again, you know, they come in, it's the senses, isn't it? They're going to come into an office, they're going to see a new person, they're going to be taking in the surroundings, and that initial probably, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes is about that, them becoming comfortable, isn't it?
Sure.
And being given the confidence to start that conversation that they must have, because, you know, in my piece a moment ago, I talked about, you know, this importance around taking responsibility, that, you know, and it's once they're in your office, that's to be celebrated, because they have took a giant leap in terms of helping themselves to find a pathway that will bring them back to good mental health, physical health, whatever it is that they need to do, isn't it?
Sure, it is, but it's not to be, again, it's the expectation is just to come in and meet a person, see how you get on. It's not becoming in that you've got to divulge everything straight away, that you've got to, that you'll be cured when you've gone out.
Yeah.
It's to, it's for me just to make them feel comfortable, to tell them what the limitations are, that, you know, reassure them with confidentiality. The time that we meet together, set up a contract of that we meet this time every week. This is myself, it's private, so this is the price, and for you to stick to that, because it's boundaried, very secure boundaries, that this is what's right and what's not right in the relationship. Yes, so that you turn up on time, you leave on time, and so it's really of that is just coming in and experiencing, you know, the warmth, really, the environment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I was under a hypnotherapist at one point, you know, and to be fair, it did work for me to a point. I just found that the lasting effects weren't quite there for me personally. You know, for the 24 hours after, I felt great. You know, I really had clarity. I was feeling in a really good place, but, you know, I found it very, very quickly that diluted, and it wasn't giving me the, you know, the length of relief or clarity of mind that I was looking for. But no, I remember those sessions, and I remember, you know, I did many, and a lot of it was down to the fit. A lot of it, I did feel a connection to the individual who was giving me the service, and you know, at every step. It was interesting as well because it was through a contact of my wife's. So for me, that reassurance of confidentiality, because even though Kate knew, you know, I was working through problems, I needed to trust that hypnotherapist that it was between me and them. And even though they had a link into my wife, that was never going to happen. And, you know, confidentiality in professional services it's well, without it, you haven't got a business, have you? Let's be fair.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
Sure. And I think it's interesting you said that you chose to go for hypnotherapy. And it's almost, again, I've got an assumption for that, but I just want to challenge that really. So for you, when you felt the way that you did, I'll go for hypnotherapy, but I won't go for counselling. What's that?
Well, because I'll be honest with you, at that point, Diane, I was reacting, I wasn't in a proactive mind, I was in a reactive mind. Mm-hmm. It got presented to me. Simple. You know,
someone said, try this.
Yeah. I mean, you know, Kate knew of this service. It had been, you know, through friends of Kate, it had been given, you know, good reviews in terms of what it had done for other people. And, you know, it was one of those, and I'll be honest, it was one of those things, because Kate was now in the inner circle of what was going on, and because Kate was saying, I want you to go and try this, for me not to would, for me, rightly or wrongly, would have been like I wasn't listening to my wife. It was like I wasn't respecting a pathway that she felt might be of benefit. So I just felt, you know what's the worst that can happen? You know, I've got a pathway. Let's go and have a look at it. And like I say, it did work. I mean, I did find it did work. The problem was that it's expensive. There's the you know, that's one thing. I was still working at the time, so, you know, I was finding it. This is probably why it was diluting, because when I came through suicide and I went off work, I had the time and space to really work on myself. And I think when I was doing the hypnotherapy, I was doing that, but I was keeping the rest of my world the same. So, like now, even though I feel a lot better now, and, you know, I'm doing, you know, I mean, again, I'd take your view. I mean, I remember our first call. I would hope that you've seen I mean, Pam said it earlier that she's seen a difference in me from the person that she first met. I am getting progressively stronger and stronger and more clear in terms of my purpose and what I want to do. You know, would hypnotherapy have been? Would I have reacted to it better 3 months ago? Would it have done even more for me then because I was in a better place? Don't know. But at the time, it was just a bit all over. So, in a long-winded answer, it was just presented to me on a plate. I gave it a try. I've got nothing but respect from a hypnotherapist. You know, I enjoyed the sessions. I'd like to go and have coffee with them at some point and bring them up to speed with my life. And I think, you know what, if nothing else, it gave me he gave me the confidence to see that actually I had so much to offer and that I could go on and do what I'm now doing. I think he absolutely did that. And I think when you hear that from somebody external from your family, that matters. You know, for somebody who doesn't know you, to see something in you and to tell you. And because I had a relationship with them, I believed it. You know, I believed in his integrity. I believed in him. When he said it to me, I think that probably planted the seed of where I am now. And from there it nurtured. So I'll always be grateful for that. But had Kate have had a link to a counsellor, it might have been that route that I'd have gone to, because like I said, it was a reactive state.
Sure. I guess just for me, there's a couple of points in there, but it was just sort of challenging to get that people. So I also do hypnotherapy, but I know of this social. People will say, "Oh, I'm going for hypnotherapy," but then they'll shout about it. "Oh, I've had hypnotherapy for this," and that people talk about it. As counselling, people are not so shouty about, "I'm having counselling."
Again, it comes back to these connotations, isn't it? Mm-hmm. You know, I think counselling is, and tell me if you disagree, but, you know, when I think of counselling, for whatever reason, crisis comes into my head, or has done historically. So you think of, we're going for marriage counselling, your marriage is in crisis. I'm going for such a, oh, well, that must be, well, actually, no. It's not that it's in crisis. It's actually you want to do something about it. It's a positive. But you know, society gives us these words and these images of certain practices, careers, whatever it may be. And like I say, I don't think of counselling as a crisis now. But if you'd have asked me six months ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, pick 3 words that describe counselling, crisis would have been one of them. And it's not. It's there to help. It's there to work through things. It's there to you know, give you growth, to give you a better perspective, to move you forward. There's nothing that relates to crisis in that. And I think, again, it's this education piece of, you know, when people hear the word counselling, what are you thinking about?
Sure.
Yeah,
I've got to be really low before I'll go.
Yeah. And not actually see that, no, it's not about that. You know, you'd rather see somebody, I would presume, who is 2 months into a depression rather than somebody who's 12 months into a depression. You know, but more often than not, people will wait, like I waited wrongly, until it got to the point of no return before I'm trying to help myself. And a lot of that is because of the stigmas. It's the stigmas around the conditions, it's the stigma around the medications, it's the stigma around the services. And we've got to break all of that and say, no, all of these people, all of these things, if you choose to, are there to help you.
Sure. And, you know, you just said about breaking the stigma. If you had, you know, I think I've read somewhere, you know, if you got a pain in your leg, you'd nip to the doctors and there wouldn't be a problem. And you'd be shouting about it. But, you know, that's not, if you're struggling emotionally, we keep that one to ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in terms of yourself, obviously you'll have a lot of people using your service at this moment in time. Obviously we're in the middle of a pandemic as well. I mean, I don't want to assume what the most common problems are at the moment, but, you know, from your perspective, you know, because you'll see people coming in with various things that they want to work with yourself at this moment in time, what are the things that you're experiencing, maybe as a result of the pandemic? Have you seen increases in certain services that you're doing at this time?
I'm not seeing an increase of people coming because of the pandemic. Okay. I'm seeing they've come for something else, and that is, you know, a contributing factor. Because say with someone's depressed, we would say go out, wouldn't we? We'd say go and meet people. We'd do things that you enjoy. But of course, that's all the restrictions. So it's really limiting, and you know, those opportunities to look after ourselves are not there. Or if we're so low, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But I mean, for what I've with my clients, I've actually been helping them use technology, because some of them have been really quite low, and I'm not going to use the Zoom, I'm not going to go on WhatsApp. But that is so. I've had some come back and say I have been using it, and the real benefit from that. So trying to be creative of what we've got available. I think I've gone off on a tangent there, haven't I? No. So, so people coming in, they're not coming because of they're coming because of the pandemic as such, but people coming, of course, because they're worried about, you know, job security, they're worried about money issues and the uncertainty.
Yeah.
And health anxiety, of course. When we had in between lockdown number 1 and 2. The people fear of going out, the fear of catching the virus.
Yeah.
Sadly to say, I don't think we've seen the full impact of this pandemic just yet.
No. I agree. Now, you know, I think knowing you, we always talk about associations, and you know, I know that the reason why you've accepted I would presume one of the reasons why you accepted the invitation for me to be a part of this is because, you know, I think you understand me and you understand what I am trying to do, and there's a mutual respect there. And I think a lot of that as well comes back to this piece around, you know, where I stop and where you start, and I think that that's really important. I'm aware of where I stop and where you start. You know, I'm very clear on that. From your perspective, you know, as a counsellor, have you got any? Because like we've had a few, we've had Chris in Directions for Men talking groups. It's a great, you know, what he does is brilliant. You know, it creates a safe space as a start. Maybe it could be a starting point. It could be the start of a journey into professional services. And again, Chris, very, very clear on where he finishes, or his Directions for Men finishes, and when he would, you know, signpost to a professional service. And I think that that's really, really important. But I'm seeing, you know, there's a lot of traction in this area at the moment in terms of mental health. And speaking as somebody who is very clear where my start and stop is, I've got a degree of nervousness around some of the things I see and some of the things I hear. And as somebody who is absolutely a professional and, you know, is trained to do what you do, I wonder what your thoughts were in terms of this current marketplace and what's going on in it.
I'd say some, you know, people are, I guess people are coming at from wanting to do well, wanting to offer, you know, they've to offer, you know, people a place to share whatever it is. And people say, you know, again, this about you and your lines being blurred, really, not your lines being blurred, but, you know, you mentioned.
Yeah.
So people that say, well, actually, I've suffered it. I know what it's like. Yeah, you do from your perspective. Correct. You don't know it from somebody else's perspective. And by sharing their story, yes, it may motivate them to go and do something about it. And to be clear, that is the intention. But not to, by saying it, well, I did this, and, you know, and on offering that this sorted it out for me, but it did, but it didn't, it may not for that other person. So it's for you again, you know, for that person to come and see somebody like myself, to have that space to find what it is for them.
Yeah.
They possibly have lived lives for other people in the past, or they've lived what somebody else says, this is what you should and shouldn't be doing. It's, you find it, and this is, you know, being true to yourself, you find it in that room. Yeah. But I think people want to help. I think that's because, you know, generally we're human, we're kind, compassionate people, the majority of people. So they want to help. And I'd say, I'd suggest that that's what their intentions are.
Yeah.
But, you know, again, counselling is very tightly bounded, not bounded in, that's, you know to back off. And there's also people as well, really, have done, this is part of my thing, and I've actually even asked myself this, I thought, is this me being a bit, I don't know, but people have done a bit of a course, or they've done a bit of a course, and they're like, that's it now, I'm fully qualified, I can do it. It takes a while to train as a counsellor, and not academic, lots of self-awareness of learning what's mine and what's yours. So I'm not putting my stuff onto that person. No. Which is, you know, it's huge, again, like what we said before, just because somebody's lived it doesn't mean that they've got the answers for that person.
No, and you're absolutely right. And, you know, and this is why for me, yes, there is the lived experience bit, and there'll be parts of my journey that people will resonate with, but I think you're absolutely right. And I always say this, my journey was mine. You might resonate, and actually, if I inspire somebody to go, well, hang on a minute, I can see bits of me there, and I can see where this got Dave to, maybe I should look at myself a little bit more. That's me done. For me, that's me done. You know, if my story, me being open and honest, sharing my story, makes people reflect on themselves, and then they think, well, actually, I want to go and do something about myself here, because there's things that he's said that are similar to me. My job's done. Happy days. And hopefully that leads to, you know, a pathway that could lead to your door or wherever, because it's that bit of, it is normal to feel this way. Don't be too hard on yourself. Look to try and solve the problem. Look at me. I did it late, but look at where I am now. You can come through these things. You can come through the other side. It's that hope piece. It's that inspiration of, look, if you take the right course of action, but it's got to be your course of action, whether that be the coping strategy, the pathway that you choose in terms of hypnotherapy, counselling, whatever it may be. It's got to be right for you. If I move somebody closer to the services that they need, happy days, happy with that. You know, I'll take that. And of course, through the first aid for mental health training, you know, clear barriers there in terms of what first aid for mental training is all about. It's about awareness. It's about understanding what the signs and the triggers are, but it's also understanding about signposting. When these things happen, where do you send them? You know, it's not my job to diagnose them. It's not my job to try and counsel them. That's not my job. My job is to give them awareness, hopefully get them thinking so that they come to you quicker. That's it. And then it's over to, you know, good people like yourself to do the hard job, which is to really help them to find the balance again and move forward. And I think that's really important to me, is that, you know, yes, I can play a part, but at the same token, I don't ever see myself as somebody who could offer anywhere near what you could offer. And I think that's very important.
Sure, and that's a good. It's good to hear, but that's you. But some aren't. So yeah, which is so. It's I you know, advise to check the person out. Really check that they're registered to a professional body. If you're going to be taking up counselling services, just you know, check them out and see that they are qualified.
Absolutely. And I think that's, you know, that's an absolute, isn't it? It's just paramount, really. I mean, I actually say that, you know, sales training and first aid for mental health training, there's a massive difference. If I train somebody in sales, the worst that can happen is they don't sell a couple of things. But if you get mental health wrong, the consequences are far greater. And it's about having that, you know, that absolute clarity of mind that, you know, you've got to be respectful of this topic, and you've got to make sure that you stick to the part that you play. And I think people can play massive parts, whether that be as is the topic of today, this time to talk. That's an important part. You know,
Sure.
Communicating, connection. That's everybody can play that part. You know.
Sure. I just want to pick out something there, really, because you said about I've got to respect that, and this is it's a serious topic, this mental health.
Yeah.
And that really for some, maybe that word "I've got to" is quite fixed. So I mustn't do that, because what if I do that, and then the consequences are that they'll go and do some harm to themselves. But for me, as long as you're aware of, you know, so that may stop people asking somebody how they're feeling, so it's sort of like counterintuitive. So yes, ask them, and as long as you are kind and compassionate and listening without interruption, that person will benefit from that.
Absolutely. I'm trying to think now. The word I got, was that a reflection to respecting the counselling services?
It may have been, but you see, I'm like, I've got to. So I've got to do that, because this is real big stuff. I best not do that.
Absolutely.
And I think that's probably what people get like. Oh, I'm not saying that. There is something wrong with him, but I'm not saying anything.
Oh, no. Yeah. I think in the context of what I'm saying there, you know, everybody can play a part in that. But I'm pretty certain when I watch it back that the I got piece is that it was the piece around that line that, you know, and for me it's an absolute. I have to, and I know we talk about, you know, kind speech, but somebody like me has to respect what a professional does and what I can't do.
Sure,
that's an absolute.
Sure, I don't mean you personally, because I know you ooze kindness and generosity, and that's why I'm here.
I try.
That's why I'm here. No, I'm saying, but for some people, I've got to main. You know, this is serious stuff. I can't say that, which stops people asking. And whereas if we just had that, let's say that small conversation, that just how are you, you know, then that may be an opening for somebody.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, and it's the ask twice piece that, you know, we always say. You know, me and Pam were just saying it a minute ago, that if you're asking somebody how they are, there's a reason for that. Concentrate on that, not the word that's about to come, because 9 times out of 10 it's I'm fine. You know, that's where people go to, isn't it? And it's about staying true to what is it that you're worried about in this person, and don't allow them to deflect, because the amount of times I've said I'm fine in the last 10 years, you know, and I was far from fine, you know. So the words, you have to see through words the same way that sometimes you have to see through bravado, sometimes you have to see through, you know, what somebody is, how somebody's acting, whatever it may be. You know, if I think we all know our nearest and dearest and colleagues to an extent where we can pick up on things, and it's like you say, it's what you do at that point. You know, it's better to ask with respect and care than to ignore. And I think that, you know, for a lot, for many years, me included, we've ignored because it's too difficult, or what might they say, or whatever it may be. And I think that, you know, we've got to be kinder to ourselves. That, you know, like I said a minute ago, if we're coming from a place of good, then what harm can come of a conversation?
Yeah.
You know, it's as simple as that, isn't it? I want to help someone, and if somebody wants to get angry, I mean, and I said this to somebody the other day, if somebody wants to get angry at you because you care, I would suggest that your hunch was pretty good, because something's creating that anger. How can somebody wishing to care for somebody be a bad thing? You know, it's just an interesting way of looking at it, isn't it? So no, it's a great discussion, and, you know, for me, just for clarity as well. Obviously, I've said that you offer counselling services, but actually, I think you offer more than that, don't you? I think you've got other things that you do. So, what other things does Diane offer the world other than the counselling that we've already discussed?
So I listened to, that's why, because I was going to say, actually, listen to yourself. If your hunch is right, follow it up. That's well, yeah. So I was obviously listening to that. So for me, I see people one-to-one. I've got a room in Nantwich, so for counselling, mild to moderate mental health difficulties, and hypnotherapy. But I also work with corporate, so business going into staff wellbeing. So whether I deliver a workshop or they come to see me one-to-one.
Yeah,
the staff. So it's working with businesses. It's with the individual in mind, of relieving their, helping them to manage their stress and build resilience. So they can go well and live their lives. And yeah, for me, it feels like I've just given them a level platform of that I'm calm, I know where I am, and then I can go off and be whatever it is that they want to do.
Fabulous. And then just so in closing, if I may, because I'm looking at the time, we've still got another 10 minutes to go. But I remember, and we've done sleep, Russell did sleep earlier on. But I remember very early on in I think it might have been a networking group where you gave a presentation, I think, and you presented that, which was the Being True to You, 7 ways to support your mental health. And if I may, testing you a bit here now, but if I may,
I'm impressed you've printed it off.
There you go. Yeah, it was something that I really liked at the time, and I still do. So we did sleep with Russell, and we did that a little bit earlier on. But in here we've got, and these are the 7, was 1, get plenty of sleep, 2, be kind to yourself, 3, acknowledge your emotions, 4, talk and connect with others, 5, listen to your values, 6, stay present, and 7, exercise. So just for the next couple of minutes, let's pick one. Which one do you want to pick?
I want to pick kindness.
Right. So kindness. So in your final gift to the people who are going to watch this, talk to me about kindness. How do you see kindness, Dan?
Oh God, I'm like a broken record with kindness. But it's so powerful. Is that you say, would you be so cruel to somebody else? You've made a mistake. We've cocked up. We've made a mistake. Would you speak so hard to somebody else? And you wouldn't.
No.
So why is it okay to speak to you like that?
Brilliant. Completely agree. It's interesting, when I was doing sales training, there's the old adage in sales, treat your customers as you'd want yourself treated. But I actually diverted from that, because actually, and it links to what I think you just said there about being kind to yourself. A lot of the time, we are less tolerant in the way our closest partner, mother, father are treated than we ourselves are. So, I would accept a level of rudeness that perhaps I would not accept if I saw somebody being that rude to my father, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to say to people, so rather than sell as if you'd want yourself sold to, which actually is your reality, it's probably safer to try and look at it from the point of view as, how would you like your grandfather spoken to, your mother, your father, your sister, your brother? Because that creates an emotion that's different and a more authentic emotion and a way of communicating than you pretending that you're talking to yourself, because you can't really visualize that. So if I look at Diane now, and I see you as a sister, that's going to affect the way I speak to you, because I'll have this image of, if for one moment I can transport myself into you being my sister, I'll talk to you in a certain way. So that's what I used to do in sales. But in terms of, mental health, it is the opposite way around, in the fact that no, actually, you really do need to dial in to yourself, don't you? You've got to be kind to you and put yourself right.
Definitely. I think it's because we've learnt that, we do something wrong when we're younger, possibly, and we get punished for it.
Yeah.
But then we add more and more onto that.
Mm.
And it's real cruel. We can be so cruel to ourselves. And if you just say, really, that it's how powerful that actually is switching it around. Whilst we know it's it's not easy, because if this is the way that we've been doing it for such a long time.
Yeah.
But it really, the healing effects from that. Oh, yeah. You said be kind and be patient with yourself.
Yeah. And I'm going to use another word that I hope you're going to pick up on and be able to talk to me about for a couple of minutes now. And I'm sure this is a massive part of any journey that some of your clients go on. The ability to forgive yourself. How big is that, would you say?
It's huge, really. Of course it is. And it's that again, the kindness. I made a mistake.
Yeah.
I made a mistake.
Yeah.
And when you said before, you said, oh, I did this, but I left it too late. You did it at the only time that was right for you.
Mm.
You did it when you could. It's like, well, of course, yeah, you wouldn't want to have gone through, because it was a horrible experience. But it came to a crescendo when that was it. It was all you knew. So it's we make a mistake, and that's part of being human.
Yeah, yeah, and for a long time I wasn't allowing myself to be human. So you're absolutely right. No, look, Diane, I mean, it's for me, it's been fascinating, because I mean, I'll be honest with you, I don't know many counsellors, and I don't. And like I say, 5-10 years ago, I'd have had a preconception because I didn't know anybody. So the only thing I could go on was thought processes and stereotypes and whatever. But actually, having got to be around you, see the work that you do, the posts that you do, it's given me a real appreciation for not only, for the role, but my appreciation of that has come via you. Getting to know you, getting to know the work you do, see how you operate, listening to you, seeing everything. It's just given me so much insight into what counselling actually is there for. And I go back to that convo we had around crisis, and actually, no, it's not about crisis. That's a negative way of looking at it. It's actually look at the good, look at the glass half full. What can this actually do? I never did that. And it's through meeting you that now I see it for what it actually is there to do. And it's a tremendous help, I'm sure, to your clients and the people that you speak to. And, I can only endorse what you do. And it's for people like me to thank people like you for doing what you do, because it is a calling. I think the work that you did in operating theatres as a son of a father who went through a triple heart bypass, you know, the work you did in your previous career, we're indebted to you. And you know, what you're now doing as well, you know, makes a massive impact on the people that you serve, their families and society as a whole. So on behalf of us all, thank you for what you do. Keep doing it. And you know, I'm sure that we're going to have a very long relationship, and we'll stay in touch.
We definitely will. But it's also just acknowledging that I feel very privileged to do what I do. I feel privileged that people have dared to come and trusted me with their deepest, darkest, their fears. And I feel very privileged to be able to do that and to be part of their journey.
There's no greater feeling in the world than helping somebody. I'm a great believer in that. And you do a tremendous job. So, Diane, it's been an absolute privilege. It really has. We've actually got Darren. I don't know, have you ever met Darren?
No.
You know of Darren? Well, let's bring him in and you can say a quick hello. So here comes Darren. He's on his way. There he is. Here he comes. In the red chair. Don't press the lever. Don't press the lever. It's like Graham Norton. Better be a good story, this, Darren.
How are we doing? You okay?
Very well. Meet Diane, Darren.
Diane, I've just watched that. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, super. Thanks very much.
Yeah. So yeah, Darren's got a book coming out soon, which I think we'll talk about in a minute. But yeah, on the power of LinkedIn, well worth a connection. Keep an eye on what each other are doing.
I think we've sent one, haven't we, Darren? I think
you might have one now. Yeah, I think we have.
Yeah. I'll be watching you now for finding out about your book.
Super. Diane, absolute pleasure. Look after yourself.
I've loved it. Thanks very much, Dave. See you again.
Pleasure. Take care, Diane.
See you, Darren. Bye.
Take care. See you, Diane. Bye.
Bye.
Now then, Mr. Brookes, how are we?
Not too bad, Dave. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm about 6 hours in, mate.
Yeah.
You know, the sugar's come out, you know. We're going. We're doing the best we can. But no, it's, you know, there's a lot of I think we're doing a good job today. I think, you know, as a
I've watched the last few, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, you know, and that's what it's about. And you know, I thank you as well for being a part of it and doing your piece today. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
No, it's an absolute pleasure. Absolute pleasure. So we come to Darren. As with everybody, I've, you know, set the scene. You know, what has been your journey to this point in your life from a personal perspective, mental health perspective? What's got you to where you are today? So it's over to you. Be as in depth as you'd like. Crack on.
I think, well, you know, going from the mental health perspective side of things, because obviously, that's the underlying thing of what we're talking about. I think I didn't really recognise it at the time, but I think looking back in hindsight, I probably struggled with my mental health in some way, shape or form through my late teens, 20s. And I think a lot of that was underpinned by the fact, I'd say underpinned by the fact of not having any direction and not know where I was going. But I don't think that was a problem. I think it was the feeling like I should know where I am and where I was going. Kind of left school with reasonably good results, but feeling like a bit of a failure for not knowing what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. Which, you know, at 16, why should you want to know that? Looking back, I can smile about it now. That much pressure is kind of put on you, I think, to decide what you should be doing and what you want to do when you're working till you're 65, 70. What's the hurry? Where is the hurry? So now, you know, I wish I could have just told myself back then, don't worry about this. You know, you'll find your own path as you go on. But I think that much pressure was put on, and especially when you see other friends at school who are going down a path, they know what they want to do from a young age, and they know where they want to go. And you know, and as we spoke about before, that the arts and the creative side of things aren't really encouraged. You're encouraged to go and work at this office or go and work at that, or go on to college and then go on to university. Well, I went college, and I went college 5 times, and I dropped out every single time. I didn't pass one thing. I learned a lot while I was there, and I met some good people. But I just had no clear direction of where I was going. So I was just trying these different things. And all of that now has brought me up to the point where I am now. And I look back on that, think, you know what, that was amazing. I wish I could have just relaxed about that journey at the time. And then I fell into kitchen work. I fell into working in a kitchen, which I didn't really want to do. Enjoyed it at the time, met some great people who are still good friends now. And, you know, the camaraderie in there was brilliant, but it just wasn't what I wanted to do in my life. But I didn't know what I did want to do. And it wasn't until getting the job at the rehab, where I was a support worker for people struggling with alcoholism and addiction, that I think I really found it, Dave, and thought, this is what I want to do with the rest of my life. And I think that job there, seeing those people, it was more than a job, but seeing those people overcome such adversity, from horrific upbringings to sort of some awful things that you'd only see in films happening in later life to people, seeing them overcome that adversity kind of led me on to becoming a coach now. I think seeing those people, what they overcome and what they've gone through, and see them people go after the dreams, even though I wasn't really chasing my own dreams at the time, has really put me on this path up to this point, I think.
Yeah, superb. And it's amazing how many times the alcohol has come up today, and we haven't really touched on it. And of course, when it comes to depression, I would say depression, forgive me if I'm wrong on that, but it's the horse and the cart, the chicken and the egg, isn't it? Alcoholism can lead to mental health issues, but equally mental health issues can lead to alcoholism. And so you were probably working with people where you were almost immersed into that world of what this can actually do to people.
Definitely. The chicken and the egg thing is spot on. And a lot of services would bounce those people back from one to the other. This is mental health issues, so they're accessing mental health. No, hold on a minute, you need to go and deal with the alcoholism first, and vice versa. But luckily, when the people got in there, when they came into us, they'd been through the detox, so they were clean, they were sober then. Some had done 2 weeks, some had done 4 weeks. But when they got in there, it's like, right, we're here now to deal with what's caused you to become an alcoholic, what's caused you to become a drug addict. It wasn't looking at the substance, it was looking at the person. Right, let's see, what trauma you've been through, and some people hadn't been through trauma from early on. It was later in life. So it was an amazing place. It closed due to government funding cuts, but the work that went on there, everybody who worked there had in some way, shape or form been either exposed to somebody that got problems, or they had the personal problems themselves. So you were speaking to people that knew what page you're on. When people came into the office to speak to the support workers at night, they knew they were talking to somebody that had either been through it or had a close partner or close relative that had been through it as well. And I think that was the beauty of what really helped the place to be a success, really.
Yeah, I mean, what you just said there encapsulates what, again, a lot of us have said today, is this bit around, it's about the person. Yeah. We've got to connect on a personal level, haven't we? That's the key bit. It's not the fact that somebody's an alcoholic, it's why they're an alcoholic. What's causing that? I mean, the fact that you just said it closed because of government funding, you just shudder, don't you, when you hear things like that? Because the work that you were doing, I mean, and you know what? This is why it's not scripted. I said this was going to happen. I mean, we said this would happen. But the mad thing about it, though, is that I cannot see how a project like that can cost the British taxpayer.
No.
So why you would cut funding? Why you would stop something that, for me, and I may be lacking a degree of intelligence here, I don't think I am. Surely that minimum is cost neutral. Minimum.
Yeah. Funnily enough, it went to Stafford. It went to the decision of voting for or against closure, and they were provided. We could go in there. It was open, and you could go in. And they were provided with the cost-effective sense of the place staying open, as well as personal stories of people who've been affected. And the sad thing was, one of the guys who was on the board tears were rolling down his face. It came that his sister was an alcoholic and had been to a treatment centre. She'd not been to that. And he still voted to toe the party line, and he voted for closure. And one guy actually came up to the owner after and said, if I hadn't voted to close, I would have lost my seat. And so that's the sad political side of things. But all that happened, Dave, was the sister rehabilitation centre in Burton stayed open. So obviously the waiting list just doubled. It was the people who were waiting to go in there haven't gone anywhere. It just doubled, and it just take longer for those people to get in there, which is scary.
I mean, as you say, like you say, you hear about the political aspects of that, and you just think, but that is the world that we live in, and it's such a tragedy. I mean, it's interesting because, alcoholism. I I love my single malt whiskies. I've got to be said, I do. But actually, if it's one thing I'm grateful for, I mean, I overeat, so I put weight on, and I'm trying my best to get rid of it now. So, that was my go-to place. So you talk about chicken and egg. My current weight is absolutely because of my mental health issues that I've had. And now I've got to fight to get it off, and it's twice as hard to get it off as it was to put it on, and a damn sight less enjoyable as well. But that could have easily gone down the alcohol route, quite easily. And I'm grateful that it didn't. But I understand how it could. I understand how somebody could do that. So we discussed the way this was going to go. We did agree that it was just going to be a nice chat, and that's where it's going to be. We'll get on to, I want to come back to dreams to goals if we finish on that in terms of what's that about, why you're doing that, what you're up to get out of that, etc., etc. But a lot of that will be shaped, I think, by what we're going to discuss anyway. And you just touched on something in your opening, which was around education. Okay. And I sent you a clip from, I think it's Sir Ken Robinson. Was the clip, and you watched it. And, again, people don't want to hear me speaking all day. So you've watched that now. Do you just want to, and it's well worth somebody looking at this on YouTube, isn't it? It's a cracking 25-minute video on. And what I'll do is I'll get the link and I'll put it in the comments. Great watch. But as somebody who's watched that, and somebody who, dare we say, bowed to the expectation of what your education should be. How did you find that talk?
Enlightening, but sadly reinforcing what I already thought. That a very structured, rigid system. That this is not by any means taking anything off the amazing work that teachers and everything do, but a system that's catered around having the best memory. Who's got the best memory, on who's having the best day on a time where you're going to sit down and do an exam. Whether you crack under the pressure, whether you struggle in that high intensity situation, but exactly as we spoke about, that maths, English and science are here at the top, and then right down at the bottom in every country, exactly as he says in that clip, is music, art, and anything that involves the artistic side of a human being is always down the bottom. I remember a joke that I used to think funny when I was at school, but what does a drama student say when they've graduated? And it's like, do you want a Big Mac or do you want a milkshake? And that was the way that the arts was viewed, by that joke. Just the fact that you thought that was funny came from the fact that you've been sucked into this system, that this was the only way, and that really helps some people. You can't take that away from that system. It would really enhance some people's life and make them go on to do amazing things. Yet to other people, for me, you've got 16, 17-year-old lad who's an absolutely amazing musician who's working in a factory because he feels like he couldn't do that. That wasn't a career option. Or you've got an art student, like we spoke about the other day, who's left with an E or D in art is absolutely amazing art, but because they didn't do what was done in the curriculum, they're looking at themselves as a failure, so they don't see that as a career path. I always loved English, but I always remember it in English lessons when we had the book out, and I'd have my own book inside it. I'd always loved reading, but it's like, I don't really find that interesting, so I'd be reading my own book, and yeah, it's just not encouraged enough. I think we're all amazing human beings who are capable of these absolutely amazing things. I 100% believe that. Yet we've just got to have one. It can be one person, just one person, encouraging us to go down the right path. You know what? You can do this. You don't need to be good at maths and English, because what you're great with is you're great at making tables, or you're great at fixing cars, or making cars, and playing to those strengths. Really sort of encouraging those people to go down that route. You know what? It doesn't matter if you're not good at this or you don't like this, because you love this. Or asking them, Dave, what do you love? What do you love doing? What is your passion? What do you do outside of school? Or the kids that are skipping off lessons. If you love playing computer games, maybe you could get a career out of that in some way, shape, or form. Because I love how Gary Vee puts it: if somebody's doing it, then you can too.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you're right. I mean, and it's interesting, because all of that, as you're talking about that, I'm hearing Ken Robinson in my head.
Yeah.
The art of creativity, and you're absolutely right. My son's dyslexic, and for me, I'm not worried about the fact that at the minute he's behind people in English and maths and these other things, because what he is an incredible artist.
Yeah.
He is incredible. You put a pen in his hand, his drawing is unbelievable for a 7-year-old.
Yeah.
And I'm a great believer everybody finds the way. Everybody will find the way in life. And of course, he tells the story in his, and I won't spoil it for people, around a dancer, and it's phenomenal to listen to what he says around that. And he also says, doesn't he, that the school system now is actually the only thing it's good at is creating professors.
Yeah.
And that's it. Obviously, if you want to be a doctor or what, there's certain professions where absolutely the education system has to come into it. But I look at my education and where I am. Don't get me wrong, it gives you skills. I'm not saying it doesn't. The fact that we're here now presenting, that I've developed presentation skills from my university days, and I accept that. But actually, has my education really defined me? No, I don't think it has in the main. And I remember when I was a kid, I loved acting.
Right.
And I conformed.
Yeah.
And, but back then, naively as a kid, acting was TV, but it isn't. It's theatre. You've got local theatre groups. You've got people that run their own theatre companies that at a local level. And all right, they might not be millionaires, but you know what? They're around other actors and they're putting on shows for people. And do you know what? Why can't somebody go and have that dream and go and live it? And you can always go back and learn something new.
Yeah.
That's always the option, isn't it? Go and I know we're probably going to talk about that with your dreams to go, but heart and soul, go and give something your best shot. You can always go back and try something else, but go with your heart, go with your gut. And and it's an important start of this in terms of, because we're talking about negative influence. I think I called yours negative influences.
Yeah.
And we're talking very positively here about positive action in education. But by going down traditional pathways, by being consumed by the education system as a child, that can have a serious negative impact in terms of regret and other things down the line, can't it?
Yeah.
So for what? So education as one of the negative influences is probably a good one. If it's handled incorrectly, can seriously hinder somebody.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. People leaving that. Well, like I say, I left sort of feeling like a little bit of a failure. Although I did reasonably well in my GCSEs. And I know people who I went to school with who are doing amazingly well now. But when they left, they didn't for a long time. And I think you're taught to be an employee. You're taught to listen to what you're told by the teachers, which is listen to what you're told by the boss, and it's a system that's teaching you to be an employee. which for some people is absolutely amazing, but not for everyone. For some people, going and starting their own businesses is the best thing for them. Going and playing guitar in a band is the best thing for them. Writing a book's the best thing for them. Going and being an actor or an actress. So for them, yeah, that school system, it's not serving them. It's not serving them well at all. And as long as the encouragement's there that this doesn't necessarily matter for you, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong that this system doesn't work for them. But it might have changed a lot now, and sort of how my daughter talks a little bit. I know a lot of things have changed a lot since I was at school. But I think there needs to be that real emphasis on this isn't the be all and end all. This isn't, your life is not over if you don't carry around this national record of achievements and you don't do well in these GCSE results, because there's all the avenues you can go down.
National record of achievement, you're showing your age. But I tell you, it's an interesting one, and we'll move on to another one, I think. But before we do, as you're talking about that, here's a really interesting thing that I'm going to say now. And let's see if you agree with this. So, the way our education system is set up is league tables.
Yeah.
And funding is based on how schools are doing.
Yeah.
Which hinders the way in which they teach.
Yeah.
Yeah. But here's the laughable thing, and I don't know why I'm picking this person, but I'm going to pick him, Robbie Williams. Right. Now, Robbie Williams could have degrees. I really haven't got a clue. But I'll tell you what, if he went back to his school, he'd have the biggest red carpet rolled out for him, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
And they'd be basking in the glory of a man that has been an international pop star.
Yeah.
Yeah. However, if he was a kid and he was like, I want to be a pop, how many times, because I had it, and I know you did, how many times were you told you're never going to be something?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Robbie Williams did it.
Yeah.
But imagine, would he have got there quicker? Would his mental health have been better if he'd have been encouraged, as well as in his own personal volition? If he'd have been encouraged to go and do that, would he have come through it better?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think he would. You know, he's had his mental health problems, hasn't he, throughout his life. And you know, potentially that could have gone a different way, Dave. Like you say, if that encouragement had been there, that, you know what, you can go on and do this. Yeah. And I know the other side of the coin is that they don't want to set people up to fail, but so don't want to encourage these dreams for some people. But ultimately, by not encouraging those dreams, they are setting up people up to fail.
But again, I think it was Diana who said it a moment ago. I think we're getting to a point where, do you know what? Life isn't milk and honey.
Yeah.
You know, it isn't a bowl of cherries. It isn't easy. It's hard. And I think we try and protect, and you know, and that's a good instinct that we all have as parents. We try and protect our children from the reality of life. Yeah. And I think Diane said it a moment ago brilliantly that, you know, it's okay to fail. Yeah, better to have tried and failed, you know. And as long as there's a support network around you, happy days, isn't it? So
I think the biggest lessons come from failure, don't they? But that's another thing that you know that's taught, that failure is a bad thing. It's bad if you fail on a test, and you know, you speak to most successful people, they say failure was one of the best things that happened to me.
Yeah, and Alison, and you know, I just want to say to Alison Rothwell, I think she's been with us most of the day. Really appreciate it. She's just put there, yes, that's right. My name's Bob, the one who landed the pop stars job, the one you told don't touch the kid who wouldn't amount to much. I think actually at the end of one of his LPs, he actually does a song for his teacher, or a rhyme for his teacher.
Right.
And at the end, he tells him politely to go and do one. And she's absolutely right. But it's this ironic. It's the ironic nature for me that. This and you know, he could have a degree, and actually I don't know, I've never read his autobiography, so I really don't know. But one thing is for absolute certain, let's say for argument's sake, and I apologize profusely, this is probably not accurate, but let's say he didn't have a single GCSE. The red carpet will be rolled out at his school, and they would applaud him and they would want to be attached to him, but he wasn't academic.
Yeah, definitely.
He wasn't academic. You know, and this is the madness, but he's chased his dreams. He's got where he wanted to go. So those negative influences, I was told by a teacher of mine, right, I would never amount to much. I got brought up being told I would never ever supersede my brother's achievements.
Yeah.
Not
Well,
by teachers, right? By teachers, right?
obviously.
Right. But my brother, I love him to bits. Two very different personalities. He was, you know, I remember going to a secondary school, and one of the, well, wait until the other one comes. I was the other one.
Right.
Right. What chance have you got?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, what chance have you got?
Yeah.
So it's really interesting that we started off with education. So I did say, but I didn't know which way you were going to go, and I picked up on education. Good place to start. I said, let's try and think of 5 negative influences that, if handled incorrectly, could hinder somebody's mental health. Let's just have a chat around them.
Yeah.
So where are we going next?
So I think next, people around you. I think people around you is an important one, which, you know, comes into the education thing. But having those people around you, it might have been, and I'm not sure if I'm right, Jim Rohn, who said you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. And, you know, if you've got those negative people around you, or you've got people that aren't encouraging you or in some way, shape or form enhancing you, and that doesn't mean that, you know, you've got negative people around you who are struggling. By no means does it mean that at all. But people that in some way, shape or form are pulling you down. And I think having those people around you that uplift you is amazing, and will help you grow. I've been in, as you probably have yourself, Dave, I've been in situations where I've had both of those groups of people around me. I've had people that really pulling me down and holding me back. Now I'm blessed to be in a position where I've got a really good group of people around me, all love each other, all get on really well. And as far as sort of mental health aspect, people that I could talk to openly and honestly if I was struggling, which, you know, is amazing. It is amazing to be in that position. But having people around you that hold you back, that pull you down, that make you feel less than you are, you know, that can have a massive detrimental effect on every area of your life.
Absolutely. I mean, and again, you know, I never thought about this until I went through what I went through, and I'm sure you know of the book, the 12 Pillars.
Yeah.
You know the book 12 Pillars, and I read that book, and it comes to that chapter where it talks about your friendship groups, and that's a challenging chapter, isn't it? For anybody who's not read it, what does that chapter tell you to do?
Get rid of the people that aren't making your life better, really. Cut them out. And, you know, and it's challenging, but I'm 100% on that page. You know, if I'm 100% on that page, that if somebody is, whether it be a partner, whether it be friends, to a certain extent, whether it be family members, you know, and I've wrote about this actually in my book, funnily enough, that if those people aren't enhancing your life, you've got 3 choices. You get rid of them completely out of your life. You limit your interactions with them. So if it's family members, you take a step back, you keep them at arm's length, or you try and be the positive influence on them. You switch the conversation around when it's gossip about other people or when it's negative talk, and you flip it around. And you've only got those 3 choices.
Absolutely. And when I read that, I mean, it took me aback because I never ever thought of that. And when I read that book, and I read that for the first time, you know, and it's this bit around, you know, we almost want to be loved by everybody, don't we? You know, it's a natural human instinct, isn't it? We don't like to think that we rub people up the wrong way or somebody's not going to like us, and we have absolute necessity for acceptance.
Yeah.
It's a mad thing. And when I read that, you know, and I did exactly that. I looked at my life, the people in my life,
Right.
and actually, when you actually do it and you start doing that exercise, it's a very easy exercise to do, isn't it? The hard thing is looking at the list that you're saying delete and go, and you know you should, but it's having that commitment to go ahead and do it. And I don't know about you, but if there's one thing that I will always be thankful for lockdown for, is that those people who, because I think you missed the group, and the group is the ones that you just want to be around more of because they do incredible things for you in your well-being. And, you know, in lockdown, one thing I'll be forever grateful for is that, you know, me and my you know, some of my closest friends, you know, we we definitely see each other once a year at Christmas, but actually, other than that, it was a lot. One of my friends I see a lot of rugby. We go and watch rugby together.
Yeah.
But actually, you know, there can be weeks, months, and years that can pass in a blink of an eye, and I don't see them. And we do a quiz now every Sunday,
Brilliant.
7 o'clock till 9.
Great stuff.
And we've done it ever since lockdown 1, and we've all said this is carrying on, even when we're out and about. You know, we'll do it. Yes, there'll be things that will crop up when we're allowed out that might prevent us from one of us dropping on every week, every now and again. But it's a wonderful thing. And actually, for me, as part of my, you know, my mental health journey, that has been so important to me. You know, being on that call for 2 hours a week with my mates,
brilliant,
chatting absolute rubbish,
yeah,
pulling each other's leg, you know, just tops you up, doesn't it? You know, being around the right people, it just gives you that sense of connection. It's just a wonderful thing to do. So no, I agree, and you know, well worth reading that chapter of 12 Pillars. It's a tough thing to do, but think about your life. And again, you know, negative influences, those who are negative, look at that. Do you need to keep those people in your life? Do you need to dilute them, as you quite rightly say, or do you wish to be the change in the relationship that can make it good? And I think it's also important as well that we need to, because we're talking about other people's mental health, is it could actually be as well, because they don't touch on this in 12 Pillars. It's not a mental health book, but you know, I'd like to think that we would look at it now from the point of view of, well, what's making them like that?
Definitely. Yeah.
And I think, you know, as somebody who we've got a friendship with, because we have got a friendship with them, I think certainly before we would remove them from our lives, I think, you know, we've got that sense of responsibility and love at that point that you'd want to go and explore that, because there could be something else that is affecting the way that they are.
Definitely, Dave. And but I think, you know, if we are close to that person, I think we know whether that's been that. Not that it's always easy to spot exactly as your story demonstrated, but I think when we're quite close and we've got that close knit group, we will pick up on these things. Hold on a minute, this person's behaviour's changed a little bit here. They're not usually like this, not usually like that. Where I know people that have got people in their friendship group that pull them down, that pull that person down. That not in a sense of it's not that they've always been negative, or it's that they're pulling them down to make themselves feel better about themselves. But it's spotting that, you know, that's that comes down to the individual and whether they recognise that, or whether it is that, you know, this person might need a chat, or this person might need some extra help. But for someone that's you know, what's the best way of putting it? That's talking down your dreams, or, oh, you know, you can't do that, you can't do this. It probably does say more about them than it does you. But unfortunately, that person is going to have a detrimental effect on your mental health.
I mean, you know, as you're talking there, I'm thinking about my professional career, and you know, and it's along a very similar line. You know, in business, in management, I've always been somebody who looks up, not down. And you know, and sometimes people that have worked for me find that quite overbearing. But I've always been that. You know, it doesn't matter who you're outperforming, because that's not going to make you grow. You know, if you're looking that way and basking in your own glory, you're not growing anymore. What you should be doing is looking that way. You know, why are they achieving what they're achieving? How are they doing? How have they become what they have become, and learn from that? And I think both me and you, we spoke about autobiographies and things like that. You know, it's inspiring when you actually look up and go, well, hang on, what's made that person the way they are? What challenges have they faced? Because you're actually growing. The moment you get to a point and you're just, oh, I'm better than them, or, you know, in a working environment, well, he can't give me a you know what because he's worse than me. No. Because one of these days, because you've stopped growing, you are going to be that person. It's about growth. Life is about growth. It's about where do we want to go. And I think that's brilliant. Absolutely. Right. So we've done education. We've now talked about friendship groups and, you know, looking for surrounding ourselves more with positive people. Where else are we going?
Well, I think social media is a great one, leading on from actually what you said about catching up with your friends on the up for the quiz and that. I love that. And social media, you know, is that double-edged sword. It can be absolutely amazing, or it can be really detrimental to your mental health and everything going on, depending on what you're taking from that. And again, you know, who you're following. You see people, don't you? I'm going through Facebook and I'm having a clear out, and nothing wrong.
Still there.
Yeah, nothing at all wrong with that, in my opinion. You know, I think that's a great thing. Or, you know, if that person who's in some way sort of impacting your life negatively, snooze them. You can snooze them. They can still stay on there as a friend, and you can snooze them off. So you're not seeing the negative posts that people are taking. But we spoke about this before, didn't we? Also, I think more from a youngster's point of view of who you're looking at on there as a role model, who you're following, and, you know, this wanting the perfect body or wanting the perfect life, or, you know, seeing these people with the phones posing next to a jet. I saw something this morning, actually, which tied in nicely with this of Gary V. He said, you've got people who are jumping over fences to take a photo with a jet to pretend that they're living this life. So, you know, be mindful of those people who you're following, and the people that are they motivating you, and are they making your life better? Are they making you happier? Or are you thinking, oh, it's all right for them, it's all right that they've got this, that, and the other, when, you know, nobody posts on Instagram when they're sitting there crying in their hands, do they? They only post the snapshots of the life that are good. The other thing he said is that he knows people that will go up and climb a mountain just so they've got that photo at the top. They're not even enjoying the journey up there. They just want that photo to post on social media. And, you know, that's toxic. That's
yeah. I mean, God, where do I go with that? I mean, in terms of social media, yeah, absolutely. And I think youth. I mean, you know, social media. There's so many good aspects. I mean, in a way, this is, you know, let's be honest, you know, this has been plugged through social media. I'd like to think what we're doing is giving people guidance. It's giving people things to think about. I've had a couple of messages, private and on the screen today, who said, you know, really thinking about that now, and they said, and that's great, and that's positive social media, you know, and I think that's really good. But in the same way that COVID-19 has showed us the best and worst of society, there is an absolute dark, I mean, it's the dark area of social media that without question is putting a lot of pressure, especially on the youth, not just in terms of how they should look and how they should behave, but, you know, when we were kids, the bullies stopped at the school gate, didn't they?
Definitely.
They don't know.
No.
You know, and a lot of young mental health problems, through my research, the vast majority have some sort of link to social medias and what actually goes on. And, you know, I always say to people that if we behave the same on social media as we do in people's company? And if the answer is no, why are we betraying ourselves? Why, just because we can't see somebody, just because we can't see that post that we've just disliked, we can't see the tears on the other side of the phone. No, be yourself. You know, have a standard of respect that whatever you live by, and live by that. And I think that, you know, there will be a better place. And one of my biggest pet hates, and I can honestly say I've never used one, but I know how they work, is the dating ones. Yeah. You know, when they're swiping left, swiping right, whatever it may be. I mean, to my knowledge, there's not one where I don't do either. And I don't know if that is the case or not. But for me, there should be an option, and I think the people who develop those apps should give the option of, well, I'm not going to be nasty and say I don't like the look of that person, because that could be the 60th disliking that person has had today. The impact that's going to have on the mental health and well-being of that poor man or woman who's sitting at the end of the phone, who's put themselves out there on a dating app, and he's getting bombarded every time, probably because of the way they look. We can't all have six packs. Trust me, I know. We can't, but it's the person, isn't it? It's absolutely the person that we're destroying. So I think you're absolutely bang on. You know, social media. We have to educate our children, and then of course I'll shut up because I'm on my soapbox now. But it's like you see these children, and you hear of children who are posting intimate photographs of themselves at 14, 15, 16 to the love of their life. And we both know, unlikely. I mean, don't get me wrong, my mum and dad met when, you know, my mum was married at 18, you know, those days are long gone, you know, for most people. So the chances are this person that you are laying yourself bare to might not end up being your lifelong partner. Now you're relying on their morality to delete those and not share them. You know, and again, I've read so many stories of men, you know, of young lads and young girls that have got into really dark places because of that betrayal of privacy. And then, of course, the bullying comes, you this, you that, you the other.
Yeah.
We've just got to be so careful, haven't we?
Definitely. And, you know, it's exactly what you said there, Dave, about it. For us, it stopped at the school gates, and home for most people was that sort of safe haven where, you know, if that's carrying on at home now, and it's easy to say, oh, well, you just delete that person. When you're older and you get wiser, for want of a better phrase, that just seems, of course you do that. But then at school, I can imagine, well, hold on a minute, if I delete that person, is that going to bring me more trouble when I go back through the school gate? So there's a lot to it. And I think the only way, I think, is to educate kids as much as we can around it. I spoke to my daughter actually a couple of days ago, and I said about Instagram, you know, that all likes on a picture and stuff wasn't an important thing. She said, Dad, what are you on about? I haven't posted on there for ages. I'm like, all right.
You're out of touch, Darren. You're out of touch.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because, again, you've just said the word education. So, and this has just come into my head, right? Thank God this isn't scripted.
Yeah.
So we spoke initially about education.
Yeah.
We're now going on to social media. Let me put this to you. Yeah. Okay. Woodwork.
Yeah.
In a class of 20, how many people would you say are going to go on to do joinery or anything to do with woodwork?
Only a few, isn't there? Yeah.
Only a few. How many people go on social media?
Yeah.
Is that something that we should be educating our children on? Because that is the real world. You talk about the education system, English, maths. Well, my son, dyslexia, writing, he finds it hard to write. He can dictate what is in his head straight into a PC now.
Yeah.
So the fact that this doesn't, the fact that this doesn't work quite right for him doesn't define him. As long as he can dictate into a Word document an exam question and explain what it is, the intelligence that is up here. The intelligence isn't in the hand, the intelligence is in the brain. As long as he can do that, for me, he should pass exams, and I'll be challenging that as a parent going down the line when he gets to those ages. I want him to be able to dictate his answers. Because in the real world, you know, would a CEO of a business want to know what's in his head or in his hand? I know which one it'd be, and it's the same here. So again, do schools now have a moral obligation to look at the curriculum and go, well, actually, what was once good career paths, what was once good skills, word processing is becoming even more prevalent now because we type more than we write. You know, when we were a kid, didn't really matter. Computers weren't a big thing, so writing was the pen was mightier than the keypad. But now it's gone full circle, hasn't it? So I think they've got to look at these things, and social media, whether it be people going into schools, educating the teachers themselves, talking about this respect piece, respect yourself, be careful what you do, be the true image of yourself online just because people can't see you. You know, these trolls, right? When you're doing this, let's just say for 1 minute, you are going to be discovered. How's that going to make you feel? Will you be proud of that post the moment the police knock on the door? No, I wouldn't. So why are you doing it? Yeah. Would your family be proud of that post that has just got online when the police knock on the door? No. So why are you doing it? Would you do it face to face? No, I wouldn't. And that education for me starts at a young age.
Definitely. And that in itself, social media is a career path, isn't it? It's a career path of social media marketers. So 100% there needs to be more education around that, because that's a potential career path for somebody. And you know, I watched quite a few of Joe Rogan's podcasts, and he said at the beginning of his career, he used to go on and read every single comment on there, and it'd be somebody sat there just giving him a load of abuse who he'd never ever met in his life, is never going to meet, sat in his bedroom, and he was like, what? Eventually he took a step back and he was like, why am I replying to this? Why am I feeding this? He says, and he'd spend hours like replying, and now it doesn't even read the comments. He says it doesn't matter. The post's out there, people can see it. Hopefully, it inspires somebody. Hopefully, it motivates somebody. But yeah, doesn't read the comments. Doesn't look at those comments.
Absolutely, no, I couldn't agree with you more. Brilliant. Right, education, people we associate with, social media. Where are we going next?
Mainstream media, I think.
Okay.
Specifically, the news.
Okay.
I had the radio. Stoke rang me up probably a couple of months ago, probably in the first lockdown, and there'd just been an article in the paper with every single organisation in the Stoke-on-Trent area that was laying people off. And she said, can you give some people some hope and some inspiration that, you know, we've seen this, people are going to lose their jobs. A lot of places are laying off. I said straight away, what was on the other page? Well, the other page was just another one. Why wasn't on that other page all the places that are taking on, all the places that are doing really well throughout this pandemic, where there's jobs going? You've got some truth, but you've got a snapshot of what's going on in the world, be it the news or locally in the paper, but it's not a true portrayal of what's going on in the world. It's a little snapshot of what is going on in the world. I know not so much now, but I know people at the beginning of this pandemic who, from the moment they got up to the moment they went bed near enough, the news was on in the background. The COVID-19 death toll, the detrimental effect that it was having on areas of people's lives constantly. I remember, and you probably remember yourself, Dave, but there used to be, we were on about this actually, weren't we? There used to be one good story at the end that would kind of leave it on. That's not even there no more. That's gone. Yeah.
Well, it's funny you should say that, actually. It's funny you should say that. Last night, I caught the news and they were talking about jigsaws at the end, which was quite light.
Right.
The booming jigsaw industry, because everybody's doing jigsaws. But right. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, you know, again, news is an absolute, isn't it? We need the news. Of course, we want to keep, up to speed with current affairs. Of course we do.
Yeah.
But you know, I was interested. I can't remember who I was speaking. Oh, actually, I do. I was speaking to a lady who works for the NHS, a lady called Carol Salmon. She's been on. She's been watching some of this today, and she raises money for the NHS. And we were talking about COVID-19 and the news reports, and absolutely, the death toll's horrific. I mean, across the world, and all this, the comments such as that's somebody that less at the dinner table. Anybody would absolutely sympathise with anybody who's lost anybody due to COVID-19, and it's right that we report this. Of course we do, but more often than not, the way the media present that first is how many people have died today, how many people have been hospitalised today, how many, and then how many people in total that we have lost, which is now a huge number, over 100,000 as we know. And then it goes to the vaccine. Now, the way I've dealt with this, and I said, mathematically what I'm about to say is rubbish, but it helps my mind, because when I see the vaccine, I'm going to keep the maths dead simple. The first 1,000 people that were vaccinated, if the R rate is 1.2, that's 1,200 people potentially that. Sorry, well, 1.2, 1,200 people on top of, isn't it? Then that have been protected, or is it 12,000? I'm getting my maths wrong here. I said I was going to keep it simple. I'm not doing a good job, am I? And I used to work in finance. It goes to show that part of my life is slowly eradicating because I can't do basic math. But you get the point. For every one person, if I'm vaccinated, then if it's 1.2, that's 2.2 potential cases that have now been restricted. Multiply that by how many vaccines there are. So all of a sudden, by concentrating on the news in that way, when I see the figure of 1 million, well, if the R rate is 1 million and I do the maths, actually we're making great progress here. It's not just 1 million people we've vaccinated, it's the fact that they can't go on to pass it on to another X amount of people, and that gives me hope that it's how we report. We can either put a positive, I mean, there's nothing positive about the death rate at all. So that is just what it is.
Yeah.
But surely it's got to be topped up with some positivity.
A balance, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think, and I agree with you, I don't think that happens enough.
No.
You know, we focus in on the catastrophe. We don't focus in on the journey of getting better.
Well, I remember, funnily enough, it was a few years ago, but I went to my daughter's mum. It was her dad lived in a little village on the outskirts of London, more Essex way, and there was a newspaper there, and it'll always stick in my mind. It was a good few years ago, and I read through this newspaper, and there wasn't one bad story in it. It was a local newspaper, and every single thing in there was good news. Or a positive spin on something that was going on, and you know, it's you can't judge from that outside perspective, but everybody in that village seemed quite happy.
The village happiness scale.
Yeah, but I think I read a book a few years ago, and one of the things that he advised was to switch off the news. Now, I know people want to stay up on current affairs. For me personally, I don't watch the news. And I feel that my life has got better since I probably haven't watched the news in probably 3 years. The information, what he did say is the information that you need will find you. You know, if it's something important, that you'll get that information from somewhere. Somebody will tell you about it. Or so the way he put it is that 95% of what's going on, or what they're telling you is going on, doesn't relate to your life in any way, shape or form. It's terrible and it's horrific if there's been an earthquake over the other side of the world. Yeah. He says, but that doesn't relate in any way to what's going on in your life, in your area of people. The guy who wrote the book was Australian. So, you know, the fires in Australia had a massive impact on what was going on for him. But what he was saying is, it's not that these things don't matter. Of course they matter, but 95% of it doesn't relate to what's going on. So you can worry yourself about something that you've got no need whatsoever to worry about, rather than, you know, what's going on in your own community. What are the things going on in your own community that you can change? How can you help your local community do something that's positive and that's going to make your community better? And that resonated with me really, and I thought that, as we spoke about before, I'm a big supporter of Ali's charity and done some good work with those guys. And it's like, if I can do something, why not do something in my community that's going to make my community in some way, shape or form better, instead of, you know, if you're watching the news for say 4 hours a day, what could you be doing in those 4 hours of that time that's spent?
Yeah.
What it was going to go on to is one of the other things is your diet that can have a negative impact on you. But your diet's not what you eat. Your diet's also what you're listening to and what you're taking on board. How many people come away from the news and you turn around to your wife or your husband and go, "Oh, it's brilliant. Feel amazing after that." And that's not that amazing things aren't going on in the world. It's that those amazing things haven't been reported on. Yeah. We're not being told about that. So we're being told about all this, which is horrific, all the really bad things that are going on about COVID. But you know, what about the success stories, the people that have overcome it, or the communities that have been brought closer together because of it? At least give us both sides, at least give us a balance, so that then we can make our own mind up what we buy into, which side of it we buy into, rather than, you know, if I remember my stepdad said this, if you've got a death count each day, every day of the week, of people that had died in a road accident, he said you'd never jump in a car or jump on a motorbike again. If you were bombarded on a daily basis with that, you would never you would never jump in a car. And it's at that point where some people won't leave the house, are terrified of leaving the house.
Yeah, I mean, as you're saying that, you know, obviously we've just had horrendous flooding in Northwich, and I know my hometown in Warrington got you know, really affected by the recent floods. But I know through a Facebook group that I'm on, You know what? Probably let's give him a plug. Should we give him a plug?
Yeah, give him a plug.
Let's give him a plug. So the Facebook group that I'm on is called. Let's have a quick look. Where are you? It's called Good Guys Group. Be the good in the world. Brilliant. Teamwork makes the dream work. Now that group, Warrington group, they have done some tremendous things to support families that have lost their possessions and homes in Warrington, in terms of raising, food bags. There's loads of things that is on there that they have done as a group of people to go and support people in their hometown during what has been the flood crisis.
Brilliant.
Northwest Tonight covered the flood. It didn't report on that. And that's exactly what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Yes, the flood is horrific.
Yeah.
But that community, what they've done for each other, the support, the good news, where's that? And that's just one project. I'm sure there's many more. And it's that balance again, isn't it? If the news was balanced, we'd watch it more. I've not bought a newspaper for over a year because I know what's in it and I don't want to read it anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Gone.
It is, one of the things when the rehab centre closed down is, you're getting in the Sentinel on a daily basis, somebody, a drug addict who's attacked somebody or broken into a house and robbed the house. I never, ever, ever knew that place even existed until I started working there, until somebody I knew started working there. Why is that not being reported on? Do you know what? For these people who are struggling with this, there's this amazing place what you can go to. And it's like, just give us both sides of the information, give us a balance of information, and then we can make our own decision up. To me, read books, listen to positive material on YouTube, listen to stuff that some way, shape or form. For me, like the morning routine's really important. I'll put something on YouTube that's going to inspire me or uplift me straight away as soon as I come down those stairs, rather than something that straight away is going to get me mood that day off to you know what, look what's going on, this is terrible, this is which it is, it's not taking anything away from that, it is, but choosing to how much of that information you consume is down to the individual, it's down to the person, I think.
Well, it's the link back to the people, isn't it? If you allow negative messages to enter into your mind, then you yourself will become quite downbeat and negative, and it's about nourishment, isn't it? Nourishing stories, nourishing behaviors. And unfortunately, the news is something that if you consume too much of it, can severely have a detrimental effect on you. And was diet the last one?
Diet was the other one, yeah. Diet, but not just what you eat, what you listen to, what you, one of the things, and I love one myself, but when you have a big coop breakfast, you've got sausage, bacon, black pudding, everything on it, and after, you're drained, you're wiped out. It might be the first thing in the morning, but you won't go and get an hour's sleep. And I think, what you put in your body can really sort of either impact you positively or impact you negatively.
No, you're right.
But that includes what you're listening to, includes what what you're allowing into your mind is a choice at the end of the day. And for the news and stuff, the news, like you said, it serves a purpose, and it's informing us of a snapshot of what's going on in the world, but really like limiting how much of that you're taking on board, I think, is it will great. The only thing I'd say is try it. That's the thing. Don't take my word for it. Give it a try yourself. Like I say, it's probably 3 years since I've watched the news, and it's made my life better. But food as well. There's a thing, and I don't know if you've seen it, Dave, but I'll send it over to you. And it's a picture of parts of the body, and it's a picture of fruits and veg, and it's walnuts are good for the brain. It looks like the brain. Carrots are good for the eyes. It looks like the pupil. Mushrooms are good for the ear. It's the shape of the ear.
Speak for yourself.
It's it's different fruits and different veggies that that help that particular part of the body. And when you look at it, it looks like that part of the body. It's amazing, really. And I didn't realise any of this until I worked at the Wellbeing place, till we set up the Wellbeing organisation. We both did a nutrition course, but started looking into it. And yeah, it was quite an eye opener. It was
brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, to be honest, I've not seen that yet. Oh dear, I'm just wondering what the other parts of the body are represented by, but I better not. I'll wait until I see it in a minute. But no, that's great. So look, I mean, obviously, you know, that 56 minutes has flown by, which we knew it would do. And I think, you know, I mean, we could sit here all day, couldn't we, and do this? Yeah. Maybe we should do an hour show every week. You know, send it. People can talk about X, Y, and Z, and off we go. Yeah. But I think, you know, what's come across to me, and I know we haven't known each other a very short time, but I think, you know, the way you've just walked through those 5 things, it's talking about, it's getting people to remain very aware of what they're taking in from an information perspective, and actually being very aware of themselves, what they want, what messages they want to listen to, putting themselves in the best position to take from people that nourish them, that give them more, which will of course let them to go on and achieve more. And I know that is going to be a very, in some way, shape or form, will be about, you know, desire. It's dreams to goals, isn't it?
Yeah. To goals.
I know that's going to probably blend in there in terms of that, you know, top yourself up with the right things, and you actually, and tell yourself you can, once you've done that, and then away you go. So, you know, for me, I just think great stuff. It's been a great chat. When's Dreams for Goals coming out?
It's going to be looking like March. It's gone to the proofreader and it's ready to be printed now. I just went through the cover and everything with the amazing woman that's sort of like helped me on this journey. So yeah, really excited about it.
Have you got mushrooms for ears on the cover?
Got
Oh, good man. But no, look, you know, when that comes out, I mean, you know, I know you'll post it and stuff, and I'll share, and I myself will be very interested to see where you go with that, in terms of conceptually. And I'm sure this is not going to be the last time that me and you get together and do the double acts. But no, really, look, Darren, really enjoyed it. What I'd like to do is, where are we now? I've got 2 Christies here, so I'm gonna admit one and see if he comes through on that. You'll never have met Christie, and in the crossovers, I'm letting people who are contributing meet each other. Here we go. Really? Hopefully his camera works on that one. If not, we'll try the other one in a minute. Can't see him yet. So what I'll do, I'll let the other one in as well. Oh, there you go. There he is. He's there. You're a bit on your side, Christie. You're a bit on the side. You need to rotate your screen. Just putting his headphones in. There he goes. So if what does this do here? If we just remove that. Can you hear me, Christie?
Yeah. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I'm just going to remove, once removed, all right, I'm going to remove your other one. I hope this doesn't get rid of you on this one. Don't report. There you go. We've still got you. Marvellous. Christie, meet Darren. Darren, meet Christie.
Good to meet you. Okay.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, so Darren's just done a section on negative influences to our mental health, but I just like the idea of the collaborators meeting each other between sessions. So well worth a connection, Darren, with Christie on LinkedIn. Really inspiring work that he does, and I'm sure he'd be interested in what you do as well. So Darren, really appreciate your time, mate. Really do.
Yeah, thanks very much. Take care.
We'll have a chat soon, mate. Look after
yourself. To meet you. Right.
Welcome, Christie.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very, very well indeed. So, long day for me. I've been on since 9 o'clock. But you know, great that we're great that we're ending with you. Really looking forward to this conversation. Christie, for those, and of course Christie will tell you about himself in a moment, but I met Christie probably about 6 months ago now, isn't it? We've known of each other. And you know, without question, I would say probably the most inspirational person I've met in the last 6 months, bar none. Christie was good enough to send me a copy of his book, which is an unbelievable read, and I've really enjoyed reading that. And you know, there's no question in my mind that the reason I've invited Christie on today is, one, his life story touches on the importance of mental health in terms of you know, how his life has been shaped, but equally as a real positive is how Christie has used all of his you know, experiences in life to now do something that is truly incredible for the youth of Manchester. So really, Christie, you know, just walk us through it. If you could take us through you know, your life, because I think that is absolutely prevalent to the work that you do, and then we'll get on to N-Gage and where you've got to. So over to you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for that, David. Really nice introduction. I hope people kind of feel really inspired by what I say today. It's a real pleasure to be with you all. Yes, it's probably easiest to start at the beginning, really. So I was born, as is often the case with the humans, and my real mum couldn't have me for various reasons. So I spent the first, I think, about 18 months of my life in a children's home, and then I was one of the lucky ones. I was adopted into a brilliant family. My adoptive mum was a social worker, and she used to get really kind of concerned by particularly black young babies not necessarily being fostered or adopted. So her and my adopted dad decided they were going to adopt 2 black children. They have 2 children of their own. My adoptive mum and dad and my 2 sisters are white, and there's me and my brother who are both adopted. We're not related, and we were adopted into this white family. We grew up in well, I started off kind of life in Nottingham and then moved into Lymm in Cheshire. And I have to say, there was only 4 black people in the village that I grew up in Lymm in Cheshire. All of us were either in care or fostered or adopted. And all of us were living in, one of them was living in a children's home, and one of them and the rest of us were all adopted into white families. So growing up, we all felt very different, all stuck out like a sore thumb, to be honest with you. It was quite a white middle class area back in the sort of early 80s. And a lot of racism, just people calling names and all that kind of stuff. I think back then it was probably something that people did and it wasn't challenged in the way that it would be challenged now. But I just really struggled growing up, struggled in school, hated nursery, hated being left, hated any kind of change. I think when you start your life in a children's home, if you have lots of different people giving you care, you don't kind of bond with people very well. So basically, growing up, whenever anyone left or moved on, or kind of a new teacher or anything, any major changes in kind of relationships with people, it used to just really throw me off course. So that's kind of how it all started, and then there's kind of just up and down really from there. Yeah,
I mean, having read your book, you know, I know that, and this does lead into N-Gage a little bit in a moment. You were expelled, wasn't you? You were expelled from school, and you obviously had to finish your education away from home as well, which must have been really, you know, for somebody who, you know, what you've already said thus far, that had those challenges at a young age, to be expelled from high school and then be sent away from home, that must have been horrendous for you at the time.
Yeah, I have to say, my parents, my mum really fought for me in my education. They knew that I went to Lymm High School, which was quite a high performing high school. My mum knew before I went up from primary school to secondary that I wasn't going to cope in such a big school. She had I'm a dad as well. They had sort of countless meetings. They're really concerned about me, but there wasn't really anything or anywhere else to send me. But when I got excluded, I was 14, just turned 14, and I basically, because it was such a good school, I think a lot of parents were getting really frustrated with me disrupting their children's learning. So it was kind of either he goes or, I know obviously parents are not going to take the kids out of school, but it's kind of like, you need to get rid of this guy. My behaviour was really disruptive. Just walking in and out of the lessons. The head teacher in primary and secondary school just had like a little pull-down table behind the desks, and I just used to get kicked out of lessons. And it's like a vicious circle, and it still happens now. I'm still studying education. If you get kicked out of a lesson, you miss that bit of work. You generally go and sit outside someone's room copying or doing something without any involvement from a teacher. And then when you go back into that lesson again, whenever it is next week or whatever, you've missed that bit of work, so you're behind. So you just never catch up. And then because you feel like you're kind of at a disadvantage, my strategy was, well, if I mess around, I know how far to push it to get kicked back out again. And that was like my safe space to be out of lessons. So I was really reluctantly, I talk about this in the book quite a bit. My mum fostered kids. My mum and dad fostered kids, and they obviously had me. Me and my brother was adopted as well. They just didn't have the facility. There was no way they could homeschool me. There was no way anyone could kind of take me on and look after me. So really reluctantly sent me to this boarding school, which was in like middle of Shropshire. It's like a residential unit. There was nowhere else, like Warrington Borough Council couldn't find anywhere else for me. So it was just a school for the most damaged, broken young people. In effect, I was back in care. So I'd kind of been adopted and then put back into care. So that was really quite challenging. But to be fair, I was one of the better guys in that school because I came from a much better background. Some of the kids had, horrendous backstories. So I managed to find my way through it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and that comes through in the book, because obviously you do touch upon very discreetly, some of the backgrounds that the others had come from, and it's fair to say that when you were in that institution, in that school, that you yourself reacted in certain ways. There were certain activities that I think in the book you talk about what other people were getting into, which was far worse than what you were doing. But you yourself were just not doing things as perhaps now you would have chose to because of where you were.
Yeah, it's almost like a race to the bottom, really. When you get put in a place like that, you just have to try and survive. There's a hierarchy. There's definitely a hierarchy. There's kids who were like from really tough backgrounds, like teenage gangsters, teenage prostitutes, people who'd been abused, or you name it. There's all sorts of people there. And if you throw all those people into a big old, if you imagine like an old nursing home type building, throw a load of kids into that, bit beaten. The school was attached to it. It was all in sort of portable buildings next door to it. And I think what I did was I kind of played the system a bit, so I knew who I could trust in terms of staff and that. There was staff, I think, because I wasn't one of the worst kids, all the staff liked me, so I was able to kind of not use them, but I was able to kind of build relationships and get things kind of set the way I wanted them, really. But yeah, I did some stupid stuff. There was some times when, like I talk about, one day we decided it'd be a good idea. The house, they had a car that he used to drive us around to doctor's appointments and stuff. But for some reason, me and another lad who was called James, we decided it'd be a good idea just to nick it, just take it for a bit of a spin around all the back lanes of Shropshire. So we took it out for a couple of hours and just literally ragged it. But what I didn't explain is that all of the staff used to use the car as a bit of a blackmail thing. So they used to take us to a forest and say, if you behave yourselves, we'll let you drive it. So they actually taught me how to drive. So I was stood in front of the headmaster, and the headmaster was a guy called Mr. Wainwright. He was a terrifying, like cigar smoking, he used to stink kind of guy. And he was like there yelling at us, why you stolen this car, going on and on. And me and this lad were just sat there going, well, if it wasn't for your staff, you wouldn't know how to drive. Anyway, they've taught us how to drive.
You read what you sell. Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, so there's just all sorts of stuff like that. And you find little bits of humour in it, don't you? I've never stolen the car since either.
You're right, that's not in the book, but it's very funny. So obviously that then came to an end, and do you know what, and I think I don't know if you actually go into detail in the book about it, but I do think that when you were brought back up to your parents, I think they moved to Manchester then, aren't they, from Lim?
Yeah.
At that point. Yeah. For me, there's an undertone in the way in which you speak, in terms of that was a big moment for you to come back to your adopted parents, wasn't it?
Yeah. Most young people have left that place. I left when I was 16. Yeah. Just a little bit over 16 and a half, maybe. Most people who went into halfway houses, which would be like normally somewhere between halfway between Birmingham and sort of Herefordshire. We were just detached sort of terraced houses with a carer or someone to come in for a few hours a day to kind of make sure you're all right. Well, my parents decided they wanted me back because there was nowhere else to go, really. So I'd grown up in Lim, where I was only one of 3 black people. And they moved to, the irony of this is so hilarious, they moved to Rusholme. I don't know if for anyone listening, if you know where Rusholme is, it's like where East meets West in Manchester, and it's just so we went from
that's a shame.
Adoptive parents were the ones who stuck out like a sore thumb, and it was the complete role reversal because they were sort of white and growing up and living in this area. It was quite, and they did that deliberately to give us some culture, because one of the things that we missed out on growing up was we didn't have any like black role models. That I certainly never, in fact, no, in primary or secondary school, I never had a black teacher or a black male in my life who was kind of like, any kind of influence or anything.
Yeah.
So they did it deliberately so that we wouldn't stand out so much.
And for somebody who's been adopted, I mean, what an incredible thing for them to do. When I read that, because I know Lim and I know Rusholme, because I'm a Northwest lad, and again, the fact that they did that for you and your brother to give you that, just to give you a little bit of, as you say, culture, really, to go from what was very much it is a white affluent area, isn't it, Lim? In the main, to go from that to a place where, as you say, you are just a resident of that area, aren't you? And you can just find a way. And when I read that, I thought, what incredible people, because by that point in the book, I think you start to realise, as you say, lucky. I would also use the word blessed. It's very clear at that point in the book how fortunate you were to be adopted by the parents that you were.
Yeah, I think, I mean, like any kind of any child and parent relationship, there's been ups and downs. I don't think any of the decisions that they made were taken lightly. I think, like, even putting me in the residential and stuff, I actually look back on it now as a 46-year-old bloke, and it kind of made me, because it helped me to realise how lucky I was, helped me to realise that people, I wasn't academic in that residential unit, but I had things I was good at, like music and sport and stuff, and people really pushed me. And I think that it made me realise that there were people who were a lot worse off than me, who'd had much worse. I mean, much worse starts.
Yeah. So when you got to Manchester, I think there was a period there where things were still challenging for you, but you just started to find your way into that community, didn't you? You started to find your way into churches and other organisations. That I think you say that your pathway, you didn't realise it at the time, but things started to happen to that point, which absolutely has led you to where you are today. So do you want to just walk people through what that return to Manchester was like, and where you went on the next part of your journey?
So I got myself, I lived at home, and my parents kind of we had a loft upstairs, and they kind of made that into a bit of a flat, having me like, make me own drinks and stuff up there, and give me a bit of independence. And I started off doing training. I trained to be a chef. I went to catering school. I'd always liked food and like making food and stuff, and I was reasonably all right at it. So I went to catering school, and I got placements in sort of restaurants and stuff all over the place. Really, really enjoyed that. And then from there, kind of moved into doing like salesy type jobs, which was a bit weird, like selling double glazing. I wasn't very good at that, even though everyone wanted it at the time. But I found that I needed to get a job and I found myself not really knowing what to do in my life. So just did lots of different things, and some of them were quite successful, and some of them didn't really work out. I got a job in a solicitor's as a filing clerk. I've got a logic disorder. I've always had a logic disorder. So you put me in a room with 20,000 files and ask me to put them into some kind of order, and it just doesn't work. I left that. I left that job because solicitors got fed up of waiting to go to court, and me like going, "Oh, I think I put it in here. I don't know where it is. Where is it?" And just it wasn't a good job for me. And then got involved in doing church stuff because I'd always gone to church. My mum said I didn't know anyone in Manchester. I had no friends because obviously all my friends moved away. When I didn't really have many friends when I grew up in London, to be honest. So I got involved in going to church in Ivy, which is a church in Didsbury, and they were absolutely brilliant with me because I was still dead shy, no confidence, didn't really like myself or anything like that. I walked into this basement at church, and this was about probably like 20 or 30 young people in there. I was absolutely petrified. And in a couple of weeks, I was like taken under the wings, and youth workers like really getting alongside me and stuff. And I started like doing stuff like playing drums in church and helping out at holiday clubs, doing youth clubs and stuff, and just really chucked myself into doing stuff to kind of get to know people. And also just because I realised that the busier I kept myself, the less time I had to like worry about what happened in the past and stuff. And it was just around that time, there was just 2 or 3 people who just like properly took me under the wings. There was a lad called Paul, who was one of the youth workers, and he just used to, and I was still pretty like damaged, I think it's probably a good word to use. Still had a lot of anger, still lots of things I need to work through in my life, but he just used to take me out every couple of weeks and we just go and play pool in Chorlton. And he'd just sit and talk to me while we were playing pool. That was one of the times when I realised that actually if you do stuff with young people while you're trying to help them, it kind of helps to kind of break the ice a bit, rather than just, I think me and you both had experiences just being sat in rooms with people trying to talk to us. And trying to kind of get into our brains and stuff. And I think if you can actually get young people to do something physical or an activity, it helps to kind of break down barriers. So I got involved in that, and then the big thing for me, the real turning point, was I went to South Africa. I think I was about 18 or 19, and I went to a concert in somewhere on the Wirral, and there was this band playing, and at the end of it they said, right, if you want to come on tour with this band, come and do an audition now, and then if you're good enough, we'll take you on tour. And it was like a young people's choir, and then they had a band with it, and basically these young people from all over the country came together, got into a rehearsal camp, learnt all these songs, and then went off and played at different churches and community centres all over the country. And then we went off to South Africa for 3 weeks, and again, still no confidence. Back in the days, I was rubbish at eye contact. I hated looking at people. If you spoke to me, I'd always be looking down at the floor. I just couldn't hold anyone's eye contact. Went to South Africa, and it was just like one of the most amazing things. Not because we had such a big family growing up. We didn't. In fact, we never went abroad as a family. I didn't have many holidays abroad because it would have been like horrendously expensive. So the first time I ever went abroad was to South Africa. Sort of just the experience of that, travelling around loads of different churches, playing gigs in the evenings, and then you got matched with the family in the evening. You just had to go back and spend the night with them. You didn't know who they were, and then same thing next day. Really helped with my confidence. Walking around the townships, I've seen them on TV. I'd heard about them, but I didn't really have any understanding about it. But the word shanty towns probably doesn't cover it. It's just people living in the side of a road in just metal shacks, basically, with absolutely nothing, no water, nothing. And then you see the children running around, but they've all got smiles on their faces and all seem quite, happy. Yeah. And then you kind of look at yourself and you go, actually, do you know what? It was a real watershed moment for me when I realised actually I've got plenty of things I need to work through. I've got lots of challenges to get through, still things I need to work through. But these guys who are kind of living by the side of a road with literally nothing can make, smile at people like me when we come and visit them, then it makes you think, doesn't it?
Absolutely. No, I enjoyed that bit. I enjoyed reading that bit, and absolutely, sometimes it does. It just brings things into context, doesn't it? In terms of how grateful you should be. I think everybody has got something to be grateful for, and I think that trip for you just brought into sharp focus that even though you'd had a lot of challenges already to that point in your life that perhaps actually you just needed to think again, and you needed to look again. And was that, do you think do you think that South Africa was the big turning point in your life?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's about 40 or 50 young people from all over the country on the trip.
Yeah.
There was adults who were running the trip who were sort of in their late teens, a little bit older than me, maybe early 20s. And it's just even just a cultural thing was enough to kind of make you think, wow, this is an amazing experience. And obviously getting to play the drums as well, that really helped me. I'm not being cocky, but I've always been reasonably confident in my drumming. It's like sitting down in front of a drum kit has not been a challenge for me. Give me a kit and I'll just play it.
Yeah.
But getting to play in front of, like, 1 minute we're playing in front of a church with like 50 people, and there was a couple of nights where we did like gigs where there was like 1,000 people in big massive churches. But just like the feeling of like walking out onto the stage, and then at the end of it people like clapping and applauding you because of like what you've done and stuff. And I think there's something else happened in South Africa which I'll never forget. Was I had to play an electronic drum kit, and it was all like metal bars and stuff, and then these rubber pads attached to it and everything. And someone at the airport, I hadn't realised it was a musical instrument. And when we opened the bags up at South Africa, the power supply was all smashed, and we opened the bag and it just fell apart. And some guy just disappeared off with it. Came back with it all bundled together. I'm careful how I say this, but it looked like a bomb. And he just basically said, yeah, plug this in. So we're all stood there waiting to plug it in, thinking, I'm either going to have a perm at the end of it because I'm going to get an electric shock, or I'm going to be blown halfway across the church and I'm going to have to find someone else to play drums. But just that idea of something like in a bag being completely broken, and there's someone going off because they've got the right skills and they know what to do, and they go off and come back and it works and everything's saved. And at the time it happened, we were all thinking, oh no, Christie's not going to play the drums now, what are we going to do? And I think there's a bit of a metaphor there for life, isn't there? Sometimes you think everything's a bit kind of lost and you just have to kind of dig deep and find ways around problems.
Absolutely, no, brilliant. And again, that is in the book, and I remember you describing the feeling of should have plugged this in or not. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So obviously you return from South Africa. When was that? What year was that? Can you remember?
I think it was about early 2000s, maybe.
Yeah. So you're back now. You've obviously had this moment of reflection. So what happened when you returned to Manchester?
I came back, got involved. I think at this time, I'd realised that I really enjoyed working with young people. So I left school with no qualification. You basically, when you left boarding school, you got given a bag with all your belongings in it, and that was about it. You didn't really qualifications or anything. So I actually applied to do youth work at a local college just around the corner in Didsbury, Bible College. So I applied. Because I didn't have any qualifications, they said, right, just sit and do, I think I had to write 1,000 words. They sat me in a room somewhere and said, write 1,000 words about something to do with the Bible. Can't remember what it was. Did it as best as I could. And then they basically let me in. I did a 3-year diploma in youth work and theology. And at the same time, I did a placement. So by this time I met my wife. Well, she wasn't my wife at the time. So we got my wife, Jo, and we got married. And we moved to Altrincham. We lived above a church. We had a flat above a church. We lived there for 3 years, did a placement. So half the time I was in church being a youth worker. The rest of the time I was at college. I used to joke that I only wanted the youth work bit, but I wasn't interested in the college. I found college really challenging because my only experience of education had been being thrown out of lessons or dodging chairs in boarding school, and that was it. There's nothing in between. I've never done well or anything. And I was in these lectures with people who were doing doctorates, masters, people who were on second or third degrees. And my default thing in lessons from way back when was to, if I didn't know something, just to mess around. But you can't really mess around when you're in a Bible college because it's just not a done thing. So I had to kind of learn how to write an essay. Never written an essay before, and did like 2,500 to 3,000 word essays. And I had to structure it and everything. I mean, my wife's really good at English anyway, but I had to learn how to do all that stuff. I had to be quite disciplined. I was quite often hunched up over my computer like 3:30 with the light on above the church, 3:30 in the morning doing my essays because I had to be in at like 8 o'clock the next day. Well, I say morning, So I did that. And then my intention was to go and get a job in the church somewhere and just become a youth worker. So I left college, applied all over the country, like I had interviews in London, various places, didn't get any jobs. I think I was still probably a little bit not very confident. I was still probably, if you put me in a room with 10 youth workers, I'd probably still always be the quieter one. Yeah. And this is another little thing that I always say is I think at the time there's a preconceived idea that to work with young people you have to be like really loud and out there and that kind of stuff and outgoing and like be able to command a room. And what I used to say was actually there's always people in the room who are not like that, and I feel like I'm quite good at kind of gravitating towards them.
Yeah.
But when you're in an interview and a competitive process, it doesn't always work like that. So I ended up working in a bedding factory. And my wife works in the offices upstairs, and I got a job basically shuffling bed sheets around and packing them in boxes and then sticking them on the back of a lorry. And that was my first proper bout of depression, because I was like, what's going on? I mean, like as a Christian, I was like, God, why? I've got put myself forward, done this degree, got a qualification, applied for all these jobs, and I'm now working in a bedding factory. So that was a bit, at first, so I was like quite low about it, just not right in my head. So, yeah. But in actual fact, working in that factory was really helpful because the lads in there were just such a laugh. I don't know if you've ever done any manual work in a factory like that, but there's always character. You could make, I reckon, you could make a really good soap, like a TV show, because there's just so many different characters, and like obviously the language was pretty fruity in there. But it was just a bit, actually, although I was depressed, it was quite good having a bit of a job where I could just go in and have a bit of a laugh and like dodging. If you're annoying people, they just chuck bedding sheets over the top of the racking and stuff, and you'd be sat there doing your work, and then there's suddenly a bed sheet and fall on your head and stuff. So I did that, but I was really struggled with purpose. And like, if you put yourself out there and do something, in my mind, you should get a reward for it. And my reward was I'd gone off and done all this work, and I ended up working in the bedding factory. And for anyone who's listening who works in a bedding factory, there's nothing wrong with working in a bedding factory, just to be clear. But it just wasn't what I'd kind of expected for my life.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you've skipped over a really funny story as well, because I'm right in thinking that when you got with your wife, you had a very interesting camping trip where the car broke down. I love this bit. So you're in Wales. Was it Wales?
Yeah.
Yeah. So go on, just for laughs. So what happened? Go on.
So someone from church gave us a Renault 5, which back in the day was a pretty decent car, and said they put me on the insurance, and so we packed it all up with this tent and stuff. But we had another one before that. We went on holiday to Dorset. I'm just talking about camp. This is why I don't do camping. And someone lent us a tent. I don't know if I put it, but someone lent us a tent, and when we got to Dorset, we unpacked it. It was basically like a little kiddie's tent.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you told me. Yeah.
And it was at night you had to stack everything up across the door because that was the only way to put all our belongings in. But me being me, I need the toilet like 2 or 3 times in a night, so I had to like do this. So yeah, someone lent us a car. We were like, oh, this is great, and I love my cars, so I was really happy. We didn't have a car of our own. Drove all the way to Wales. Car conked out. So we walked to a local bank to get some money out to try and sort something out. We could take it to the garage to get it fixed. Got up, got to the bank, it was shut. The cash machine wasn't working. So we walked back to near the garage. The guy said, oh, there's no buses around here for days or something like that. I'll lend you a couple of bikes if you want. So we cycled 10 miles. Bearing in mind I was really unfit, and I don't think my wife was particularly fit either. We certainly never cycled 10 miles on a bike, and I've not done it since either, and I wouldn't either. Cycled 10 miles to his cash point to get some money out. I went back to the garage, gave the guy the money to get the car fixed and stuff. And then we got back home, and my wife's mum said, oh, why didn't you? My wife was convinced that her mum and dad were away, and this was before mobile phones and stuff, which was why we were having to ride around on bikes and stuff. So my wife was convinced that her mum and dad were away, and they lived in not far away, North Wales, I think. And then we went round to their house a few weeks later, and they were like, oh, and Joe's mum said, oh, why didn't you just ring us? We were at home. And we'd like and she got the wrong dates.
Brilliant.
And then when we got the car back home, and the guy he lent it to us, he was away on holiday, which is why he'd given us the car, and that was why we couldn't get hold of him to tell him what was happening with it. So we had to basically get the money to try and get it fixed and stuff. And I think he said something like, "Oh, I thought it was a bit dodgy before I gave it you, but I thought it'd be all right." And it's just yeah.
Oh, that was that.
So yeah,
and that's what I liked when I read it, because there's these little bits of humour in there that was great to read. So you're back in Manchester. You obviously you're working at the bedding company, and obviously it's clear where you want your life to go in terms of this, the youth work projects and the like. So let's move on to that. What was your big break? How do we get to start realizing this ambition?
Yeah. So a friend of mine knew someone who was working in a residential unit, and he said, "Oh, you'd be amazing at that, and why don't you apply for it?" So I basically ended up working in a residential unit, a children's home, which was exactly the same as the one that I've been in, but just in a slightly different area. So this was in Didsbury, and it was exactly the same kids, same characters of staff, same everything. And I worked there. I think because I knew what people's experience of living in somewhere like that was like, so I was quite able to empathise with the young people. I have to say, I think it's probably changed a lot now, but I don't know how the company that I worked for morally was able to do what they did, because they were taking thousands of pounds from local authorities to put these kids up in this house, and the rooms were just grim. It was like a bed, a cabinet, a threadbare carpet, and that was about it. And they were getting paid thousands of pounds, so someone was getting very rich off it. Yeah. But what I found was, again, I was quite, because I've kind of seen some of the stuff already, and obviously when I was in the place a few years earlier, I was quite good at diffusing situations. I used my humour. I had this thing where I probably wouldn't do it now, but I used to just sling a load of them in a minibus and just drive them, take them off to Real for the night or something, get a bag of chips and just drive back and just try and have a laugh in the minibus and just try and. But there was always people kicking off. Most trips you did, someone would open the doors of the minibus at the back while you were driving on the motorway instead of jumping out and stuff. There was lots of fights, quite a bit of time spent at the courts, either because I was on the receiving end of an assault or because we were like there to support people as appropriate adults. But I actually loved it. It was all shift work. I think I just had, probably that was around about the time my first daughter was born anyway. So I was, and then another friend contacted me and said, "There's another job." So I did that for probably 2.5 years, maybe a bit longer. And then I got into working in schools and it was a behaviour support worker also. I basically went around different high schools in Trafford. I had a small caseload of pupils that were like really struggling, and I used to just go in for a few hours a week to each school, just travel around and just working with these mainly lads, to be honest with you, but talking to them about behaviour and that kind of stuff, and then doing a bit of lesson support, so like sitting with them in lessons and kind of watching how they behave and stuff, and then try to work with them to solve the behavioural challenges. But irony is something that never gets lost on me. I lived in a residential children's home when I started my life. Then I was adopted. Then I ended up back in a residential children's home. Then I went to college, which was like unheard of. No, I wasn't expected to ever do that. And then I ended up back in a children's home again, working in a children's home. Yeah. And then I went from that children's home to working in a school, which was the one place where I absolutely detested and hated. Never, ever, when I left school, I said, I'm never going to go back into school again, ever. Little did I know what was going to happen. And then I ended up working in a school with kids at risk of exclusion. And you see the kind of circle and how it all kind of just connected. And I think people started to realise that I was able to empathise with these young people. I didn't, to be honest with you, I was no different to anyone else. If a young person was going to assault you, they'd assault you. In the children's home, when I worked there, like I say, I used humour quite a bit. So there was one incident where a lad grabbed a kitchen knife out of the kitchen, was running around the back garden, threatening to stab someone. So I was team lead. I think it was a Saturday afternoon. So I went out into the garden. This guy waving a knife around. I think I just cracked a joke and said something like, do you want me to go and get you a chicken to cut up or something like that? And he just something along those lines. And I'll get you a chopping board and sit here and chop the thing up. And he's looked at me and he's like, you can tell he was looking at me going, what you using inserting the naughty words. And then I kind of managed to bring him down, and then we just got chatting, and then I managed to get a knife off him, and then we went into the kitchen and we started like preparing food. And obviously I had to do an instant report and stuff, but I just used my humour. And he's just sat there going, are you for real? I'm here with a knife and you're trying to crack jokes at me. And then before you know it, he'd forgotten that he was really angry and wanted to stick this knife in someone, and he's sat there chatting away to me. And I think that's what I've always tried to do with young people. I've been in a few hairy situations where I've kind of thought this could go either way. And even in schools as well. But then when I did the paid support role, that I found it really frustrating, because it was I think that was the first time I realised that local authorities could be quite frustrating places to work, because they'd put money into something, but they didn't really think through what it was they were trying to do. And it was like a sticking plaster. So I used to go into these schools and work with these lads, generally lads, to be honest with you. But then they'd be doing all sorts of stuff outside of school. And I used to sit there and go, but there's something, we need to join the dots here a bit. So, yeah.
No, good. I mean, just as it's great, as you say, it's unbelievable, because it is a 360. It's unbelievable the way your life has panned out. And I'm hoping that I'm right. It'd be around this time, potentially, I'm guessing. There's a couple of things. Which came first? The prison, because you did prison talks, didn't you, with kids?
Yep.
Did that come before the GMP bit and N-Gage? That was just before, wasn't it? Or was it after?
So, yeah, that was just before I set a charity up. So, or it might have been the first thing I did as a charity. I got some, no, actually, it was a charity I've just set up. I got some money from the National Offender Management Service, NOMS, which I always thought was a very strange name. It just made me think nom, nom, nom. Anyway, I got some money and they gave me £1,000, and I said to them that I'd go in and work with, I think it was 2,000 school pupils and doing these prison lessons. One of my friends was a head of RE at Lim High School, where I got kicked out of. So we were chatting one day. She said, "Oh, why don't you come into school and do your prison?" I was looking for people who were happy for me to go and do these lessons. So I ended up, the first batch of lessons that I did, back in my old high school I've been kicked out of, there was still staff there that remembered me. My old head of year was still working there. And I went in, I remember it was like a steaming hot day in June. I got called into this meeting, and there's like my old head of year and a couple of other people sat there. And I walked in, and all the jaws just fell on the floor. And then my friend Meg said, "Oh, this is Christie." And I think some of you might remember him. And they were like, yeah. So I basically said, I've got some money to come in and do some prison lessons, to try and educate young people on like crime and that kind of stuff. And as I was leaving, my old head of year said, "If you'd have said to me that anyone was going to walk through the door and come in and talk to my pupils about prison, but not going to like crime reduction, all that kind of stuff, I would have expected you to have come in and told me about what it's like in prison, not trying to stop people from like going into stuff." And so I went in, did the lessons, picked up a bit of work, which was one of the first bits of work we got as our schools working N-Gage, and worked in there for about nearly 3 years, like 2.5, 3 years, going in and doing like loads of different mentoring and stuff like that. Some of the rooms that I was in were rooms that I'd been in when I was in school. That was really, really weird. And then I walked into the staff room on one of the days when I went in and did the prison lesson. And there was an old RE teacher, I think he was RE or something, and we really didn't get on. And I don't think he liked anyone in my family. We never worked out why. We think it possibly could have been because of me. And he just seemed to give us all a bit of a hard time. And he was just sat there, and honestly, his jaw was on the floor. And he said, "What are you doing here?" And I was like, "I've just come in to do some prison lessons." And he didn't know what to say. He just like, and so I went in and did that. And that was, I have to say, that was really weird, very, very strange experience. Because like, you don't generally go back to secondary school.
Christie, I'll tell you now, and I mean this in all sincerity, when I read that part in your book, I punched the air. Because, I was talking to Darren a minute ago, and we talked about education, and we talked about how the education system probably needs to modernize a little bit, because, here's you expelled from school. Yeah. And when you left, I think it's probably fair to say, not meaning to be condescending to anybody at Lim High School, but not many people would have thought you'd have made much of your life. I think it would be fair to say. And the fact that here is you, somebody who's left with no formal qualifications from high school, coming back to that very same high school that you were expelled from as a beacon of good, just goes to show that educational achievement doesn't necessarily make it the person. And when I read that, I just thought that was, I mean, we're not even, we're going to go on to N-Gage now because we need to, but that for me in your story is just one of the most inspiring, fantastic moments in the whole thing, because and even though it must have felt weird, it must have felt good as well. Must have felt good.
She said, "How was it?" And I just like proud of myself. I felt vindicated is the wrong word, but I felt like I don't know the word, just like I'd like proven myself, not in a cocky way, but like, and I think I just thought, as it's important when you leave somewhere like that, that you hold your head up high. And I never got the chance to leave school with my head held high, and I never left school feeling like anyone was like patting me on the back and saying well done. There were things I was good at, but obviously that was outweighed by the things that were perceived as being an annoyance. So to get the chance to go back and then get in my car and drive out the gates, I just feel like I'd really done something amazing.
It's closure, isn't it? It's closure.
Yeah.
It's that bit of closure. No, honestly, genuinely, I did a punch the air when I read that bit, because I thought, yeah, that's what it's all about. Never ever, lose faith in young people. And we're going there now, aren't we, with the N-Gage piece? Because when from here, and I'm sorry if we missed certain things, but I'm very conscious of time. Yeah. You decided that you wanted to do something with the youth of Manchester that were potentially being left behind. Kids that had nowhere to go, were being antisocial, not because probably they wanted to be, but there was nothing else to do. And you identified this. And I know that you also got involved with Greater Manchester Police because you had a vision of what you could actually achieve. So maybe, this next bit now, do you want to talk us through what is an incredible part of your story?
Yeah. So I set up this charity. I got made redundant from the schools work, behaviour support role. I got made redundant. I didn't get any money, which they offered me a job in the ticket office at the Waterside in Sale, which I don't think that was a good fit for me. So anyway, I left. Me and my wife have been talking about what I was going to do anyway. So I basically quit my job, got a job driving, doing trade plating, driving trucks all over the country. Absolutely loved it. Just like 1 minute you'd be in Edinburgh, next day you'd be in Land's End, picking up like end of lease vehicles. While I was doing that, I bought a little PDA, like personal computer thing, sat in the back of this van, because when you get dropped off at jobs and stuff, made loads of notes about what this new thing was going to look like, and basically crafted this idea for my charity in the back of this van, being paid by this other guy to drive it around the country and stuff. Created all that, and then I thought I need to find a way of starting, but I don't just want to like launch into it too much. So I very quickly I approached JMP and said, I've had an idea to do some detached work in Didsbury. I've noticed lots of people went out over a few weeks and just looked at different areas of South Manchester. Noticed Didsbury seems to be a lot of young people there on a Friday night. Went to the police station, Didsbury, and got an appointment with one of the sergeants there and said, I'm from a local church. I'm in the process of setting up a charity. I'd like to go out on a Friday night and do some detached work in the local park. Is that okay? He was like, yeah, you'll have to do this. You'll have to police checks. You'll have to get yourself to TRB and all that kind of stuff. And then towards the end of the conversation, I said, I'm not going to charge you for this. It's completely voluntary. And I've got a few people from the local church who are going to come and help us. And his jaw dropped on the floor. He said, we've been having loads of problems in the area. It was when budgets were starting to be cut and stuff. And we don't know what to do. And you've just knocked on our door and offered to do this. went out at Didsbury Park Friday night, maybe 50, 60 young people, all kind of dotted around over a few weeks, took football gear, and we did a barbecue one night, and basically just started chatting to these young people. Went there week after week after week, and to the point where they were saying, why do you keep coming back, and why you know, what do you want, kind of thing. And we just from local church, we just want to help out, just play football with them, just got involved, chatted to them, and from there it just snowballed into like being asked to work in other areas. GMP got themselves a little youth bus, which is bought with the council's youth team. When the council youth team came to an end, the bus was sat in a yard doing nothing. So I basically said to GMP, if you drive it where you want it within South Manchester, we'll provide a team and we'll go out and resource it for you. That went down really, really well. And we just, on the first night we went out in Didsbury, there was no youth crime reported. And in the weeks up to us doing it, before we started going out, it was like, it wasn't massive, but there was like people ringing the police and saying there's loads of kids outside my house, or they're smashing windows, or what, you know, whatever it was. And so the crime pretty much dropped overnight in that area. So then GMP started coming to us and saying, can you do this, can you do that? And it just kind of snowballed from there into quite a big piece of work, really.
Yeah. And you mentioned, you know, you mentioned the bus. So you've actually got your own bus. How does that?
Yeah.
Try and paint a picture of what this bus actually looks like and what it does. Yeah.
So if you imagine a single decker bus, 25 seater with all the seats ripped out of it. It's got Xboxes, PlayStations, TVs, iPads, bit of music gear, all that kind of stuff. Little seating area with TV and stuff, so you can do group work if you want to. That goes out onto estates all over sort of South Manchester. Kids come on, no charge for it. It goes into estates where there's no youth, not little or no youth provision. And what we do is, our model is, we don't just do like 6 weeks here, 6 weeks there. So there's areas of Manchester where we, obviously before the pandemic, we were taking our bus out where we've been working for like 6 or 7 years, possibly a bit longer actually. Same night, every week, bus turns up, all the young people get to know us, get to know the staff, same staff, try and work same shifts. And you just see crime going down, you see young people engaged. Not all young people want to go into youth centres, but this is like a good halfway house. Completely changed the way a whole community's kind of treated on a Friday in terms of behaviour and attitude and stuff. Shopkeepers, we're doing MFA. It just helps everyone basically. And then off the back of that, we do holiday provision, take them off on residentials, activity weeks, just anything, you know, like in the holidays, we do loads of provision with them. Yeah, that's a shortened version.
Yeah, no, I mean, and this is the, you know, we talked, me and Darren were talking in the last session around media and about, you know, how the media will focus their attention on, you know, it's important that social affairs are discussed, but they do tend to talk about the negative side of social affairs. So like, for example, you know, in terms of the flood, I mentioned the flooding in Warrington, you know, and Northwich, where I live, a lot of exposure around the flooding. You still there?
Yeah.
Still there? I've just lost you.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry. You know, loads of exposure around the actual flooding, but there's actually some great groups in the local area that have really done some upstarts to support people affected by the catastrophe of losing their home or the business. And none of that's been reported. So Northwest Tonight did loads on the actual flood and the politics of it, but the actual good human deeds that were going on in this area, none of that's found. None of that's found the media, and I think that's the balancing bit. And it's the same with what you do. I'll be honest with you. You know, I live in Northwich. You know, you're Manchester way. Until we met 6 months ago, I never knew N-Gage existed. I never knew the work you did. But I do. But how many times have I heard on Northwest Tonight Granada TV, you know, issues with youth in Manchester? You know, and what you're doing is the counter bit. It's the balancing act of, well, hang on a minute. There's people like yourself who aren't giving up on these kids, who are actually making a profound difference to their life chances. And as you will quite, I would agree with me, what you actually do helps their mental health as well. It gives them purpose. It gives them things to aim for. And I think that, you know, what you do and how you do it is exceptional. And, you know, like I said, right at the get-go, I've not met a more inspirational person in the last 6 months of my life at all. It's an easy slam dunk for me. And I've got, you know, the last thing really for me, and I think it's a nice way of me ending it from my perspective, is anybody who's looking at the screen will see 3 letters, and those letters are MBE. Now, the fact that you've been recognised and got an MBE for the work that you have done in Manchester, and if I may, I want to bring this back to your parents, because, you know, I think I'm right in thinking that a massive part in your life has been what they have done for you, and the, you know, the care, the love, and they still buy you through thick and thin, which is what parents do. That day when you got that letter, and you talk about it in your book, and the actual day itself of going and getting it, as much as there was a lot of personal pride in that, just describe to me what that meant in terms of you being able to show your parents where you've got to in life.
Yeah, I got it in 2019 in November. So me and my wife and my 2 daughters went down to Buckingham Palace. Amazing experience, like literally, like absolute dream. And then we arrived, and they said, "Oh, you're in luck. You've got the Queen." So and she only does like 3 or 4 a year. When as a parent, you, like me as a parent, there's nothing that my kids could do that would mean that I would like cut them off ever. And I think what's like really encouraging about my mum and dad is that there's been times when we, you know, I'm sure they won't mind me saying this, we haven't got on at all really, and there's not really been much of a relationship, but they've stuck with me, and they've always been on the end of the phone. There's always been kind of there if I need them, but then there've also been times when they kind of probably felt maybe you just need to be left alone a little bit, and maybe we just don't need to be that much in contact with you for now until you're kind of ready to come back. And I think that's, you know, that's how it's played out. In terms of the MBE and stuff, I've got this thing which I always say, which is what I do, I may not see the benefit of it. So there's people, like I've mentioned, like in the book, like there's a guy called Paul who mentored me when I was like 16, 17. His investment in me when I was 17 is why I'm sat here now talking to you, because he took the time, he saw something, and he thought there's something about this guy. He's probably not quite where he needs to be at the moment, but with a bit of a nudge and a bit of a shove, we can get him where he needs to be. Yeah. So I think my mum and dad would agree with this, is that for you, if you've got young people and they've got challenging backgrounds, and, you know, there's some horrendous stories out there of people who are put in care for horrible reasons and stuff, you just got to persevere with them. Sometimes you have to let people go and kind of find their own way for a little bit, and then they come back to you when they're kind of ready, kind of thing, and not force that relationship. I think you can't force an adoptive relationship. It just doesn't work. I think I see it quite a lot. So there have been times when there's been kind of separation. But I think just never giving up, and just having hope, and just always looking for the good in people, and trying to, I mean, I use humour. I have a bit of, I try to have a laugh, a bit of a crack with people now, which is like really, if you'd have met me in my teenage years, you wouldn't have thought I'd be capable of that. But, you know, there's plenty, there's a lot to be grateful for, and there's lots of challenges and there's lots of nasty stuff, but there's plenty of stuff to be grateful for. Yeah,
and I think, you know, I'm a great believer in faith, and, you know, I've always been a believer that things happen for reasons. And, you know, the one other little thing that's come to mind is, as you were just saying, a bit around the MBE, there was that little, I think there was, I'm right in saying that you took a break, I think it was one Christmas time, I think it was, you took a bit of a break and you went over to America. You went over there at a time when you needed that, you know, and when you went over there, you saw in the same way that you saw opportunities in our country, in terms of, in South Africa, where you saw how people were living. It came around, that came around full circle, because there was a time in your life where you were losing a bit of faith, and fate played a part in sending you to America. If you just want to just quickly explain what you did and what you saw in America.
This was my second sort of major bout of depression. So I took a sabbatical. I've been running N-Gage for, I don't know, 7-8 years, I can't remember. So I took a sabbatical. I was off for 3 months. Walked away from it. I had a team in place that ran it for me, and trustees and stuff. And part of it was I was challenged to go somewhere and be challenged. So I went to America, got on a plane on my own. I think that was the first time I'd ever been on a plane on my own anywhere. And I stayed with this guy called the Doc, and he was a really he used to be a very well thought of dentist in Chicago. And he noticed people, as he was walking into his practice every day, there'd be people sat outside on the steps, like begging and stuff. But what he noticed was that a lot of these people were like ex-head chefs, people who'd been like at the top of the businesses, people who'd got involved in addictions and then kind of lost everything, family and everything. So he decided to set up this organisation to help. Restoration Ministries, it's called. I think it's still going. I think that passed away a couple of years ago. But anyway, he set this organisation up. And it had a home for people to go and get clean. There's one for the males, one for the females. Food banks. Did loads of youth programmes. They've got a centre in like downtown Chicago, and there's basically where the centre is. The road that runs on the outside of it is like it's a gang barrier. So on one side you've got one set of people, and on one set of gang, and on the other side you've got another set of gang. And this building's in the middle of it, and there's never been a shot fired in anger across the building, because there's like this respect in the community, like what goes on either side and stuff. Anyway, I went there and completely. I was like, to be fair, I was pretty broken. I just wasn't well. I got there, and I went down to downtown, as they call it, which is like the underground bit of Chicago. It's like when you go, and there was like basically little villages of homeless people, like little camps. Some of them were quite sort of well organised, but there was like there was a girl there with us who was part of our group, and she used to be one of the girls that was living in these homeless shelters, but the Doc had basically rescued her and given her new hope and stuff. And she was just sharing, this used to be me. I think she used to be a prostitute, saying this was me. And she was getting like really like emotional about it stuff, and it just literally got me. And then I realised that, like you say, I've got faith as well, and I just felt like, without kind of preaching, I felt like God was saying, I can take you to like literally the depths of an underground city in a town, but you'll still see me in humanity. And there's always, even where you think there's no hope, there's always little bits of hope. And this doctor guy was going down into these undergrounds and basically rescuing people and taking them and giving them life and getting them a job and stuff. And it was like a real light bulb moment, because I was like, actually, again, at that time I had plenty, enough food, a reasonably nice car, nice house and that kind of stuff. And these people have got nothing. They're just living in shopping trolleys. But this girl was like, had come full circle again. And then she was going out and helping these people. And I just think that's, I'm not cheesy, but it's kind of like circle of life, isn't it? You go through stuff, you experience stuff, it kind of breaks you, and then you learn from it. You move on. If you don't let it kind of defeat you, and then you can then go and be part of the solution and help other people who are going through the same things. Yeah.
No, and like I say, because I knew that you'd reached another moment where you needed help, and it was interesting that journey allowed you to find yourself again and your purpose again and move on, which again I really enjoyed reading. Look, it's been brilliant, and I can't thank you enough for spending your time. What I think in closing, Christie, N-Gage, there may be people who watch this live or maybe watch this later. How can they support N-Gage if they're being compelled by your story, they want to help in any small way, shape or form? How can they go about helping you and the N-Gage project?
There's always stuff to do. So if people just get in touch with us on the website, I'll supply a link so people can find us and stuff, or email address. Just get in touch with us, come and have a chat with us, see what you can offer and what we can offer you, kind of thing. I think I always see it's a two-way thing. It's not just me taking from people. I think people can, we can help people as well. I say this in our networking group. If there's ever anyone that's got problems with young people and they want a bit of help and support, if we can't help them, we can signpost them. And just like, yeah, just get in touch and see, come and have a look at what we do and see if there's any ways you can get involved with us.
Fabulous. Christie, what can I say? Absolutely incredible. Obviously, we're going to keep in touch. You know, I'll keep, and you know, once the pandemic's over, I'll be honest with you, something that I would love to do at some point is to come down and to spend a bit of time with you, seeing what you do and play a part in helping you. I think that'd be it'd be good for me to do. It'd be good for me to, you know, you talk about you going to America and Africa. I think it'd be good for me to come to Manchester with you and see firsthand
I'll show you around.
the impact. It'd be great. So I think on behalf of everybody who's been a part of this, really appreciate it. Keep doing what you're doing.
Oh,
You
no
are
problem.
an inspiration, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Cheers, mate. All right, take care. Thanks.
Cheers. Bye,
Thanks,
Christie.
mate. Bye.
And that's it, folks. That is the Time to Change, Time to Talk conference over. I hope you've enjoyed the day, if you managed to nip in and nip out. Thank you to everybody, Neil, Russell, Chris, Diane, Pam, Darren, and of course, Christie. It's been a really good day. I've enjoyed it. It's been good for me to hear the stories of everybody that has been on and their views and how they're really trying to make a difference in people's mental health and well-being. And I truly hope that today's conference has given people things to think about, has educated them in some way, and can help you to move on and perhaps want to be a bit more aware about mental health concerns in society and how you can play your part. I love your feedback. I'd love to hear from anybody who watches any of these sessions as to what they thought about it. And who knows, one day, you know, we may do this again, and it'd be interesting to know what you want to hear about, you know, what type of topics, what type of things you want us to discuss. And of course, then I can go out and reach out to my associates and put this on once again. So from me to anybody who's took the time to watch it, really, really appreciate you being online and supporting us today. And again, to the people that made it happen, our speakers, from me, thank you very much indeed. For now, good luck to everybody for the rest of lockdown 3, good health, and let's hope that not too long into the future, as Captain Tom says, we will have a good day. Speak soon. Bye for now.